Ducks.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite duck simp.
Simp?
Friended.
Simp?
Yes. Duck simp. I see you.
That's a little far, I think. I mean, that's...
You simperer of duckers.
Simp.
I see you.
Not one duck gets $1 of mine. Ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So when you go to the park and you feed the ducks bread,
let's move on. Let's get into this video.
How does that bread? Does that bread just come? Does it rain down from the heavens
never,
like manna from God?
Never befriend a smart person. Whatever you guys do, okay? It's not. It's not good.
If we were to do a house tour of Adam's, okay.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Shells of, he's probably like, look, guys, this is my.
Maybe it is simping.
This is my Monday duck bread. He has like different types of bread for different days. He has different types of bread for.
Well, they like pumpernickel. Okay, you got to get that at the Trader Joe's. Now let's get into this video already. What's going on? Nobody cares about this.
On 34th Street now, they only like bagels and they only like sesame bagels. So I have to get special for them.
Stop memeing, okay? Let's get it. What's this video about? Come on, there are new people here. They want to see the video. They don't know anything about
how you're simping for the ducks, Adam.
They don't know anything about your baseless accusations. What's this last week? It feels like this was last month, but.
So this video we're about to watch, highly requested by everyone in our community. This is Jon Oliver. Jon Oliver decided to take a swing at the whole CRT debate, and he totally missed. He missed so hard that he ended up swinging his entire body around and smacking the back of his head with his bat and laying unconscious at home plate while everyone in the audience laughed.
How is it so easy for these people to fall for the propaganda, and then they themselves become a megaphone for whatever the current propaganda is? How is that possible? How do they do that just reflexively without even thinking?
So what I've learned in our journey of making YouTube content is that there's only like 0.001% of the population that will ever read the source material for any news story.
Right.
Or anything ever. And everything else, not just like people talking about it, but all the news that reports on it and all these TV shows that report on it, they just regurgitate articles and TV segments that they see uncritically, and they assume it's true. They say, oh, this comes from NBC, it must be true. This comes from the Washington Post, it must be true. And none of them fucking fact check anything.
Right.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. At least on the show, we're up to 50% of the people will actually check the source material for whatever it is. That's you, Sitch.
I know. CT says, Adam, can you make Sitch a bit louder or yourself lower?
Oh, really? Yes.
Apparently you're loud. Apparently you're louder than me. Look at this. I start talking about Adam's duck simpery and he turns the volume down. Okay.
I can do that. Actually,
you do sound pretty loud. Did you change something?
No. It looks great on my end, but I can
kind of like you're kind of peaking a little bit on my end.
Well, good. Come on, people want to hear what I have to say.
Okay, I see how it is. And a little bit later in the show, I think Joe Lewis is coming on, supposedly, hopefully.
Yes.
And we will be talking to him about, I guess, either CRT or some other race-related topics. So that'll be fun.
Yes.
To address two things before we start, Xerxes for $20. Thanks so much, Xerxes. Says late and maidenless. There you go. Late and maidenless. And Devil Fist for $20 says, please, God, no guest on the show today. If I have to sit through 2 more hours of America Bad Whataboutism for the 4th week in a row, I'm going to have a stroke. You guys keep fighting white supremacy by being late again. Well, we are going to have a guest, but I'm assuming we're not going to be talking about America bad whataboutism today.
It may be though, because all of CRT is America bad. It really is. It's like not only is it America bad, it's like America was born bad and never got over it. Right?
It's a different. It's true, but it's a different flavor of America bad than we've been talking about and arguing about for the last 4 weeks or so. So
it's a different flavor. Yeah,
it's a different flavor. Okay, there's going to be some America bad, maybe that's discussed whenever Joe comes on. I think in like 3 or 4 hours, but it'll be a slightly different flavor. Okay, a little tinge different. And thank you, Hitman Doc, for joining the Free Will Seekers. Anyway, let's get into the video.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns school. It's the only setting in which a child dissecting a frog is not an immediate red flag. We teach kids a lot.
Yeah, I mean, oh man. Do they even still do that in school? They probably do it on a fucking computer.
That's actually a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Did you ever dissect it? I dissected
Boomer
all
tier
sorts
comedy.
of weird shit. Never dissected a frog.
Yeah, we did dissect a frog. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we did that.
Was it alive when you dissected it?
No.
Okay.
Dead frog from formaldehyde or whatever.
Right. We dissected a worm,
Mm-hmm.
which was so lame. It's a fucking worm.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay. A brain, which was we dissected
What? A human brain?
No. A sheep brain. That was probably the lamest. I felt like it was such a waste of a good sheep's brain.
Mm-hmm.
You look at it and you're like, it's a brain. You're like, I don't know what am I supposed to be looking here. Like,
boring.
at least if you're dissecting an animal, there's like different organs. It's just a brain. You go, okay, it's a brain. Who cares?
In school, from reading to long division to how to play the fucking recorder for some reason. But recently, there's been a lot of concern over one particular thing that people worry that kids are learning.
Critical race theory is being taught in our schools. Critical race theory is bunk.
I'm going to say, from Fox News' perspective, this is a bad chyron to subject matter.
The chyron is Derek Chauvin found guilty on all 3 counts. This is obviously they're showing some George Floyd protest.
Right. Yet they're talking about CRT in school. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's bad optics, Fox.
Why do you think they picked this? They probably got this right off Media Matters.
They're like, Derek, because the implication would be like, oh, they're saying if it wasn't for CRT in schools, Derek Chauvin would have been found innocent, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
Not a good look. Not a good look.
Ouch.
Now, obviously, that wasn't their intention, but.
Critical race theory is a lie. From the first word to the last, from start to finish.
Racist critical race theory.
Critical race theory.
Critical race theory in the schools and the wokeness.
Let me tell you right now, critical race theory is bigoted, it is a lie, and it is every bit as racist as the Klansmen in white sheets.
I do not like that Ted Cruz man. I do not like him shouting Klan. I do not like him in a room. I do not like him in Cancun. I do not like him playing ball. I do not like his face at all.
You know, I hate this so much. I hate having to agree with Ted Cruz about anything.
Yeah, it's painful.
It hurts the very essence of my soul.
This is the problem.
Ted Cruz, Mr. Let's default on the government's debt and destroy our own economy. Ted Cruz, Mr. Fuck you, Donald Trump. You insulted my wife and you called my father a serial killer or whatever. I'm never going to help you. Jump cut to a week later while he's doing phone line calls for Donald Trump looking like the biggest cuck on the planet. Yeah. Like, I can't stand Ted Cruz, but he's right about what he just said about CRT. So right. 100%.
See, this is the thing about the elephant rider metaphor, because both of our elephants lean the same way about Ted Cruz. Both of our elephants are like, I don't like his face either. Get him out of here. I don't like this guy. This guy's terrible.
Lion Ted.
Lion Ted, exactly.
Rat face.
Yeah. I don't like that. I agree. And then our writer has to be like, but he might be making a good argument.
But he could be right about CRT. You go,
damn you.
Oh no.
Yeah. So my
Okay.
elephant wants to go in one direction, and the writer's like forcing me to agree with Ted Cruz. It's painful.
Was it as painful as yesterday? I was on EFAP, and we were looking at this bread tuber named Denims, and it was a very painful, very long, very painful 2-hour video of hers that we watched, or it was a supercut, I guess, that Mahler put together. And I was wondering how painful it was that Denims, who seems like a massive airhead, I was kind of jumping back and forth between like, is this person bad faith, malicious, or an airhead? And I'm like, okay, she's probably really dumb because what she's saying is really dumb. But then she whips out, to me and Adam's surprise, Adam even DM'd me.
I did.
Like, oh my God.
I did.
She whips out the fucking social intuitionist model.
I know. Well, she didn't go that far. It wasn't the social intuitionist. She just got the writer and elephant metaphor
Right.
down.
She got thinking fast. She whips out thinking fast, thinking slow.
Yes.
About how, most people don't, they don't base their opinions on facts or logic. They have an emotional reaction and they try to justify it after the fact with, facts and logic. And I was like, how does this person know this? This does not appear to be an intelligent person, and they know this. But then she used it incorrectly, so I was spared a little bit. I was like, okay, maybe she's just regurgitating what she's heard other lefties or other bread tubers say.
You got it exactly right. I DM'd Sitch, dude, the dumb bitch knows the social intuitionist model. And he's like, I know. Oh, shocking. Yes. Every once in a while. But you totally nailed it. She's heard somebody else say it. There's a game of telephone that goes on the internet. And it is a good way it is a good argument against your opponents. People think, oh, you're just being emotional. This is your elephant. It's not your writer. If you paid attention to your writer, you get the right solution here. It's just ironic because everyone can be accused of that, including the people making the accusation, but they never seem to realize this. They seem to think, oh, this metaphor doesn't apply to me. I'm obviously a rational human being, and you're the Nimrod. That's really the argument that they're trying to make.
Of course, yeah.
Which is sad.
Girth Brooks for $20. Thank you, Girth. Says, I think this may be my new favorite YouTube channel. Oh, thank you, Girth. You guys have changed the way I think in only 2 months of watching. Hope you guys keep kicking ass. Don't go Jon Stewart on us when you make it big. Well, we've been doing this for a while, and we haven't gone Jon Stewart yet. So I think we'll be okay.
I think the chances of us making it big too are pretty slim. So, but thank you for the super chat.
Thank you. And even though this isn't $20, I'm going to read it. The crappy robot for £2 says, keep my super chat out your effing mouth. Thank you, crappy robot.
That's hilarious.
I wish he'd lose his cushy job. That man, Ted Cruz, is a fucking knob. But here's the thing. It is true. You have probably heard people yelling about...
I wasn't going to say the F word in the beginning of the stream so we don't get demonetized. And then I forgot. Jon Oliver just says it.
Well,
I think into the video.
Once you're past a minute, I think we're pretty cool, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Critical race theory on TV for more than a year now, and people have been listening to that noise, especially judging by what's been happening at school board meetings across the country.
The Western culture and values that brought forth Christianity in the founding documents are being called evil and racist.
I am not co-parenting with the government. It is not your job to force these ideas onto my child.
The narrative in this country is that we're all inherently...
Did you see that...
The worst time, but anyway, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's wrong?
What's that?
What? You said I cut it the worst time?
Yeah, because she's about to say the thing. The thing!
Okay,
But it's okay. Say your thing. I don't care. Do it up.
Did you see the Twitter interaction between James Lindsay and Big Joel?
No. What happened?
Okay. Let me. I opened Twitter and immediately I'm assaulted with Tifa boobs. Mm-hmm. So hold on. Let me.
Oh, sweet. How is that assault? I mean,
I didn't ask for them, Adam. Okay, I didn't. I'm trying to do a stream.
That doesn't seem like assault to me. That seems more like, like a friendly hello.
A friendly hello. Let me bring it up. It's actually very interesting. because I was just listening to James Lindsay had one of his videos where he's talking about how a lot of the gender deconstruction and sexual deconstruction stuff are designed to destroy children's innocence and weaken parental control over their children.
Yeah,
basically have their children be run by
the state.
Run by the state. Yes.
Yeah.
Be run by the state. Oh my God, where is this thing?
Mark Blythe actually kind of endorsed that view on his podcast, and I cringed.
Really?
I cringed out of my chair. Yeah. I mean, they didn't elaborate on it, which was sad because, I mean, obviously some level of societal coherence has to exist through establishing norms.
Sure.
So, I mean, if he's talking about that, establishing norms, one of the problems with this whole critical race theory situation is that a bunch of unelected activists are trying to change the social fabric through established norms surreptitiously through activism in the classroom, which is horrible. Nobody asked for this. Parents are rebelling against it. And then you got Jon Oliver here not really taking those parents' intuition seriously, not really taking those parents' desires seriously.
Well, I mean,
you disagree?
My issue, no, I agree. But my issue specifically with the CRT stuff is like, obviously, in our society, there is we have the Overton window. We have our category, our list, our range of norms.
Unacceptable topics are outside the Overton window, and acceptable topics that are open for discussion are inside the... Is it Overton or Overton? I'm not sure.
Overton.
Okay, inside the Overton window.
Right.
So there are things, and I mean, it's just a level of practicality because there are things that we agree on, the overwhelming majority agrees on, that there's really no point in debating. So they get pushed outside the Overton window, like Holocaust denial, for instance, or flat Earth.
Right. Yeah. And so far, at least for the last, 60, 70 years, the framework of discussing most things and race things has been in the liberal framework. And I don't mean liberal / conservative, I mean liberal, like liberalism framework. This kind of, individual rights, colorblindness, universal humanity, yada, yada, yada. This has been the accepted framework for teaching children in society. And my problem with the CRT stuff is that it's an assault on that. It's saying, no, we want to have discussions about race issues in a completely different way, a neo-Marxian way. And no one's allowed to fight against that. No one's allowed to discuss that and say, wait a minute, you're overturning 60 years, 70 years of normative ethics and behavior in mainstream culture, and we're not allowed to not only push against it, we're not even allowed to have a conversation about it. Because this conversation about CRT would be so different if the CRT side wasn't lying, if people understood what was actually being advocated for by the CRT proponents.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's the problem. You have two sides mischaracterizing the thoughts and motives of the other, which is just terrible. Yeah.
So I found a tweet, and it was James Lindsay says, okay, since groomer is trending, and he gives a definition, grooming is the deliberate act of bringing a child into a sexual, political, or racial ideology, practice, cult, or lifestyle without the knowledge or consent of his or her parents, for the aim of isolating them from their family so the external party can abuse and manipulate them. Okay.
Oh, I did see this, actually.
Right. So I think that's a good definition of grooming, even though generally when we hear grooming, I think you almost always think sexual.
Right. Yes.
But he's kind of broadening it to just ideological as well. So I was just listening to James Lindsay talk about how, the Marxist conception is they want to remove parental control over their children, and they want to deconstruct children's innocence. And it's funny because, like, as soon as I listen to that, I turn on Twitter and I see Big Joel responds, who we talked to before. Big Joel responds to James Lindsay's tweet and says, Grooming is when the despotic power relationship between parent and child under conservative ideology is questioned. The less you own your child, the more grooming it is. And I was like, holy shit. He like, that's exactly what James Lindsay said. That's exactly what he said that the goal was. And Big Joel ignorantly just repeats it uncritically.
That is the goal.
Yeah, that because Big Joel is saying grooming is when he's saying it's when the despotic power relationship between parent and child is questioned.
Right.
The less you own your child,
but defining it as despotic is very telling.
Yes.
They're saying that a parent-child relationship is oppressor-oppressed.
Yes.
Parent is oppressor, if you guys are following along. Can you imagine? I mean, I do. When I was a kid, I definitely felt like my parents were the oppressors, right? But they were for my own good, right?
Yes, yes. And I don't think people, especially on the left, understand like principally or morally why your parents should have control over you to some extent. And like, obviously, you know, like it's the same thing we were just talking about with our window of norms. Okay. The Overton window. There's a range of behaviors that we'll accept from parent-child relationship. And then obviously, you know, we don't accept abuse, you know, physical, sexual abuse, even psychological abuse, you know, if it goes beyond some perceived norm. But we do have a pretty wide range of acceptable behaviors that parents can interact and teach their children. And the reason for this, at least from my conception, since we tend to look at things from a very evolutionary perspective, is the entire point of life from a biological perspective and having children is so that you can pass your genetic information onward into the future.
Yes.
And so obviously from that perspective, I would argue that you have a right to some degree, assuming you're not abusing your children. Now, obviously people would argue about what abuse means, but obviously you should have a right to control or at least shape your child's belief system to a pretty strong degree, I would argue, under that evolutionary principle.
I agree. Yeah.
And it's very strange to me to see people who think, no, like, let's just deconstruct the parent-child relationship. We're going to have, you know, quote unquote experts or schools or some other thing like raise your children. It's just so fucked.
Well, evolutionarily speaking, the parents have the most interest in the child's upbringing.
Yes.
You know, and the child being successful in the future. They're literally physically invested in that child. So to think that other people have a better read on what the child's situation is just seems ridiculous to me. I mean, how is that possible?
Well, and to be clear, we're talking about like on average, because obviously people can have really shitty parents.
Yes.
You know, there's lots of terrible parents out there.
Yes.
So you're just talking like on average. Yeah, of course.
The parent always has their own interest before the child's. Obviously, because that's how nature works. Everyone has their own interest before anyone else. So yeah, there are situations where they're at odds. And I mean, obviously the left will point out that homosexuality is a place where the parents' wishes and the child's wishes become at odds, if you want to look at it from an evolutionary perspective. So, but that's the thing most activists are worried about. Like the thing that they're most focused on is saving those gay kids that their parents are going to be upset about them being gay. Like that's,
well, it's kind of evolved because
that's what they're
I don't even know if
fixated on.
I don't even know if that's an issue anymore. If it's more trans kids.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, it's a real issue.
It's so bizarre. Because I mean, every time I go looking, every time I'm like, okay, I want to see everyone's talking about this trans thing. I got to see it. I got to know what's going on, Sitch. Every time I go digging, I mean, it just seems like Scientology to me. There's nothing. There's no concrete there. I mean, are you having better luck than me?
What do you mean there's no concrete there?
Just the whole the way that they define the situation, the way that they articulate the symptoms, the way that they diagnose gender dysphoria, none of that stuff seems concrete or well-researched or scientifically apt.
But this is why I've always been pushing for a real attempt to figure out what causes gender dysphoria biologically and test for it, is because you're right. It's very vague. It's very nebulous. And I don't like anything that relies strictly on a patient just explaining to you how they feel.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
especially when you come to psychological issues, because that's very unreliable. And it's even worse when you're talking about children, because children are I mean, if you know anything about child psychology, children are notoriously awful at, or if you just remember what it was like to be a child, children are notoriously awful at explaining their feelings to adults in ways that make any sense. Okay. And so, and it is scary. And this is where my fear comes. It is scary to me that you're going to put children on a path to blocking their puberty and even possibly transitioning on these very unreliable metrics of self-reporting of children, no less.
Right. But you have one side that completely buys into all of the science, which is very scant.
But it
very
doesn't even
flimsy.
But it doesn't, because even the science itself generally is like gender dysphoria is this biological thing. And when you talk to a lot of trans activists, not all, and we have a lot of trans people that listen to us and really appreciate, our takes on this. But but online anyway, a lot of the very vocal minority of trans activists. I mean, I get into arguments all times with people that are trying to tell me that gender dysphoria is not a biological thing. And I just listen. I'm trying to remember. I just listened to some insane person saying this on like one of these leftist debate panel things. Like, they're arguing with Destiny, saying that they thought gender is purely a social construct and gender dysphoria is purely a social construct. And I was glad that Destiny was there, because he said what I've been saying for years, which is like, how fucking dumb are you to make that point? Because if you're just going to say gender is purely a social construct, then why would we ever have children transition? Why wouldn't you just try to like talk therapy or condition them away from having gender incongruence? It makes absolutely no sense why you would go through transitioning if it's just a social construct.
Yeah. Well, I bring it up because it's going to be an obvious point of contention for parents when they're putting all of this gender critical theory into fucking kindergarten, for heaven's sakes. They're going to be, wondering why you're teaching this unproven, untested ideology to my kids and risking damaging them in ways that we don't fully understand yet.
Right.
Yeah. It's,
and I when it came to the quote, "Don't say gay" bill in Florida, I haven't seen a single source that was reporting on it negatively, that was saying it's homophobic or transphobic. I haven't seen a single source that talks about that mention why the bill exists, and that the bill had to do with that girl who attempted to kill herself because she was transitioning at 12, and the school neglected to inform her parents that any of this was going on.
Yeah.
Which is horrifying. Which is totally horrifying.
Especially as a parent. Oh, God. Parents today have to be terrified. And they get no sympathy from anybody because they're completely perceived as political rivals in this just crazy debate, which is just awful.
Lincoln Towns for $20 says, petition to get little Jon Stewart or Jon Oliver writing the fat race to dinner lady emoji. I don't know. What does that even mean?
We went a little bit crazy with the fat race to dinner lady on our
the Lisa. Okay, I forgot from last week. Okay, I was totally
Sitch went
confused.
a little hard on the fat jokes in the
I might have
in the bonus.
I might have overblown it on the fat jokes.
In the bonus Sitch and Adam episode.
Was that on Tuesday? Yeah, I guess on Tuesday. Did we clip that?
We did, and we uploaded
Okay, yeah.
it. Yeah, obviously.
If you guys didn't see it on Tuesday, we covered another Jon Stewart segment with this lady who works for a foundation where they charge white, bougie, rich, upper middle class or rich women $5,000 to go to dinner where two black ladies call them racist.
Yeah.
So,
yes.
It's pretty interesting.
Morbidly obese is the politically correct way to describe her.
There you go.
In case you're looking for that.
Adam is the funniest show host, and Sitch is a mental powerhouse. You two are the best. Well, thank you, Lincoln. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Great compliment.
Oh, I don't know if you saw this, Adam. The Denims on EFAP. She has a cat.
Really?
And you know what her cat's name is?
No, don't tell me it's Wormy. Please.
Wormy!
No way.
I said, what?
No way.
Is it Adam? Do you have a daughter or a wife, a second wife that's very young and a communist online or something?
No.
What's happening here?
Why she just outed her, so she must be watching the show. How old is the cat?
I don't know.
I guarantee you, I named
different
Wormy.
Cat, but
I guarantee you, Wormy was named long before.
Yeah. The cat looked younger than your cat. So
I mean, we need to liberate that cat. That cat is literally living with a communist right now. Save the cat. We have to do it.
Anyway, let's get back.
Yes.
To the video.
Co-parenting with the government. It is not your job to force these ideas onto my child.
The narrative in this country is that we're all inherently racist, and I'm about sick of it.
It's a Marxist ideology, and we all know it.
All of these lessons have the intent to make our children feel disgust towards our nation.
This country isn't even a racist country. We elected Obama for 2 terms.
Wait, hold on. America can't be racist because of Obama? I don't know if you remember the two.
So this is very bad faith.
Yeah.
Okay. She said, America can't be a racist country. Not that there aren't people in America that are racist, saying that overall, you can't cast the entire country as racist, because why or how could a racist country elect a black man to be president 2 times in a row?
Yeah, especially when it was a majority of the population.
Yes.
So
yes, the majority voted for him twice, which is a fair point. It's 100% fair point.
Yeah, it is fair.
2008 election, but things got pretty racist back then. People kept saying he was born in Kenya. People said he was a secret Muslim.
See, and then he completely turns it around. He's like, yeah, but a couple people were racist.
Yeah.
So, as long as there's one racist in America, Jon Oliver can get up on his high horse and say, America is a racist nation. It's so sad.
Which is doubly offensive because it's coming from a proto-American on top of that.
Oh, he's not. He's English?
Jon Oliver, of course. But there's like this annoying Mott and Bailey that goes on where especially people on the left, they'll make this argument that, oh, America is racist or the police are racist or something is racist. And you're like, oh, point to me, who the individual racists are. And they say, no. We're not talking about individual racism. We're talking about systemic racism. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
There's this nebulous cloud of racism that you can't, it's like a fog. You see it in the distance. That's what systemic racism is. That's a perfect analogy. It's fog. You see it in the distance and you see the racism very clearly. And as you approach it, it just kind of like disappears. And you can't quite grab a hold of it, so you can never find it. But when you're far away, you can see it. You say, oh, there's racism there. And then as soon as you take the magnifying glass and approach it, oh, it's gone. I don't know what happened to this racism. But then they'll do the exact opposite, which is what Jon just did right here, where this woman is making a broader claim about the system of America as not being racist. And so what does he do? He says, how can you say the system of America isn't racist? Let me talk about individual people. You can't win. They keep changing the subject on us.
Muslim, and then a few years elected that people president. So let's just agree to disagree on that one, shall we? That first meeting was in Loudoun County, Virginia, and it got so out of hand that the meeting was shut down early, and one guy passionately railing against CRT was arrested for trespassing, only to pop up on Tucker Carlson the very next day. So clearly...
What the hell's going on with Loudoun County? That was the same county that had the thing with the kid who sexually assaulted those 2 girls. Adam. Did Adam just left me, guys. Adam just ditched me. In the middle of the stream. Doesn't say anything. Just disappears. Maybe he was abducted by communists. What happened, Adam? This is how you know that I am the true host and that Adam is merely the sidekick. Can you believe this guy? So irresponsible. Wow. You're right. Chad is right. You know what Adam went to go do? Adam went to go buy some more bread, to go feed some more ducks. Adam's duck simpery is so powerful that in the middle of streaming, he's like, listen, my duck sense is tingling. I got to go feed those ducks. It's terrible.
What's up? Don't make fun of the ducks.
You snuck out of here.
Now you
sneaker.
know I'm a fan of ducks.
You were duck simping in the middle of the stream. You had to go feed the
ducked
ducks
out
in the middle of the stream. You ducked it. There you go. Ducked out. You ducked out.
I had a very important meeting to take care of real quick. But I'm back. Hey guys, you missed me?
I don't know if you remember this part. He's talking about this. They had this a bunch of parents were complaining about CRT in Loudoun County.
Oh yeah.
And it's so this was the same place where they had that
dress.
kid.
Yeah.
The kid in the dress sexually assaulted 2 girls, and they had these contentious parent school board meetings. I'm like, what the fuck's going on in Loudoun County? Why is this one place such a hotbed of parents yelling at teachers?
A big rich suburban community too, from what I hear. So
yeah, it's one of the richest in the state.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked into this briefly. It's so like when they say like this guy was arrested, basically what happened was he wasn't like fighting anyone. The police are like, we're ending this meeting early, or the school board was ending the meeting early, and he's like, well, I refuse to leave until I get to be heard or something. And the police said, well, if you refuse to leave, then you're trespassing. We're going to arrest you. So he says, arrest me. So then they arrest him. Like, it's not like, like Jon Oliver is kind of making it like, oh my God, fights were breaking out. People were going crazy.
Civil disobedience, huh?
Right.
Wow. The left hates civil disobedience.
I know. Remember what? Yeah. Danimal the Bruce for $20. Thank you, Danimal says the quote, "Don't say gay bill is the best way to help trans kids if these people are so concerned. The leading cause of suicide is isolation, and getting the family involved in a child's mental health crisis is the best thing to do." No, that's a great point.
Hugely agree. Yeah.
That's a great point. Yeah. That's what's so insane about the school or anyone trying to hide this stuff from the parents out of the fear that their parents will reject them. It's like, well, you're just making it worse.
Yes. They have this idea that the parents are going to beat them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. And like, if you have a young child who you think is going through something like, they're coming out as gay or they're coming out as trans, and you're like a school administrator or a counselor or a teacher, and you're telling them to hide it from their parents, they're going to have like this weight of like, oh shit, I have to hide this important aspect of my life from the people that raise me and that I spend, a huge amount of time with at home. There's so much pressure and stress you're adding to a child by trying to get them to hide stuff from their parents. It's really gross.
Especially at a way early age. I mean, right. at 10, 11, 12, I mean, you're individuating from your parents anyway. That's not happening at these ages. Like, you're all about family at those ages.
Mm-hmm.
Family's your entire world.
That's true. Xerxes for $20 says, okay, you're not maidenless. Mm-hmm. But still late. Love you anyway, though. Keep up the good work, you two. A team reigns supreme.
Woo!
A lot of people are getting very mad about critical race theory right now, and instinctively, you probably know it's a manufactured panic.
God, I fucking hate you.
Me or
I know Jon Oliver. This so triggers me because it just allows Jon Oliver to just completely turn his brain off. He basically said all of the people who are concerned about critical race theory are concerned over nothing. That's so far from the truth.
I know.
Do you honestly think any of the people that 12-year-old girl who tried to commit suicide at school because they basically transed her and didn't tell the parents, are you saying that they're following some manufactured idea? Well, I guess it's not critical race theory, but
Well, we'll get into that because it's kind of interesting where this goes. But I'm interested to what he just said. He said, as you probably already know, it's manufactured. So he's not even like, let me explain to my audience a position. He's saying, oh, you already have the correct opinion. Let me reinforce.
Oh, great point. Yeah, exactly.
Like just listen. That's so fucking weird.
The very next day. So clearly, a lot of people are getting very mad about critical race theory right now. And instinctively, you probably know it's a manufactured panic.
Actually, it's worse than that. He said, instinctively, you probably know it's a manufactured panic. Okay. Jon Oliver is just appealing to people's elephants and their tribal identity. He's saying, listen, if you're on the left and you hear people on the right complain about something, instinctively, you know that they're wrong or that they're lying or that they're bad and that it's manufactured. That's so like that one sentence is so incredibly telling.
Yeah. It's so go ahead. I want you to
what does it say? Like it really shows a lack of Jon Oliver and his writing staff's understanding of human behavior and their own behavior, that they would include that line in their show. Instinctively, you already know that this is bullshit.
It's so bizarre that we have these two super contentious issues in public school right now: critical race theory and the gender ideology stuff. I mean, James Lindsay has kind of linked these in a way, hasn't he? It seems like he has.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is all coming from like the neo-Marxian ideology.
Right. Yeah.
And it goes to what I was saying in the beginning of the stream, where if our society has been based upon liberal principles since its foundation, okay? And then especially if race conversations have been based on liberal principles since the civil rights movement.
And you mean individual rights when you say liberal principles?
Yeah, I know. It's so annoying.
Well, individual rights is like self-explanatory.
Right.
And a lot of people are triggered. I notice a lot of people on the right are triggered by liberal principles, but they're not triggered by individual rights.
Yeah, you're
right.
Like,
fucking individual rights, fucking sign me up. Right?
We need, yes. Is it just individual rights? Is that the term I should use? Is there some other term?
I mean, I don't know how you're defining it, but I feel, and you know, we think about this stuff all the time because we talk about it for hours on end when we do our live streams. But for me, the essence of it really comes down to that book, The Narrow Corridor to Liberty. We're trying to maximize individual rights for people so that they benefit from the fruits of their own labor and they're inspired to create, to become part of society, to innovate, to form the products and services of the future. Well, like it or not, whatever your take is on capitalism, obviously, I'm not Pollyanna about capitalism. There is corruption that takes place that we need to fight against. But this idea that we want to foster an environment where individual people can seek their own goals and projects and things like that is what we're working towards. And for me, that's what the liberal project is. And a lot of the things like objective, all of the other things kind of come out of that, like the search, like scientific objectivism, empiricism, all of those things come out of empowering of the individual. Am I wrong, or do you disagree?
No, I think you're right, and I'll try to use that term. I'll use individual rights now, as to not trigger people.
It's
and to confuse the issue.
Well, hold on a second here, because you are going to trigger people, because everyone on the left hears individual rights and they think right winger, racist, all right pipeline.
Okay, so there's no way to win.
I know it's terrible. It's terrible. It is.
What's the term? There's got to be some neutral term for this shit.
This is why we have two bubbles going on that both have their own independent language, and just saying the wrong words trigger people. So I don't know. It's funny because we got a super nice super chat about this, about how this is why we're never going to get big, because in order to get big, you really have to say, I'm going to go for this audience. This audience accepts this language. I'm going to use this language, and that's going to be my audience. So, which puts us in just a weird kind of situation.
So, okay, I have a solution. Let's piss off everyone, and I'll say
liberal individual rights.
Liberal rights.
Well, that's good. We will get a lot more people on our Tuesday stream arguing with us on how can you say liberal rights or individual rights?
Right.
Yeah.
So our entire society has been based on this principle of individual rights.
Yes. The Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution are all about individual rights.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. And it's insane to me that we're having this completely new ideology enter into the equation. You have CRT and you have all this woke shit. And it's all anti-individual rights. It's all anti-liberalism. It's all neo-Marxian conflict theory, groupthink, collectivist dredge.
Right.
Basically.
Yes.
And it's being smuggled in to the conversation. And no one's saying, wait a minute, you're basically overturning what both the left and the right in this country have been talking about since its founding.
Yes.
And we're not allowed to question it. We're not allowed to say that this is wrong without being labeled as racist or transphobic or whatever.
Yeah, they've hugely shifted the Overton window. Not only that, they're literally defining individual rights as racist, according to these critical race theory books, these white privilege books.
Not just racist, but like a conspiracy theory designed to subjugate black people, basically.
Yeah. I brought up the 15 characteristics of white supremacy because individualism is on it. Individualism is on it.
I know. How insane is that?
Individualism.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Fascinating.
But the fact is, the fear around it is having real effects. Last year, Glenn Youngkin won the governor's race in Virginia after repeatedly promising that on his first day in office, he'd ban CRT from being taught in schools. Multiple states have passed laws outlawing the teaching of it, and Republicans are likely to make it a major focus of the midterms. When it comes to critical race theory, think of it like Rihanna's pregnancy. Even if you think it has nothing to do with you, believe me, you're going to be hearing a lot about it this year. So given that, we thought tonight we'd take a step back and look at what critical race theory is and isn't, why the panic around it has spread, and what the consequences might be for everyone involved. And I realise...
He should have said, we're going to lie about what critical race theory really is.
Well, I don't think he's smart enough to understand what it is.
He is lying. This is systemic lying all the way. He may not realize he's lying, but he is spreading misinformation.
Well, and remember, he said the goal here tonight is that we're going to talk about what it is and isn't, because they do very little talking about what it is.
Oh, you're right. Yes. They space out on that.
Yeah, they talk about that for like 10 seconds, and then the rest of the show is just look conservatives bad, essentially.
Yeah. That's his whole audience.
Yeah, which is what's so baffling about this whole segment. He barely even talks about what critical race theory is.
We're going to fill in the gaps.
Yes.
Some of you may already know what CRT is. After all, explainers on it have become one of the most common sites on the internet, along with mediocre Wordle scores and ugly monkey JPEGs sold by and for dipshits. But,
well, that's fair.
But many...
Well, that's fair. I heard that.
That's fair.
Are still very confused. A recent survey found that an overwhelming majority of US residents have a hard time articulating exactly what CRT is. And that even goes for some of those who've been...
Okay, so there's the reason for that, as someone who's read very voluminous CRT literature, is for two reasons. First of all, well, actually, it's three reasons. The first is that if you try to read a lot of CRT literature, it's written in academic gobbledygook speak, which makes the average person want to die when they read it.
Yes, myself included.
Yes, myself included as well. It's like a pain tolerance you have to work beyond. It's like you can't go running a marathon without training your body to acclimate to running long distances first. And it's terrible. It's the gatekeeping on this academic literature is insane, which is hilarious considering it's supposed to be about like tearing down these, bourgeoisie tiers and oppressive hierarchies. So you have the academic literature is written in this like fucking almost inconceivable way to break through. The literature is written to intentionally be vague, and I would even argue dishonest to some extent, because you can find CRT literature. You can find lots of neo-Marxian literature, but you can find CRT literature where they talk about how it's dangerous to try and overthrow the current system without... It's dangerous to try to overthrow the current system until the replacement system you're advocating for has taken root in people's consciousness. So basically what they're saying is until we can make socialism and black nationalism like accepted in society, we have to hide our power level, because if we just talk about overturning individual rights and liberalism right off the bat, we'll turn everyone off.
Yeah.
So we have to kind of sneak these concepts into the mainstream, and then once they grab hold, then we're like pull the tarp off and say, aha, this is what we've been advocating for the whole time.
That's terrifying.
Yes.
That's the ultimate bait and switch right there.
The whole thing, the whole thing is bait and switch. I was annoyed because there are two quotes that are highly relevant to this. I couldn't find the second one. I don't remember where I read it, but I found one of them. Let me see where it is. It's too long for me to read on stream. But even Kimberly Crenshaw kind of goes into this in one of her papers, and she even quotes Gramsci and talks about cultural hegemony and how you have to kind of hide your power level and all this stuff.
Gramsci,
yeah,
that loser.
And so it's just like that's why no one understands what CRT is. It's like intentionally sort of created in this dishonest way. And then you get stupid people like Jon Oliver, who are just the ignorant fools regurgitating garbage that they read in a Vox article, or Kimberly Crenshaw tries to go on some interview and she tries to tie a neat little bow on her ideology. And just a way to like conceive of how ridiculous this is. Imagine this would be like if there was some resurgence of neo-Nazis and they're like, oh, we're not, neo-Nazis isn't anti-Semitic. Neo-Nazis aren't racist. And you had the head of the neo-Nazi movement come out and they're describing their view of their own movement. And this would be like basically Jon Oliver just uncritically listening to the head of the neo-Nazi movement.
Oh, that's a great analogy.
Why are we so afraid of the neo-Nazis? Look at what this guy says. He says they're not racist. He's just saying it's just a new way of looking at the world, and that we should have tight-knit communities, based on, blood and soil. And is blood and soil really that bad? I mean, come on.
This is just a new way of looking at power structures.
I know.
It's called white power structures.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a great analogy, because it's just insane that he's letting this stuff influence him in the way he is without looking at any of it critically at all.
Yeah, well, and this is the problem, is that all of our sense-making apparatus in America, at least, when it comes to information, all of our news sources have been completely dropped the ball. They've all been basically subsumed into partisanship bickering. And that's the primary purpose they engage in, is we want to win for Team Democrat or Team Republican. And so if they have to report on a story that helps one side or hurts the other side, that's the only lens that they can kind of view it through.
Yeah, scary.
Though I will say there was a New York Times article that was written by the editorial board that did call out cancel culture, which I liked. They did have to like kind of frame it like as if it's like a right-wing issue, but I'm hoping that that's a sign of a positive direction, at least, because they did say that the left was engaged with it too. So maybe we're finally having the slow wake-up moment. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being too optimistic, but
I think I read that article.
Yeah, a lot of people on the left were very triggered by that article.
Really? Because they've been
Yes.
being sold the same lie that cancel culture is just a right-wing lie. So much of this stuff, so much of the rebuttal to conservative arguments is it's all just a lie.
Right.
It's so bad. People are being so deceived and they're just gobbling up this nonsense.
True.
That's
Yelling
also,
about it,
also making their political opposition just, I mean, they don't even respect their political opposition at all.
No. Well, I mean, no one respects their political opposition in this country. So,
Well, I feel there are people on the right that do respect their political opposition to an extent. Obviously, there are hyper partisans who don't respect their political opposition at all. But I feel, I mean, I would look at Jon Oliver as someone who is mainstream on the left, and he has no respect for his political opposition. Where I feel like there are mainstream people on the right that have respect for their political opposition. Obviously, we saw the exchange between Andrew Sullivan and Jon Stewart, Con Stewart.
yeah. Well, yeah, but Sullivan's sort of, I mean, a lot of people on the right don't even like Sullivan. So I'm not sure.
Right, but he is on the right.
Yes, he is. on the right.
My only argument is that there are people on the right that have respect, mainstream people on the right that have respect for their political opposition on the left.
Yeah.
And I don't know that there are.
There are more.
I don't know that there are people on the left, mainstream people on the left that have respect for their political opposition on the right.
Okay, fair enough.
Do you think there is?
No. I think you're right. I think you're right.
Loudest.
I've never figured out what a critical race theory is, to be totally honest, after a year of talking about it. They're teaching that some races are morally superior to others, that some are inherently sinful and some are inherently saintly, and that's immoral to teach that because it's wrong.
Wow. I don't know if I...
So this is, he plays this clip of Tucker Carlson, who I don't like either. But Tucker Carlson says, I don't fully understand it, but then he immediately gives his problem with it. And he says it's this race essentialization, which CRT claims to not engage in, but does essentially engage in, which is to ascribe essential characteristics to different races, saying that one race is bad and one race is good, which is the way CRT frames a lot of the conversation. So I think that's a completely fair statement. Say, well, I don't understand it fully, but I understand this part of it, and I don't like it because it's despicable and racist. And yet, just because he said, I don't fully understand it, Jon Oliver is going to go, oh, wow, he doesn't understand it, yet he's wasting all this time and energy talking about it. What an idiot.
I know, it's so ridiculous that he does that. And I mean, I agree with what he's saying and the characterization of it. My problem is that the next line in the MPC dialogue tree is that that's not what critical race theory is. You don't know what you're saying is completely incorrect, and then they peddle out some lies about what critical race theory is, just teaching African American history or whatever. So I just feel like you can get past that. He's articulating what he doesn't like, and he's saying, okay, well, if that's not critical race theory, this is the thing that I don't like and I don't want taught in schools. So then conversation over. We're all in agreement that shouldn't be taught in schools, right?
Right. Well, and also it's ironic because, Jon Oliver is going to criticize Tucker for saying he doesn't understand it when Jon Oliver doesn't fucking understand
No,
it
not at
either.
all. Yes.
He understands nothing about what they're advocating for.
Yeah. All he knows is the cover story.
If we could just have the conversation publicly actually be real,
Yes.
about what CRT and wokeness is, I'd feel 90% better about things if it wasn't all just hidden underneath the surface of what was being advocated for.
We've tried to have those dialogues here on this channel.
Yes.
And we still get that, oh, well, that's not critical race theory. And every time you respond, okay, well, then I'm not against critical race theory. I'm against this. This is what I don't like. What do we call that? So I can say, I don't want this in public schools, right? I don't want them teaching this oppressor-oppressed narrative to school kids.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, well,
which, yeah, and that's the easiest, and that's one of like the easiest things to understand about CRT is that it is teaching. I mean, it is just it's just Marxian conflict theory, and they replace class with race. And people are like, okay, I don't want to teach children that, you know, all white people are participating in this white supremacist society and all black people are victims. I don't want to teach that to children.
Yes. Yes, even though you don't call it CRT. We watched a show, I think it was Bill Maher, with, what is it, Malcolm Nance and Ben Shapiro, where they had an interaction over it.
Yes.
And Ben Shapiro described exactly what Tucker Carlson describes here. And Malcolm Nance, who is the pro-CRT guy, says, oh, that sounds great. I want that taught in school. It's like, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait a second here. It was like a mask off moment for, yeah, no, that's really what we want to teach. I mean, what Tucker Carlson is describing here is what they want to teach.
Well, yeah, it's hard to tell because like with Malcolm Nance, you know, I think everyone's so cynical in this conversation and that CRT uses these buzzwords like equity and race consciousness and all this stuff that when Ben Shapiro just says them, like what he's hearing and what Ben Shapiro is hearing are just, they're operating on the two movies. They don't understand what is being advocated for.
Right. Jon Oliver hears the new term for equality of opportunity.
And then, and that's what's so annoying is that in the mainstream, you have all these ignorant, useful idiots for CRT. And then almost whenever I get into a conversation on Twitter with someone about this, it's always this game of hide the shell. I got into this very long Twitter interaction with this person about CRT. And I said, CRT is race Marxism and an attempt to bring back the new left's black nationalism, separatism into the mainstream discourse. Even the worst prescriptions can pose accurate critiques of existing systems, but that's not enough to keep it around. And then they play the whole game of, oh, you're saying it's all Marxo-communism. This isn't some new angle. The right-wing outrage mongers have been crying about this for years, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So then I post pictures of text from CRT stuff saying that it's literally black nationalism and black separatism and anti-integrationism. And what do? They read that and they say, oh, I don't see anything contentious in there. And I say, well, what do you mean? You just said earlier that it wasn't, that I was lying, that it's not Marxism and it's not black nationalism. And they completely changed their tune. And they're like, oh, no. I always knew that's what it was about. You don't understand. And so it's like, this is why I get so frustrated when we were talking to Sam and we were talking to Jangles and we talked to anyone about this. It's like, I don't know who the fuck is just lying and who just doesn't know because they're just too ignorant about the subject or they're too jaded about the political conversation. And it's like impossible to parse through all this stuff.
They don't know. They've taken a position based on ignorance. And then they're going to lie like a rug to get themselves out of it. Because once they've taken that position, they're like going down with the ship.
Right. But that's another thing, too. Is it just people arguing because they don't want to be wrong?
Yes.
Or did they always know? And I just revealed the truth. And now they're defending it.
I think they ignorantly adopt the position.
Maybe.
I think people just ignorantly adopt positions all the time. And in this environment, so much of it is driven by the thirst for attention. So many of these are content creators that are just so thirsty to get on a panel show or to, have a conversation with somebody, to get in front of an audience, that they'll take any position to do that. And unfortunately, they end up taking these completely ridiculous positions because anyone with a shred of dignity is actually going to look into the things before they say them. Anyone who's built an audience they're just gonna, they're not gonna take some crazy position just for some debate.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone
they're gonna
said,
think first.
Yeah. Someone said 10% lying, 90% don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably seems about right.
Who's lying? I mean, but I don't. That's an impossible thing. You can never tell who the 10% is and who the 90% is.
Right. Someone says, I could swear Stitch put on a persona and trolled Vosh last night. It sounded just like him, but talking really fast.
Oh, really?
So you'll have to link that to me at some point. I don't know what you're referring to. That sounds pretty funny.
Somebody cued me in on Vosh's losing subs. Vosh has lost like 3,000 subs over the misogynistic tweets at J.K. Rowling. And
really?
Somebody in our comment section was saying they feel like Vosh has peaked and that Vosh...
Interesting.
People are moving on from Vosh. And Alstafo, it's Alstafo, right? Alstafo sent me a video. Oh, God, it's so bad. Like, it's so bad. Vosh just completely lives in a dream world. It's just
what happened?
So far removed from reality. Well, he's falling for all the don't say gay stuff, and he's talking about it again. But I got to admit, this turnaround in Vosh's growth from growth to like decline has really he's taken a hit on his confidence. He's not speaking. His confidence is at 50% when he's talking about this stuff.
Really interesting.
Yeah, it is. He did a stream that I listened to that was just, I mean, I never plan on listening to a Vosh stream. Somebody sends me something and I listened for 5 minutes and, most of the time I duck out. But this one was actually pretty interesting because he was going to address everyone that's wronged him. And just he's so delusional about these interactions that I just think people are watching this going, okay, well, that's not how that interaction went. That's not how that interaction went. There's a real shelf life for this, I'm confident and wrong type scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So I think sooner or later, the wrongness becomes apparent and the confidence ensues. Because it's really hard. I mean, it's easy for Vosh to be confident about things that he believes are true, but as soon as they're patently untrue, then the confidence level wanes. And I feel like he was so certain that the interaction with J.K. Rowling was the correct thing to do, and now I think he realizes, okay, well, that was not correct, and now he's trying to course correct, but he doesn't really know where that line is anymore.
Right. And it's interesting to me that, like, very often it's a joke. I'll say, oh, I'm right about everything. I'm always 100% correct. And I would assume that from our content, it's very obvious that I'm joking and that I'm, generally, trying to actually listen to what other people are saying and weigh a lot of nuanced information. And it's super weird because I'll hear Vosh say the same shit, but like, I'm pretty sure when he's saying it, he's not joking. He just means it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and he was saying this with the J.K. Rowling stuff all the time. He's like, "Oh, I'm always right about this. I'm always right about optics." Blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
and
I
maybe
agree.
Some of his audience, maybe some of his audience is just like no, that you can only take us so far down this path before we start to see the shuckster, shine through.
That is one of the criticisms that we get. I've noticed people take our jokes seriously. Like we will say something like you will say, I'm never wrong, or I'll say I'm never wrong jokingly. And they will take that to heart. Like we really believe that. No, fuck you. We've been wrong many times. We will be wrong many times in the future. And we even engage in these debates much differently than most people do because we are genuine truth seekers. Like if we're wrong, we want to be proven wrong. It's super frustrating to get in these debates where we feel like we have a really good argument and no one is really even bringing counter arguments to our arguments. They're changing the subject, moving the goalposts, they're doing, pivoting, all these different things that people do.
Whataboutism.
Yeah, and they're not addressing the core of our argument, which frustrates me because how then we can't even test our argument.
Right.
I'm very excited when I see somebody send me something on Twitter that actually engages the argument, that looks like, okay, this person gets the argument and they're bringing me something that seems like it might be a decent counter argument so I can tell if I'm wrong or not.
Right.
Most people do not engage that way. And Vosh is just the epitome of not engaging that way. His brand seems wrapped around just mischaracterizing the people that he has interactions with. This doesn't always happen, because I've seen him have interactions with people where I actually agree with him, but I think it's just random because you know, if you're engaging in a debate, you know, and you don't really care about the truth, sometimes you're going to be up just accidentally on the side of what is correct. So,
well, yeah, I know you're completely correct. And my prediction for Vosh is that I think he's a class reductionist Marxist. I think he's always been. And he's been trying to like pretend like he's not, to appeal to all the woke identity politics crowd. And very slowly it's becoming like he can only tread that path of dishonesty for so long. And I think the J.K. Rowling situation kind of exposed, you know, a truth element to that he wasn't prepared to expose to the world, basically.
What is a class reductionist?
That he doesn't actually care. He doesn't like a class reductionist Marxist is a Marxist who doesn't like identity politics regarding race or gender. And all they want to focus on is everything is about economic class issues. Interesting. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they actually want to dismantle gender and race importance in a kind of a liberal way, but only to service them focusing everything about these class relations.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's the white dude, obviously. Yeah. Like, who wants to focus on race?
Well, that's true too, is that since he's a white guy, straight white guy, he knows, a cis straight white guy, he knows that his days are numbered under woke identity politics.
Right.
Patrick Mulligan for 10 Canadian. Thank you, Patrick says, today is my birthday and I'm spending it here. Well, thank you, Patrick. Happy birthday, Patrick.
Happy birthday.
Mulligan. Awesome. Adam, can you post the abs pic?
Oh shit. Is that the birthday present?
That's the birthday present.
We're giving CT's abs for birthdays now?
That's what Patrick wants.
I wonder if CT, as she's drawing this picture, wondered if it would continue to haunt her.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
In the way that it has. I'll see what I can do about that.
Sitch, can I get a kiss and a refund? How do can I refund super chats? Is that a thing?
A kiss and a refund?
I can give you a kiss. I don't know if I can give you a refund.
Can you?
I don't even know.
An internet kiss? How does that work? You send them like a dick pic or something?
I can send you an internet kiss. CT, can I get a drawing for degenerate old me? I thought the ad pic was your degenerate drawing. You want another one? My God, Patrick. Also, Patrick says, I need advice, guys. CT says I'm not a real simp because she talks to me and I do not ask for nudes or feet pics. How do I up my simp game?
Well, I think, didn't she just tell you? Just ask for nudes or feet pics.
No, that's like creeper. That's not like.
Oh, you're right. Never
simping.
Mind. That's bad advice.
Okay,
listen, we give terrible relation advice. That's the one thing that we say on the show that's true.
If you wanna up your simp game, Patrick, you can start calling CT Milady. Start calling her Milady CT. How about that? It's pretty simpy, right?
Yeah. What about gifts? Gifts are a good way to go.
There you go.
Just nothing too creepy, obviously.
Right. Just send her money. Just start giving CT money. That's pretty simpy, right?
I got you a framed picture of your abs. Don't do that. That's probably a bad move.
I know. Not Alfarius for $20 says, glad you guys are covering this. When I saw it, I laughed. Do you think the fact that these CRT people have to lie about their own ideology when scrutinized is a sign that they will ultimately lose any power eventually? I hope so. Because basically the CRT position is they're banking on subverting our institutions so much so that by the time they reveal their power level, they'll be safe. And I guess it's really a race against the clock there as to what happens first. Do they subvert our institutions first completely, or do they reveal their power level too quickly? And I don't know the answer to that question. Which is funny because this was always what the left criticized the right for doing.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
You know, in 2015, 2016, the right is hiding their power level. They're trying to subvert, racism and white nationalism into our society, blah, 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 blah. And then a few short years later, it's like literally the fucking opposite of that.
Can you imagine if this was happening in the same way that the CRT is playing out? Like if there's some like white supremacy, Holocaust denialist.
Right. Right.
Well, I guess you could just call it critical race theory because that sounds fitting, just as fitting, right? But if critical race theory was really some sort of white supremacist thing that they were trying to sneak in, and Fox News is talking about the moral panic on the left and how what this is just teaching American history.
Yeah, exactly.
But really, it's teaching American history X.
Bryant Town said for $20 says, wait. You were pausing the video and responding. Sitch, did you learn nothing from 9 hours of premium denim content? Where are the chairs, the mouth sounds, the unbroken silence, the random true declaration? Yeah, it's true. We have to be more like denim. We have to pause the video, or Adam does because Adam's actually on camera. Adam has to pause the video
and
then stare at the chat for like 10 seconds before he even tries to say anything.
That was infuriating. I listened to a lot of that EFAP while I was drawing it. I was just, oh man. The motivated reasoning for how you can justify what is really just a pathetic existence in my estimation. I mean,
Adam's not pulling punches today.
Well, they're glorified babysitters. Hassan even calls himself a babysitter.
Yes.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Yeah, I often wonder what kind of people gravitate to these audiences, but I feel like it's just young people interested in seeing how other young people act and how should I behave?
Well, for those of you who don't know what I'm referring to is that basically the conversation was about how on Twitch, a lot of these Twitch streamers will stream full episodes of like Hell's Kitchen or Avatar: The Last Airbender or just TV shows or other people's content, and they add nothing to it. They just sit there and they just watch it. And it's like, first of all, obviously this should be illegal because you're just stealing. But then secondly, it's like, why is anyone watching this garbage? Just watch the thing originally.
And this Twitch streamer was trying to make an argument how what she was doing was adding value because she was keeping people company watching the stuff.
Yeah.
As she's making money off of the content and the people.
Right.
As if this was some great service to humanity. And I mean, that's a pretty sad, bleak outlook for humanity in my book, but
it is.
If I've ever seen a person confidently complain about something just seconds after admitting they don't know shit about it. Look, I've never figured out how a car engine works, to be honest, but there's a chimpanzee under the hood turning a crank, and when you press the accelerator, it pokes it with a sharp stick and makes him crank faster, and it's immoral to do that because it's wrong.
Except he literally said his problem with it, John. Now you could address that if you're going to be honest. But
he tried to shoehorn that analogy into the joke by saying that the thing that makes the car work is immoral, but yeah, it would be a better joke and more accurate if the car was powered by the souls of historical slaves or something like that, right? Then it would be more on point, but Jon Oliver can't make that joke because he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't understand the nuance of the situation. Like, that's why we can make much funnier jokes, because we know the reality of the situation going on here, right?
Right.
Don't you think?
Right.
But obviously, that is not what critical race theory is. It's the name given to a body of legal scholarship that began in the 1970s that attempted to understand...
Would you still drive if your car ran on the souls of tortured slaves?
No.
Would you stop driving? Would you get yourself a bike?
Someone can make the argument that, like, your computers run on the souls of tortured slaves if they're from parts of, they come from parts that have slaves mine out.
Slave labor, yeah.
Slave labor that, they mine certain metals and put them together and all that stuff.
Sure.
So I can say no, but the answer is probably yes.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm just being real here, all right? I'm just saying what
we all want to try to be as ethical
Okay.
as we can, but as soon as it comes down to us being disconnected from our friends on the internet, we're like, I'm going to pass.
Well, it's like, it's as soon as something becomes inconvenient, you're like, oh, but it's just so inconvenient. I mean,
it's so much more than convenience, though. What are you talking about? We're literally thriving.
Right, but I think convenience is the thing that really drives society in terms of, like, allowing horrible shit to go on.
Oh, sad.
Like, it's just so much more convenient to do this very unethical thing.
Obviously, that is not what critical race theory is. It's the name given to a body of legal scholarship that began in the 1970s.
Blah, 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 you piece of shit.
Wait.
We've heard this a million times.
He's about to say something that's actually
okay,
true.
I'll back it up. I'll back it up. I can't take it, though. Sitch, my elephant. Look, it's right here. The elephant is another elephant.
I was about to give John praise for actually saying something right, which is
really? Something relevant? As soon as I hear legal scholars, I check out. I'm like, okay, this is so... I just want.
Well, they are legal scholars.
I want to start swinging.
Obviously, that is not what critical race theory is. It's the name given to a body of legal scholarship that began in the 1970s that attempted to understand why racism and inequality persisted after the civil rights movement. The core idea...
Okay. That's true. And something that is often...
True?
True. That is true, and something that's often neglected in these conversations is that CRT exists because it's like the 80s, and a bunch of activists are like, it's been less than 20 years after the civil rights movement passed, and yet there's still, economic inequality among racial groups. Why is that? Which, I don't know, to me is a really dumb fuck question, because it's like, well, obviously things don't change overnight. It's a very slow march towards progress. Yada, yada, yada. There's all, we have a lot of cultural gravity issues that need to be overcome, et cetera, et cetera. So that part is true. What is completely wrong is everything else, or the prescription in which that they label for why there is racism. And the CRT answer is the reason racism... Basically, the CRT perspective is, listen, we had the civil rights movement. We tried liberal individual rights solutions to fighting racism. We tried expanding individual rights to black people. And yet it's, been less than 20 years. That hasn't worked. Obviously, that means it's never, ever, ever going to work. So we need to overthrow individual rights. We need to overthrow liberalism, and we need to find a third way. And that third way just happens to be neo-Marxism. So.
Right. Aside from the proposed solution, how is that critique any different than the neo-reactionaries' critique?
It's literally the same.
Yes, it is.
It's literally the
isn't it?
same.
We tried liberalism. It was an utter failure. Now we have to go back to the 1800s. Right?
Right. But that's what's so baffling to me about a lot of this, is that the neo-reactionary and the neo-Marxian perspective is almost identical.
Yes.
There's been some recent thing that we don't like, so we need to go back to something that's never worked.
Well,
or has been worse, basically.
It's interesting, too, because even the communists have primitive communism. They believe that in, the ancient times, there was utopia in the same way that the neo-reactionaries do.
When we were all hunter-gatherers before we had that horrible thing called property ownership, everyone was happy being a cave person hunting
Right.
the tiger,
Yes.
having their children being raised by communal groups of people instead of nuclear families.
Nuclear families.
We need to go back to those times, Sonny.
Very sad.
Is that racism is not merely the product of individual bias or prejudice, but also something that is embedded in legal systems and policies. As for Tucker's notion...
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let me go back. Just a
We got
tiny
that.
bit.
That's right.
Okay.
That's a good assessment.
The core idea is that racism is not merely the product of individual bias or prejudice,
Mm-hmm.
but also something embedded in legal systems and policies. That's true. That is what CRT advocates for.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is John doesn't know what the fuck that means. And he doesn't even attempt to find out what that means in the course of this 28-minute long video, which is kind of reprehensible for someone who's supposed to be informing his audience about something. Because we saw this a lot on Tuesday with Lisa and Jon Stewart in their conversation, because she kept saying every white person is racist because we live in a white supremacist society and system. And until we overthrow that system, we'll continue to be racist. And Jon Stewart was too ignorant or dumbfounded to ask her what the fuck that means. And I don't even know if Lisa knows what that means. Because when the CRT people say that racism is embedded in legal system and policies, what they're saying is that they're operating under this framework of systemic racism, which says systemic racism just says we look at the outcome of something and it produces racially unequal results.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, the system itself must be racist.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have to make determinations about like what specific part of the system is racist. They just say, no. The system, root and stem, from its inception, is a racist system. And this is basically what CRT says about our Constitution. They say since our Constitution was created by white men who were, operating under racist principles of white supremacy and having black slaves, that means that the very fabric of the system itself, even if it doesn't appear racist, even if we can't point to something specific and say that's racist, is racist because it was created by racist people. And therefore
That's
that system, it is ridiculous. And they say, therefore that system, our Constitution and our legal system, will always create racist results because it was created by racist people, hundreds of years ago.
That's so magical thinking. It's insane.
It is insane. And
it's like because they were racist, they imbued racism into the documents through the ink that they were using. What was this process? What's the causal link here, Sitch?
There is none.
Yeah.
When you read a lot of this early, not just CRT stuff, when we read a lot of this early woke academic garbage from the 70s, in the 80s, it's just designed to win arguments. It's literally just pages of academics crying that they're arguing with Republicans about trying to point out what racism is. So they're like, we just need to define our terms in a way that makes us automatically right. And so that's where the systemic racism term comes from. It's basically saying, I just win the argument. I can look at American society and say, black people, are disproportionately more poor than white people. Therefore, America is systemic racist society. Mm-hmm. And I don't have to point to what's causing that inequity at all. It doesn't matter. It's just racist.
Well, they're going further and further because they're saying that individual preference doesn't matter. So you can have racist intentions or not have racist intentions, and the outcomes can be inadvertently racist, which sets up a dynamic where they're basically saying that racist intent is irrelevant, which I can't stand, because as someone who understands how democracy works, how our political system functions, racist intent matters more than anything, because you're basically trying to cobble together electoral coalitions. And if if something like CRT comes along and it completely turns what is an unracist population into a racist population, you're literally embedding a selection mechanism for future racist policies into the actual system, embedding it through democratic processes. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is this clear?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So that to me is the biggest problem whatsoever, especially when you have most of these people who are communists or Marxists or whatever you want to call them, socialists. They're talking about democracy being the be all and end all, and they don't even understand how democracy works.
No, that's a good point.
The preferences of the people are the utmost importance. And it's one of the things that frustrates me so much about this critical race theory debate, because, Jon Oliver's coming out here and he's basically saying all the people who are talking about how critical race theory is racist are a bunch of Chicken Littles. The sky is falling. They've been lied to. They don't understand. What doesn't matter? First of all, that argument, it doesn't matter if Jon Oliver is correct. I don't believe he's correct, but even if he is correct, the perception that it's racist is what's going to turn them from, anti-racist Americans, that's a bad term now, but unracist Americans into literal racists. We're going to start voting for racist policies, and this is going to be like a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're going to get the kind of segregation, the kind of, future redlining policies that are all going to be under the rug, hidden away, that you think still exist today, are actually going to come back into existence. And you're literally creating that problem.
Of course, because people aren't stupid.
Yes.
And if white people see that there's political power to be gained in society by advocating and unifying around your racial identity, and if the Democrats or the left can unify around black or minority racial identity and use that as a sledgehammer to beat, white Republicans over the head with, they're only going to take that for so long. We're already seeing this change. We're already seeing a resurgence of white nationalism, which I believe is a direct result of wokeism. They're only going to take that for so long before they say, listen, you keep calling me a racist. I'm not even accruing the benefit of being racist. I'm just getting penalized by you attacking me this way. So I might as well become racist.
Yeah.
I might as well gain this benefit that you're speaking of if you're going to attack me as if I do have this benefit of white privilege.
Yeah, great point. Yeah,
that's
it's scary. It's completely
scary. And that's what's happening. And people like Jon Oliver have their head too far up their own ass to understand that that's what's happening.
Yeah, they're useful idiots. But they think that we're already there, which is the frustrating thing.
Right.
Which is super frustrating.
Policies. As for Tucker's notion that it teaches that some races are superior to others, or that parents claim that it teaches kids to hate America, none of that is remotely true. As Kimberly Crenshaw, one of...
It's so baffling. It's so baffling because if the CRT conception, like fucking Derek Bell, okay, who's believed to be the founder of CRT, him and Kimberly Crenshaw, if Derek Bell's he had the most pessimistic view of America and society. He thought America would never be a non-racist country.
Yes. Yeah.
And that black people shouldn't even be fighting racism with the idea that it will ever be destroyed, and that they should be fighting racism on the grounds of spite. Okay. This is how he views reality. And you're telling me that that's not a negative view of America?
Yeah. So dark.
His Derek Bell's prescription was, or his view of the world was, the only reason white Americans actually were in favor of giving equal rights to black people wasn't because of any moral claim. It was because they wanted to beat the Soviets and they wanted to beat back communism. And it was all just like a conspiracy theory to not look bad on the world stage and to try to prevent Marxist revolutions from fermenting in our own society. Like,
really? That's so crazy.
Yes. That's Derek Bell and CRT's
We were
view
only doing it
of-
to appease the Russians?
well, not to appease the Russians, but because like
To
The Ru- it's-
optically appear magnanimous to the Russians.
well, no, it's so you know how the Chinese right now will be like, oh, America complains that we're genociding Uyghurs, but look how bad American is in treating black people.
Right, yes.
So the Russians were doing that in the 60s and 70s.
Really? Okay.
Essentially,
I
yes.
didn't
They're doing
know
the
that.
exact same thing. China's just copying Russia's playbook. Doing the same thing, saying, how dare, America comes around and they talk about how liberalism is so great and so much better than communism, but, they have this huge problem where they treat black people like second-class citizens and, they're poor and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so Derek Bell is saying, oh, well, the only reason that that white people and the government at the time actually advocated for equal rights for black people was to fight that messaging. He thinks it's that cynical, basically.
Ouch.
CRT's leading
Kimberly Crenshaw.
scholars points out.
Are you attracted to her? What's going on here? You think she's hot?
No, whenever I hear her speak, I'm so triggered. I'm like, I'm fine. I just feel there's a lot of dishonesty rolling out of Kimberly Crenshaw.
Yeah. That's what's annoying is that Kimberly Crenshaw is very, very aware of how to hide her power level.
Oh, yeah.
And how to appear optically. And that's why my favorite interaction with her was
Joy Reid.
the Joy Reid thing, where Joy Reid, straight off the bat, first question, is CRT Marxist?
Right. And laughs it off like, of course it's not. Just tell everyone, tell the world how it's not Marxist.
Right.
And what does she
Joy
do?
Reid's laughing. Joy Reid's laughing like this is such a preposterous question. And Kimberly Crenshaw doesn't answer it.
She doesn't answer the fucking question.
She changes
She filibusters.
the subject.
Yes, she moves the goalpost. She like changes. She pivots. She squirms, and and Joy Reid is kind of looking like, what's going on here? Wow, I guess maybe this is Marxist.
She can't even give a yes or no on is CRT Marxist. She
Right.
didn't say no. It's not Marxist. It's
Right.
X. She just says, Joy, CRT is actually about this. I'm not going to answer your question because it would make me look bad. But here's what I think it is.
Yeah, she laughs it off. Does Joy Reid ask a follow-up question? Does Joy Reid go, actually, you didn't answer the question I asked. Here, let me ask a follow-up. Does that happen, Sitch?
No, it does not happen. No, of course it doesn't happen.
Because Joy Reid realized in that moment that this is Marxist as shit.
Well, maybe, and it's interesting because after that conversation, Joy has become increasingly more radicalized in her segments. So I'm wondering, as you said, maybe she had that sit down talk with Kimberly Crenshaw afterwards, where she was like, "Listen, Joy, this is the way it works."
Right?
Okay.
Yeah. She showed her the alien technology. She's like, Joy, we've been hiding this from you, but look, we have Marx's corpse over here. We worship it on weekends. Right?
Right.
Scholars points out.
Critical race theory just says let's pay attention to what has happened in this country and how what has happened in this country is continuing to create differential outcomes so we can become that country that we say we are. So critical race theory is not anti-patriotic. In fact, it is more patriotic than those who are opposed to it because we believe in the 13th and the 14th and the 15th Amendment. We believe in the promises of equality, and we know we can't get there if we can't confront and talk honestly about inequality.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you fucking idiot. What did she actually say? She said nothing. She literally said nothing. She said CRT is just about
talking about the inequality.
CRT just means being aware that racial inequality exists in America, guys. That's all it means. It's so simple. It just means looking around, opening your eyeballs and saying, wow, people are so racist. That's all it means, guys. It's and it's so funny because they like this is the elephant in control here because Jon Oliver is so like controlled by his elephant that he's saying the dumbest thing ever. He's going to say CRT is a high-level legal scholarship class, okay? Which implies that it's very complicated.
Right.
And has a lot to say. And then he's going to play a clip of Kimberly Crenshaw saying some like incredibly basic nothing that there's no way in hell could be a high-level college course for legal school at all, or for law school at all.
Yeah.
And he doesn't say, how is this thing that Kimberly Crenshaw just said? She just gave this vague non-answer. How is that being taught in colleges? That doesn't make any sense. Obviously, there's something deeper beneath the surface. Do you think that thought occurs to Jon Oliver and say, maybe I should dig into this on my own? No.
Well, this is all choreographed anyway. I mean, they edit these pieces together for maximal propagandistic impact. So
you're right.
He's basically picked a clip that is just, vanilla, innocuous, nothing that you can really disagree with. You see Kimberly Crenshaw has a nice folksy cadence. Oh, this person, so simple what they're saying.
Right.
I mean, all these people, she does really talk like she's straight out of the 60s. It's almost like I feel like I'm at a party smoking weed with her. It's like she just passed me the joint and then she leans over and gives me this spiel. I'm like, oh yeah, that's innocuous. I can take that's not a big deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me
that's actually a great characterization.
And then as soon as you take your hit, she's like, yeah, and all white people are racist motherfuckers.
You're like, wait, what?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's funny because that is what CRT is. CRT is like they're passing the drugs around and they're waiting for it to hit before they drop the ball on you.
Yeah, exactly.
They're hoping you're too inebriated to fight back.
Yeah.
Once they reveal their power level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I want to play what she said again.
Okay.
It's just so.
This theory just says let's pay attention to what has happened in this country and how what has happened in this country is continuing to create differential outcomes.
Okay, so she said let's pay attention to what's happening in this country.
No, what's happened in the country
what's happened in this
continues to create differential outcomes.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
See, but that's the key.
The redlining is the key, yes.
No, but the key is she said, and how it's continuing to happen.
Right.
Because that's when you say, well, wait a minute. Because she's just describing this in this very vague term. She's not giving like what is the prescription here, or even what is the CRT's. Why does CRT think that these things are still happening? Which is the $1 million question.
They're using the race metaphor though, not like a track race. They're saying that while we've overturned all of these policies, the legacy of these policies is still happening, and that's what's created the differential. But I would argue.
Well, she's not even saying that though.
Well, she did say.
She's just doing the literal "I'm just asking questions" Cartman bit.
Okay.
There's no prescription in what she said. She said all it's about is asking questions about why racism exists.
Well, they that's wrapped up in critical race theory. I mean, that's the argument that I always hear, because as soon as you say what policies are in effect now, they readily admit that all the policies have been corrected, but the legacy of those policies are still affecting people. But I mean, I always think if you believe a policy is affecting you, you're going to behave in a way as if that policy exists, even if that policy doesn't exist. I mean, the whole idea behind law enforcement is that we believe there is enough law enforcement to keep everyone in line, when that's, patently not the case. It's a fiction that is good for society. This is a fiction that is not good for society. This fiction that black people don't have any opportunity, like, makes them not even seek any opportunity, which in reality, there's tons of opportunity.
Right.
Yeah.
So we can become that country that we say we are. So critical race theory is not anti-patriotic. In fact, it is more patriotic.
More patriotic than you, Sitch. Look, she's spitting in your face here. She's totally spitting in your face.
But this is why it's so disgusting, because it's like, how can you say that you want to overturn liberal individual rights that our country is founded upon, and say that the liberal individual civil rights is some kind of conspiracy to keep black people down? You say that and then claim that you're more patriotic, or that this is an anti-American.
Look, they're so patriotic, Sitch, that they want to extend the founding of America by over 100 years, okay? They want to move it all the way back to 1619. They're 1776. That's not for super patriots, okay?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Come on.
That's a great point. Only a true patriot wants to extend the length of time that America's existed.
Yes.
Over 100 years.
400 years? No. I want 500 years. Look, I don't understand why we can't take it back 1,000 years. America is great.
I mean, technically, if you think about it, those Brits, those proto-Americans, like everything they were doing was just building towards the greatness that would be America someday in the future.
You read my mind here, Sitch. I like to think of Great Britain as like the seed of America, right?
Right.
So, and really, the seed goes back even further. Shit, what are we talking here? Like another couple thousand years?
Yes. Yeah, and actually, it's almost like the Romans as well. Like they were working towards an America that they didn't know existed. So I think they should be included in this.
Sure, yeah.
In fact.
Yeah.
Actually,
there's genetic material in the seed from the Romans.
Yes. Well, actually, since America is the greatest country that's ever existed in all of human existence, nay, maybe even, not even maybe, indeed, the greatest country that's ever existed in the universe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think if you really think about it, all of life on Earth.
I know, I was going to say.
All of life on Earth was bent towards this direction of creating the utopian society that is America.
Yeah.
Okay.
The arc of the moral universe. America.
So when that first cell was like, when those first random protein strains and DNA strains like came to be because lightning struck the primordial soup 5 billion years ago, that's really when America was founded.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
At the moment that the very first life form came to be on Earth, that was when America was born, damn it.
Yes. When light hit that empty void, that light was red, white, and blue. That light. When God said, "Let there be light," we know exactly what that light looked like.
That's right. See, we have to fix the Bible, okay? Because really what it should say is, first there was nothing.
Exactly.
And then God said, "Let there be America." And a bald eagle flew out of the void and went, "Ah!" And it brought in the creation of the universe with it.
Tingles. This is so cool. So welcome to
God stood up and said, "Oh, say, can you see?"
This is triggering everyone that we've debated the Ukraine situation with over the past month.
I think reality itself was created and crafted by God just to extol praise and virtue upon America.
Why? It's so funny that people call us right wingers, and anyone who watches this, like our audience definitely calls us bleeding heart liberals all the time.
Yes.
Like they know the truth. But we're just so, I mean, we're loyal Americans. We love America. It's one thing that we definitely have in common. I mean, this country's great. Come on.
Oh my
guys.
God. Not the Batman in the chat says, he says, you guys are wrong. America was like, "Let there be God." And then God made America.
Sacrilege. I can't believe you'd say something like that.
The Big Bang was the 4th of July for the universe. That is true.
Oh, this is good.
That is true.
You guys are kicking it up a notch. Thank you.
There you go. If you trace back the begats, okay, you can find out that the universe was created on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Of course. It doesn't make sense
so
any
true.
other way. Yes. All right, let's get back to this American hater.
Than those who are opposed to it, because we believe in the 13th and the 14th and the 15th Amendment. We believe in the promises of equality, and we know we can't get there if we can't confront and talk honestly about inequality.
So we're just having conversations here. We're just talking about it.
Yeah, she's right. And incidentally, if you just found yourself there wondering what the 13th, 14th and 15th Amendments are, that alone might be a good sign that we don't talk about this stuff in schools enough. And to be clear, CRT is...
But he doesn't explain what the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment are, which is interesting. Okay. I believe the 13th Amendment repealed slavery.
Graduate level legal theory. So unless your 5-year-old is currently pursuing a law degree, they're not reading Kimberly Crenshaw. But critics of it argue that the idea...
He just signs off on her incredibly nebulous, basic BS explanation of CRT. And then immediately he's like, oh, that's a high-level graduate theory in law schools. Like, well, do you think that's what's being taught in law school, John? Something that basic and
Complete
stupid?
contradiction, yeah.
I did want to point out, though.
Unless your 5-year-old is...
There it is. You see that? That's the book. That's the CRT Bible right there.
Is it
Critical
really?
Race Theory, Key Writings That Form the Movement. That's the book that on page 2 of the introduction, they say, hey, CRT is about bringing back black nationalism.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Page fucking 2 of the introduction of that book that they put in that picture says, let's bring back black nationalism.
They call it black
separatism.
nationalism?
Yes.
Really? By
Specifically.
name?
By name.
Wow. Page 2.
Page 2, they say... on page 2, they say, dun, 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 race.
This would be a great meme right here, this screenshot, and then a picture of page 2 highlighted, like the girls reading it. Black nationalism.
Yeah, it says, the mainstream civil rights discourse on race relations was constructed in this way, and when they say this way, in the previous paragraph, they talk about the liberal way, as a defense against the more radical ideologies of racial liberation presented by the black nationalist and black consciousness movements of the 60s and 70s. In this construction of racism as the irrational and backwards bias of believing someone's race is important, the American cultural mainstream neatly linked the black left to the white racist right. According to this quickly coalesced consensus, race consciousness became characterized by both white supremacists and black nationalists, and so it followed that both were racist. The resulting center of cultural common sense thus rested on the exclusion of virtually the entire domain of progressive thinking about race within colored communities. With its explicit embrace...
Do they really say that?
With its explicit embrace of race consciousness, critical race theory aims to re-examine the terms by which race and racism have been negotiated in American consciousness and to recover and revitalize the radical tradition of race consciousness among African Americans and other peoples of color. A tradition, listen to this part, a tradition that was discarded when integration,
oh my goodness,
assimilation, and the ideal of colorblindness became the official norms of racial enlightenment. So let's just
high-level college stuff.
Let's throw integration and assimilation into the trash can. Okay, we need to do away with that. And I love on Gary Peller's specific paper on race consciousness. It says the summary says, in Gary Peller's argument, race defined historically constructed and distinct communities whose interaction should be conceived of in terms of nation-to-nation relations, rather than in terms of the integrationist colorblind model of race, which he ascribes to mainstream liberal conception. Okay, so race consciousness means that we in America should be dealing with different ethnic groups as if they're different countries. Okay, that's what he means when he says, in Peller's argument, race defined historically constructed and distinct communities whose interactions should be conceived of in terms of nation-to-nation relations. Okay.
Ouch.
So white people and black people should view each other in America as different countries.
Yeah.
And we should interact with black people as if we're interacting with a foreign country.
Do they want separate passports or something? How's this work?
I don't know. It's so crazy.
I mean, weren't they really against those kind of prohibitions? Didn't they want to be able to move around freely and stuff? Not have to carry a African-American passport?
But that's why Jon Oliver and Jon Stewart and all these idiots don't know what they're talking about. They think that CRT is just the continuation of left-wing liberal civil rights from the 60s. And it's distinctly not. It's the opposite.
Yeah.
Currently pursuing a law degree, they're not reading Kimberly Crenshaw. But critics of it argue that the ideas behind CRT are being taught in schools and often present a hyperbolically distorted version of what those ideas are. And a key person here...
So he's saying this is exactly Tucker Carlson's critique. So he does sort of understand Tucker Carlson's critique, but he's saying Tucker Carlson's critique is hyperbolic.
Well, yeah, and that's what's weird. He's able to correctly steelman that important aspect of the argument, which is, yes, CRT itself isn't necessarily being taught, but the concepts that build it
are being taught. Yeah,
are being taught. Which I would applaud him for even getting that far, because usually that part of the conversation is lost on like 90% of people.
I agree. Yeah, that's why I caught it.
Yeah,
is this man, a conservative activist named Christopher Rufo. He claims CRT is actually a revolutionary program that would overturn the principles of the Declaration and destroy the remaining structure of the Constitution, which it just isn't. It isn't that.
But it wants to be that.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
actually accurate.
Yeah, that's the aspirations of it, definitely.
Right, because the CRT position is that the Constitution is inherently racist, and and there's no way to fix it.
Yeah,
there's no way to fix it. We tried to fix it with the civil rights movement by listening to the dirty liberals, and it didn't work.
But in the wake of the George Floyd protests, just as America was beginning to grapple with systemic racism, Fox News began featuring Rufo.
Oh my God! So it's all Fox News' fault. This is insane.
Well,
this is insane. We were so close with George Floyd. We almost made it. We were in the end zone.
And then, from the darkness, from across the field,
Fox News is running.
Fox News, is the evil sports team in this analogy. They're like, bring in our star, evil, rich white quarterback who's, part of the frat that all the nerds don't like. And then you see Christopher Rufo walks in like slowly from the field. You're like, no, it's the Rufo.
Not the Rufo. Yep.
Rufio.
Here he comes.
On air a lot.
Well, I just want to say though, there's two things here that are important, which is that, first of all, he says with George Floyd happening, people were beginning to wake up about systemic racism. George Floyd's death had nothing to do with racism or systemic racism.
Don't tell them that.
And that was never even part of the trial. There was never any proof given or even argued that Derek Chauvin was acting in the way he was acting because Derek Floyd was black. That never came up. It was just assumed by a lot of pundits and never explored.
Doesn't matter. Everyone knows that if that was a white guy, that would have never happened.
Right. Except for
even though it has happened a bunch of times to white people.
Exactly. Exactly.
The difference is if that had happened to a white guy, no one would care, as evidenced by the fact that it has happened to a bunch of white guys and no one cared.
Yep. Yeah.
Yes. You know why? Because they're criminals. Fuck.
Well, it's not. It's because people in America don't care about police brutality on its own or
Right,
bad
yeah,
policing
yeah.
on its own.
Yes.
They only care if it's shoved in through this prism of racism.
Of course, yeah, because then they can make the argument and validate their worldview. Of course, if it was different skin color, none of this would have happened.
Yes, and you have to understand that, and it's really sad, but you have to understand that the majority of the way our media operates is in order to win elections for either the Democrats or the Republicans. And so the left media, like the Democrats, they're not going to win votes, or at least the media doesn't think they're going to win votes by talking about police brutality on like as a concept on its own. But they do think that they'll win votes if they say, oh, there's all this racism going on. Because then they feel like they can beat the right over the head with the racism stick, and then the right will fight back, and then they could say, oh, see, we knew it. We knew it. The Republicans are all racist.
Yeah, that's what makes it so gross in my mind, is that it really is just about electoral politics. Yeah.
Yes. That's all it is about.
Which sucks.
And then the other thing here too is the framing of this is very dishonest, because I looked up what I thought was Chris Rufo's first appearance on Fox News, which was on Tucker Carlson. And it was in September. And George Floyd died in May, like the end of May. So like Jon Oliver is trying to portray it like, oh, George Floyd died, and then immediately Fox News rolls out Christopher Rufo to like counteract the narrative. It's like, this is months later. Like, what are you talking about?
Right.
It was completely and what Chris Rufo was talking about had nothing at all to do with George Floyd. He was talking about how he had found seminars to the Treasury Department that Treasury employees are supposed to go to, and it was all like woke bullshit, you know, white people live in a white supremacist society, blah 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 blah, garbage, essentially, and nothing to do with George Floyd.
We've been involved in a woke off long before George Floyd showed up.
Yes,
long before the George Floyd incident happened. So, yeah.
Yeah, but the George Floyd thing really set it off into like the sphere of race wokeism, I guess.
Yes, and you know, gave an opportunity to people who wanted to push critical race theory into classrooms, the opening that they needed.
Yes.
Right.
Selic S for 20 Aussie bucks says, do you have a recommended reading list, or are you making one? Or maybe get yourself an Audible deal. Also, A-Team go. Just kidding. We know S-Team rules.
Okay, well, I was going to give you my in-depth reading list, which I have hidden on the internet now, but psych! Oh, S-Class needs to come up with their own reading list.
Wow.
No,
you
obviously.
Don't have your reading list just like in the description or something?
It's on adamfriended.com, so you can check it out. There's a reading list there.
Adamfriended.com.
I have a bunch of books that I've read, but I have my favorite books are on top, like my 6 favorite books. Yeah, because people, that's like the number one question that I get. I actually did 2 videos, like I think each one is like 2 hours long or an hour long or something like that. Well, I went through my entire Audible account and gave my feedback on every single book I'd read, which was funny.
There you go. That's pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of people watch those videos, and I was like, oh my God, this is insane. Why are you guys watching this boring ass video? But
because they want to know what books to read. So.
Can you guess my top favorite books?
Number
one, The Righteous Mind. Correct. Number 2,
yeah. Narrow Corridor.
It's not even on the list, but it should be.
Really?
Yeah. Why Nations Fail is number 3, and it's written by Darren Asamoglu and James A. Robinson. They also wrote The Narrow Corridor, which is like a supplemental to the Why Nations Fail.
Okay.
Dictator's Handbook is number 2.
Dictator's Handbook.
Yes, this is where you're totally lost now. You'll never guess the last 4. Oh wait, you did guess one. What'd you guess?
I don't know. What did I guess?
So you've Righteous Mind, Dictator's Handbook, Why Nations Fail. What's next?
Yes.
I thought you guessed one.
Oh, you have the Leonard Sachs book, I bet.
Yes. Why Gender
Matters.
We'll give you that one. Secret of Our Success by Joseph Henrich. Influence, The Psychology of Persuasion by Robert B. Cialdini. Yes. And The Murderer Next Door by David M. Buss.
Okay, there you go.
David M. Buss is the same. David M. Buss, I mean, the guy's practically a feminist. And it's so funny that they characterize David M. Buss as this crazy right-winger because he talks about sex differences. And the left is like, if you believe biological sex differences exist, even though our entire ideology based on people being able to transition from male to female is predicated on the fact that biological sex differences exist, you're a racist piece of shit. Yes. Yeah, it's so bizarre.
Sammy G brings up a good point, which is that which we kind of, and I forgot about until she said it just now, was that a lot of the energy behind George Floyd too was that people had been in lockdown for a year or a year and a half. And it felt like this was kind of, people were just frustrated with being in lockdown for so long too. And I think that's part of why the George Floyd situation exploded. And then on top of that, it was like, it seemed crazy to people because if you remember, there were people like not that long before George Floyd who were protesting the lockdowns. And we kept hearing from the media, these people are spreading COVID with their horrible protest. How dare they do this? It's so irresponsible, blah, 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 blah. And then these massive protests, these massive BLM protests, which dwarf
10 times the size, 100 times the size.
100 times the size of these lockdown protests come out. And suddenly like, oh, well, they're not going to spread COVID because they're outside and they're wearing masks and blah, blah. It was like, and everyone knew that it was bullshit.
Yeah, total bullshit.
And I think a lot of people just completely turned off from any trust in the institutions and the media when they saw that obvious lie coming down the pipeline.
I still remember to this day, we were doing a live stream, one of our Sunday shows on something. And it was when the George Floyd riots were taking place in Los Angeles. And we brought up a live news feed of Los Angeles, and the protests are getting closer and closer to my house. And I'm going, fuck, this is not good. This is not good. I'm getting nervous here. These people are breaking windows and shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Lunanimo Music for $20 says, thank you. Says, my political science professor assigned, quote, Prejudicial Black America and the Presidents by Margaret Kimberly as a textbook. It explains how racist every president was.
Oh my goodness. Holy
It's as one-sided as you would think. This is at SAC State.
Wow.
That's terrible.
Wow. That sucks.
Terrible.
I want to give a shout out to Sammy G too. Sammy G left a comment in our comment section that had me saluting.
Oh, what was that?
It's so just such a glowing endorsement of America. I was like proud, very proud. Thank you, Sammy.
Awesome. Well, speaking of that, Two Rivers for €5 says, it's not a coincidence. The light spectrum is red, white, combined light, and blue. Holy shit. There you go. I told you that the universe is built on America.
It is. American principles, definitely.
American principles, right? It's built into the very light spectrum itself.
Yeah.
Red and blue and white, the combination.
When you look out into the universe, what do you see?
Stars.
You see stars. That's exactly right.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yeah.
It all makes sense.
Yeah. It's perfect.
If you were to zoom out of the universe, you know what you'd see? You'd see a giant American flag, damn it.
True, yeah.
That's what you'd say.
Yes, yeah. One day we'll have a star for all of those Americans out there. Billions of stars on our flag.
When we share our love of America.
Yes.
With the entire universe.
Yes.
Whether they want it or not.
Yes. We'll subjugate them one by one.
We will bring freedom.
Yeah.
Just like George Bush did. We will bring freedom to every star in the universe.
That's right.
Until we cover all of reality in the red, white, and blue.
Hopefully they enjoy the freedom because they're getting it either way.
They're getting it either way. Zach Fritz for $20. Zach Fritz for $20 says, "Hey guys, longtime listener of VODs. Thanks for all the great content. Just here to get my free will." Well, there you go, Zach. You get 20 free units of free will. That's right.
Yeah.
I bet you guys didn't know this. If for every dollar you donate to the stream, you get an equal unit of free will.
Yes.
For free.
Yeah. Zero
Absolutely
inflation here.
Zero inflation on free will. Zach also says, S-Class is the best class.
Oh, had to ruin it. Almost a near perfect super chat.
Thank you, Try Cyclotron, for joining the Free Will Seekers. An actual American flag. I am crying and saluting right now. CRT is more patriotic over my dead body. Anyways, God bless you all, and God bless America. S-Classes, you know the rest. Alexi Time. I'm sorry. I always say it wrong every fucking time. I never get it. Alexi Time. Okay. I'm still think that THY should be pronounced thigh. Okay. Doesn't make any sense. This is madness to me. This is anti-American. Alexi Time for $20. Thank you, Alexi. Says there is good and bad in everyone. We learn to live when we learn to give each other what we need to survive. Together, alive. Ebony and ivory lie side by side on my piano. Oh Lord, why don't we?
I used to love that song when I was a little kid. Oh.
True and based.
Ebony and ivory. Yeah, great song. Yeah.
Alexander Lerbrant for $500 Donkey Kong dollars. Thank you, Alexander. Says, great show as usual, guys. Stick to long hour formats, please. Have become a big fan of you guys. Keep at it. You are doing important work, walking the path of the enlightened centrist. S-Class is best class, but A-Team gets the puss.
So whoa. There you go. I'm sure S-Class gets some puss too, but
there's puss around for everyone. Okay.
Yeah, we got plenty of puss out there.
Efforts to swing that pendulum back hard. And in one appearance, he pointed to diversity trainings in government as evidence of CRT's influence. And he spoke directly to President Trump through the camera about what he wanted to see happen.
The president and the White House, it's within their authority and power to immediately issue an executive order abolishing critical race theory trainings from the federal government. And I call on the president to immediately issue this executive order and stamp out this destructive, divisive, pseudoscientific ideology at its root.
Now, did Trump see that? I don't know. Is the Pope a Catholic? Is the reason Big died the fact that Carrie didn't call 911 fast enough? The answer to all those questions is yes, and also, she was right not to do it. No big loss. Because Mark Meadows, Trump's chief of staff, has since revealed President Trump saw that interview, and when Rufo said, I call on the president to immediately issue this executive order, quote, that's what we did. Which is...
What is it? Any of this relevance, Sitch? I'm losing what's happening here.
Well, you're
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevance.
This is all just Republican bad.
Yeah.
Because there hasn't been he hasn't given an argument about why Christopher Rufo is wrong.
Right. But Trump, Orange Man did something. Oh, no, we know it's terrible if Orange Man did it, right?
Right.
Didn't Trump also sign an executive order that hospitals should be able to tell you what they're going to charge you before you have the operation?
Right. And I don't know what really happened because obviously I don't. And it's Mark Meadows is writing things in very political ways for political purposes.
Oh, really? He's anti-Trump guy?
Well, no, he's not anti-Trump, but like he's writing a book, so he's he's appealing to an audience in a very specific way.
Sure. You question this narrative?
Well, what I was going to say is I think you can criticize. I think it'd be foolish for any president. Now, I don't know if this is what really happened. I think it'd be foolish for any president to listen to what a person on TV says and immediately do it. The correct response, which maybe is what happened, would be that Trump would say, look into that, see if what Christopher Rufo is saying is true, and then I'll issue an executive order, because he's specifically talking about training that goes on in federal government agencies, which would be directly under the president's purview to do something about it. So it's not preposterous to ask the president to change that.
The
it's
book,
completely relevant.
The book that I read on healthcare in America is called The Price We Pay. I can't remember the name of the author. The stuff in there will just turn your stomach about what goes on in American healthcare.
Sure.
And that guy got set up with a meeting with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump did the executive order saying that hospitals should be forced to disclose their pricing and not keep it a secret from patients. I mean, that's how that happened. So, I mean,
well, it's true. It's the same thing with Kim Kardashian and the
yes,
prison stuff,
yes,
so.
Prison reform, exactly, which I think people on the left, even Kyle Kalinske praised prison reform. So,
right.
I mean, that's why I say, objection, Your Honor, irrelevance, because if this was happening with a policy that Jon Oliver, was completely in favor of, this argument completely vanishes.
That's a really good point, because like if it was reversed, if someone gave some sob story about racism in school, and they said, I call on Joe Biden to advocate for CRT training in all government agencies, and then Joe Biden did it, Jon Oliver would be like, wow, the president really listened to this person. They really followed through, and they really did a good thing here. So yeah,
listen to their constituents.
Right.
Did the right thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but
so like
their whole narrative about Fox News, though, is that Fox News is just propaganda lies.
Right. Well, that's why he started this conversation by saying, you instinctively know that Fox News and the right is lying about CRT. That's how he started this conversation.
Because we've trained you like the Pavlovian dog that you are, that every time we say Fox News, you're going to lose your shit.
Right, right.
Yeah. How do people live most of their lives with their brain shut off? There's a free will deficiency out there in the world. There really is.
Well, it takes a lot of energy.
It does.
And thought
to
try to figure out like what's true.
Yes.
Which is weird, because we're so primed to believe that truth is so easy to discern. Like it's what you see. It's right in front of you.
Yeah. So obvious.
Right.
Is weird. There should be more steps than that. It shouldn't just go 1, yell your wish at the president, then 2, it happens. Ideally, you want an executive branch that's a little more complicated than fucking Siri. And with that, CRT, or crucially, Ruffo's definition of it, was suddenly absolutely everywhere. Fox News kept pushing it, mentioning the term critical race theory nearly 5,000 times last year alone. And the network...
It is an issue that is literally in the news, that is affecting people's lives, okay? That, people vote based on. What the fuck? Of course they're going to mention it. This is all in the realm of this is supposedly a manufactured panic, which I don't get.
And I'm looking at the timeline.
Critical race theory is in schools. Okay.
Yes.
And if you want to say, okay, privilege walks and talking about white privilege and all of that stuff is not CRT, fine. You can say that. But that definitely is in public schools. Like, you have TikTokers bragging about it day and night. And that's the stuff people object to. The privilege walks and the white privilege stuff, the negative stereotypes of whites. This is pretty simple. Pretty simple. You guys are going to get shocked at the next election because you are completely mischaracterizing the issue. Obviously, your voters are going to vote based on the fact that they think this is racist. But I'm in that trade-off, the person that believes that everything the Republicans do racist ideology is more likely to be persuaded by, is this stuff affecting my kids? And just random stuff.
Right. The Republicans have found the way to attack the issue.
Yes.
Label it's critical race theory and say it's affecting children.
Yes. Yeah.
It's very persuasive.
This is the thing. They have a double dose. I even confused them earlier in the show because they got this and the gender ideology both being foisted into schools. Like, they found the mother lode right here. to push back on the race and gender stuff.
And I looked up the timeline. So Christopher Rufo was on. He made that appeal to Trump on September 2nd, and the executive order came out September 22nd. So 20 days occurred in between. So it's not like Trump heard this segment and then the next day wrote some fucking executive order. They did presumably have people look into this stuff.
Trump wrote down on a napkin, critical race theory, executive order. Here, type this up, secretary. I'd like to sign this before the program ends so I can call in. Yes, Mr. Rufo, I just heard your thing and I just did an executive order. I want to thank Tucker for bringing this to my attention. Yeah, no, that didn't happen.
Its supposed use in schools, with Rufo telling Fox's audience that CRT has really become the default ideology of the public education system. And what Rufo has been cleverly doing is cherry-picking the worst examples that he can find of lessons in classrooms or training materials for teachers and saying, that is CRT. And he's openly admitted that he's been engaged.
It's funny that he
doesn't
criticizes
admit if it's wrong, though.
No, he doesn't. But also, it's funny that he says, oh, he's just cherry picking the bad examples, because later in this video, that's all Jon Oliver does. He just cherry picks all the bad examples of like anti-CRT stuff.
Right.
And
Yeah.
people
Obviously.
talking about it.
But I noticed that first of all, you're teaching it in public schools. You shouldn't be able to cherry pick any bad examples. Like, there should be no bad examples.
And let me read you the Trump. It's long. I'll read the part that is relevant.
The important part.
Yes. It says it should be the policy of the United States. This is regarding all federal workers and uniformed services shall not allow grants and funds to be used for the following. To have any teaching on these concepts. That one race or sex is inherently superior to another race. That the United States is fundamentally racist or sexist.
What? We can't be sexist?
I know.
Fucking
that any individual by the virtue of his or her race or sex is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously.
Even white people?
Even white people.
Damn. It's harsh.
It's so funny because I like to read these things that they freak out about and just try to imagine it's like the 1960s. And how if this was being written into law,
their dream.
This would be like the dream of the civil rights movement.
Yes.
How far have we come that you could take this anti-CRT law that's evil and racist, and you can go back in time and you can hand it to Martin Luther King Jr. and he'd be like, "This is amazing."
Yes, totally. Back then, they were
4.
creating the negative stereotypes for blacks, though. But the blacks, it's so evil having to live under those negative stereotypes. Now they go out of their way to avoid negative stereotypes of blacks. Like you have, murder, breaking and entering, all this stuff in the news, and the description is like guy in red sneakers. Like they don't even define him by race.
4, an individual should be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment solely or partially because of his or her race or sex. 5, members of one race or sex cannot and should not attempt to treat others without respect to race or sex. 6, an individual's moral character is necessarily determined by his or her race or sex.
Oh, wow.
7, an individual by the virtue of his or her race or sex bears responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex. It's funny because this is how you know that all the laws being written are just like taking the Christopher Rufo's political action committee language, because they all use the exact same language.
Yeah.
And it's all innocuous. 8, any individual should feel discomfort, guilt, or anguish, or any other form of psychological distress on account of his or her race or sex. 9, meritocracy or traits such as hard work ethic or are racist or sexist or created by a particular race to oppress another race.
They hate those last 2. I hear them talking about the last 2 all the time. What?
Yes.
But what if I just teach that whites, were fully responsible for slavery? What if I just teach whites actually invented slavery, and somebody feels guilty? But I can't help that. That happens.
Right. And that's the dishonesty, because when you look at the law and all the anti-CRT laws, what they say is the teacher should not teach specifically
Right.
that an individual should feel discomfort, guilt, or
there you go.
anguish
There you go.
on the basis of the race. They're not saying that you can't teach something and they do feel it. They're saying that you shouldn't teach that you should feel this way.
Right.
That's the difference.
So if the kid says, "Wow, I feel bad," and the teacher goes, "You should," you white devil.
That's when you reach some problem.
Right.
Right.
What about white devil? Is that language allowed in the curriculum? I have a friend that's super woke. That's a kindergarten teacher. Are they allowed to still say white devil?
Mm-hmm. Can you hear that? It's raining like super hard.
Is it really? Oh,
Can
yeah.
you hear that? It's coming
No.
through my mic at all? Okay, that's good.
It's so nice here in sunny Southern California.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
James Wilson for 28 Canadian. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Says, I think you missed my super chat on show 182. So I'll ask again. When are we going to be able to see the Supervillains Anonymous graphic novel? The 3 cover variants look great. And S-Class is the best class. Boosh. Well, I don't think we missed it. I think we read it on Tuesday, James, which maybe why you didn't hear it.
Yes.
But
we are getting close. So, and I did do an update last month. I'm trying to do monthly updates. So I will post an update this month, but we're close. Let me leave it at that.
yeah, you don't want to give a specific month.
Well, we've missed our deadline. So I every time we miss a deadline, I feel terrible about it. So now I'm kind of wise to not getting people's hopes up, but we are getting much closer, and we've got obviously we want it to be as amazing as humanly possible. So that is what's taking the most amount of time, obviously. So what happened, Sitch? Did I lose you? Where'd you go?
I was waiting for you to press the button.
Oh, okay. Well, now it sounds like you're across the room.
That is CRT. And he's openly admitted that he's been engaged in a deliberate rebranding exercise, tweeting, "We have successfully frozen their brand, critical race theory, into the public conversation and are steadily driving up negative perceptions. The goal is..."
I don't. This also strikes me as irrelevant, completely irrelevant. It's like, yeah, critical race theory is a piece of shit, and we're winning. So, suck it, Jon Oliver.
Wait, hold on. I have to check if it's hailing. I think it might be hailing.
Are you worried that the roof is going to cave in?
Well, no, I'm worried that my car is going to get fucked up if it's hailing. Let me check.
Really? Holy shit!
Oh, it doesn't usually hail, but it sounds very loud on the roof. So let me check.
This is terrible.
To have the public read something crazy in the newspaper and immediately think critical race theory.
See, I don't. People keep saying this, and I just, for the life of me, don't understand. I guess they're using it because they want to paint Christopher Rufo as being dishonest, but I mean, this is a culture war that you're obviously engaged in, so.
And the thing is, it fucking worked. Because whenever you hear CRT now, you are not hearing about the academic discipline. You're hearing about a category so broad, it encompasses both the craziest thing in the newspaper and also, crucially...
So he just admitted that the crazy things are categorized as critical race theory, that you can categorize these things as critical race theory.
Any conversation about hearing about the academic discipline, you're hearing about a category so broad, it encompasses both the craziest thing in the newspaper and also, crucially, any conversation about race that someone does not want to have. And look, I am not saying discussing race in a classroom is easy or even always done well. Experts in this field will readily admit that.
Now, have you seen bad implementations of this?
Of course. Right? That's like asking, have I seen a bad math lesson? Right? Like, yes, teachers are humans, especially as we're trying to figure out how to teach about race and racism.
Exactly. Teachers are human and can make mistakes. Frankly, I'm surprised they don't make more. They wake up insanely early and spend all day getting low-key roasted by teenagers.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
It is hailing in South Florida right now.
Wow.
So, but it's very small chunks of ice, so I'm hoping my car will be okay. What did I miss? Anything important? I feel like I missed something important.
Yeah, you can back it up. Go ahead, back it up.
How much did you watch?
Not much.
Something crazy in the newspaper and immediately think critical race theory. And the thing is, it fucking worked. Because whenever you hear...
They always cast that as like...
Yeah, what's your take on that?
Yeah, there's nothing in that statement that's bad or wrong.
Yeah. Well, they cast it as dishonest. They're trying to say that if Christopher Rufo was honest, he would admit to their definition of critical race theory.
Right.
Right.
But they have the wrong definition of critical race theory.
They have the wrong definition of critical race theory, and also have dismissed the thing that their people are actually upset about as irrelevant to critical race theory. So they're wrong on 2 points, 2 very big, giant points, which just, I like, put your big boy pants on and join the political conversation, Nimrod. I'm serious.
Negative percent.
I agree.
The goal is to have the public read something crazy in the newspaper and immediately think critical race theory. And the thing is, it fucking worked. Because whenever you hear CRT now, you are not hearing about the academic discipline. You're hearing about a category so broad, it encompasses both the craziest thing in the newspaper and also, crucially, any conversation about race that someone does not want to have.
So he's saying that they broaden the category to encompass every conversation about race. I mean, that people don't want to have is sort of immaterial, but it is any conversation about race in the classroom. But the whole point of this is why are we having these race conversations in the classroom?
Well, and specifically not just having race conversations that are anti-individual rights and anti-liberal principles that our country was founded upon.
Well, and that there are conflicting narratives on that people have huge, wide disagreements on. I would argue that this conversation has really drifted into the realm of a theological conversation, not a historical conversation or a scientific one. I mean, we're really arguing, religions here.
Yeah, and
our religion begins with "Let there be red, white, and blue light." So, but we at least have the ability to understand that we're talking in sort of a theological framework. I don't think that they think that. I think that they speak from the perspective from inside the religion, thinking, "Oh, this is just the way the world is. Of course, red, white, and blue light is the truth." Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I am not saying discussing race in a classroom is easy or even always done well. Experts in
the problem with this is, like, if you read all the anti-CRT bills, their only criticism of it is they're too vague. Okay, that's their only criticism. Even if they think that the label of CRT is being broadened, most of these, if not all the anti-CRT bills, none of them even say CRT. They just say the things that I listed from the Trump executive order, like don't fucking be racist, essentially. And why can't they just say, "Oh, we're fine with these bills. There's nothing in these bills that are wrong"?
They can't say that because their whole narrative is that the Republicans are lying pieces of shit, stoking a moral panic. How many times have I heard them say moral panic over this stuff?
Moral panic. Well, it's so hilarious because I keep hearing not only moral panic, but the right in America is starting a culture war. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? The left started this current woke culture war. And now that the right is fighting back through legislation, they're starting the war. You fighting back against your opening salvo is not starting the war. The opening salvo is starting the war.
Yeah.
Cancel culture started the war. All this fucking woke shit started the war, the culture war.
Yeah. Yes.
And if the left really didn't care about the culture war, and this is what I hear too. Oh, all the right cares about is the culture war. That's all they care about. They don't care about real issues. It's like, okay, well, if the left doesn't care about the culture war and they only care about quote unquote real issues, why don't they stop talking about these bills? Why doesn't the left and the Democrats say, we don't have a problem with these bills, now let's do something productive?
Yeah, because they want to drive people to the polls in the next election to vote for Democrats because of a moral panic.
Yes,
the racist Republicans are coming.
Yep.
It's so it is such a self-report. It really is.
It is. It's
this is our strategy, and we're just going to pin our strategy on them. My goodness.
This field will readily admit that.
Now, have you seen bad implementations of this?
Of course. Right? That's like asking, have I seen a bad math lesson? Right? Like, yes, teachers are humans, especially as we're trying to figure out how to teach about race and racism.
Have you seen a bad lesson about gender and gender ideology where the teacher tells people makes up shit about the biological realities of life? I wonder. That's why I'm like, why are you putting things in the classroom that teachers can fuck up? Don't you think when you're educating people, there's enough things out there that we don't have to put things in the classroom that are dangerously misinterpreted?
It's funny that you should mention that, Adam. I don't know if you went and watched this CBS report that Jon Oliver is citing here.
No.
Because it's highly relevant to what you just said. Let me bring it up.
Oh my God.
Yes, real quick.
It's so amazing. It's so much better to be lucky. It's so much better just to be lucky than to be a good planner. I'm telling you.
That's right. I watched this thing and I was like, oh, there's this point. And then Adam just stumbles upon this point by accident without watching it at all. He just intuitively figured it out there.
Listen, I have 2 elephants. I'm not sure if you know this. I'm super intuitive.
Okay.
You know that dumb empath on Star Trek? I got her beaten by a mile.
Oh my God, I'm blanking on her name. Deanna Troi. You're the Deanna Troi.
Deanna Troi, yeah.
Anyways, so the context here, because we're not going to, there's a couple segments of this I want to watch. But this segment is interesting, and we'll watch it first. The guy on the left is a teacher at school, or he was a teacher who has been fired because he was teaching things that were too close to the lines of these, CRT stuff.
Really? Holy cow, Sitch doing his homework. Were you doing this during EFAP? How'd you get this?
I know, I did this on Friday. And I want you to listen to what what inspired him to start talking about white privilege, because it's literally exactly what you said. It's, do you trust, you have teachers who are making bad decisions and saying bad things based on stupid shit. Okay.
What is the history behind what's happening in the United States with regards to race?
So how did you lose your job?
Well, this goes back to the fall of 2020. It was the Jacob Blake and the Kyle Rittenhouse situation in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Protests over the police. No. He lost his job over telling the truth about Kyle Rittenhouse.
No. It's the opposite.
Oh, really?
Shooting of Jacob Blake continued for a 5th day. Blake is still recovering from multiple gunshot wounds. Kyle Rittenhouse, the teenager charged with killing 2 people during Tuesday night's protest, is appearing before a judge this morning.
And I said, well, I have to talk about this in my contemporary issues class. And so I did, and I made the statement that white privilege is a fact. And I...
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Oh, no.
Not in the context of Kyle Rittenhouse. That's so bad. So bad.
So he has a contemporary issues class, which, by the way, I forget what state this is, but I had a current events class too.
Yeah. I had current events way back in the before
it was great.
times.
I loved it.
Yeah. We covered
But
things like the Falklands War.
This is an old man.
Everyone freaks out when I say shit like that.
I know. But no, and my teacher was able to talk about current events without taking definitive political sides in any of these issues.
Mm-hmm.
And so here's a perfect example. You have a teacher who looks at Jacob Blake and Kyle Rittenhouse. Jacob Blake, if you forgot, is the guy who sexually assaulted his girlfriend.
Yes.
And then tried to steal the car with children in it.
Mm-hmm.
And
violated a restraining order. Yeah.
Violated a restraining order. Had a weapon in the car. Had a gun or a knife in the car.
Pulled a knife on the cop while he's trying to arrest him.
Right. The cops try to pin him to the ground. He fights them off. They tase him, I believe, twice.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't work. And only when he's about to get in the car that has children in it, which the police think are being kidnapped because his girlfriend is screaming, my children are in the car.
Not his car, a rental car from his girlfriend.
Right. That they shoot him. This prevent him from driving off with children in the car. Okay. 100% justified shooting, in my estimation. 100% justified. So we have that situation, and then we have the fake news, obviously, that we've covered to death on the stream about Kyle Rittenhouse. And that is what leads this teacher to say, white privilege is a fact in America.
Well, you know how he said it, because he's like, Kyle Rittenhouse would have been immediately incarcerated. There's no way he would have walked past the police cruiser. I mean, they did bear mace him in the face, right?
Well, police mace, not bear mace, but
yeah, whatever it is. Well, I'm sure it's probably the same thing, but I mean, that was the conversation.
Right.
That he walked past the police with an AK, and if he was a black person, he would have been tackled and killed on sight.
Well, if even, because we don't know because he doesn't talk about it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he bought in the whole narrative that Kyle Rittenhouse was, firing indiscriminately into a crowd of protesters.
Oh, yeah.
Killed black people
and
minorities, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Blah. So
this dumb white guy, this dumb moron. Just think, these are the people teaching your kids, these idiots.
Right. So I just thought this was crazy.
Let's go a little more. Come on, you piqued my interest here.
I asked my students, what are we going to do to help or contribute to ending racism in the United States? After the January the 6th insurrection.
And my students say, shut up, boomer. You don't know anything. Have you even watched the videos, Mr. Wilson? What the fuck?
I assigned an article by Ta-Nehisi Coates called The First White...
Oh, no. Yep. Went straight for the Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
This racist piece of shit. This definitely violates the executive order. I'm telling you. This is not good. This is not good.
President, we were going to look at the 2016 election. We were going to look at social media.
Oh my God. He's a January 6th or 2. This is amazing.
Media and Trump being a good businessman, all the things that the students brought up. And it had some language in it. And a parent complained, and I received a reprimand from the central office saying that I was not giving varying viewpoints to my students and that the language in the article was inappropriate for high school students.
Hold on a second.
What?
We got to get the language. People be...
And all the things that the students brought up.
Here it is.
And it had some language in it.
The language.
And a parent complained, and I received...
Derived from cuckold. The slur cuck. Phrase, grab them by the pussy. The construct of a white race is the idea of not being...
a reprimand.
Wait. I think I didn't work it out.
I didn't read the whole article because it's very long, but I skimmed like the first couple pages of it. There's a lot of N-words thrown around there. So.
Oh, wow. Because it is... It's Tallahassee Coates, Ta-Nehisi Coates, something like that.
Tallahassee,
who claimed to honor the lady while raping the whore. Oh,
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get to that
Okay.
part, so I don't know what that's being referenced there. But
From the central.
This is a spicy article you're giving out to your. What grade is this? Did he say? I can't remember.
I don't think he says the age.
Okay.
But
Yeah. Yes, this is definitely some political propaganda. Yeah.
Yep.
They should just. Teachers should be forced to read The Righteous Mind. They really should.
And the point of the article, from at least what I read of it, seemed to be saying that all presidents before Trump, they didn't run on being white. Their whiteness was implicit, and like the racism of the president is implicit in like majority and white privilege in America. And Donald Trump is the first white president because he ran on his whiteness to counteract Obama's blackness. And he kind of frames it like the only reason Donald Trump won is because racist people were so against a black guy being president that they voted for Donald Trump. That seemed to be the point of the article, which.
So the article is called The First White President, and he's arguing that Trump is the first white president, not George Washington.
Because Trump is the first president to run on whiteness explicitly.
Right.
And obviously, so if you're Republican and your child comes home with this article that's essentially saying
you voted for Trump.
You voted for Trump because you're racist.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a bit of a problem with the teacher teaching this,
Why is a teacher teaching my kid I'm a racist?
Right.
Yeah. Which, I'm glad this guy got fired. I hope fucking good luck. I hope you're working at Burger King now, bub. Oh, I'm so infuriated. Hey, I have to run on a super quick errand.
What?
I
What's that?
want to go to the bathroom before Joe gets here. So
you go to the bathroom.
Are we watching more of this though?
Yeah, there is more, but I'll save it till you get.
I'll watch a little more here.
Saying that I was.
Oh, you can read a super chat. That's
Yeah.
Okay.
Sammy G for $20. Hey, Sammy. Says my
Not
friend.
that super chat though. I want to hear this one. Go ahead.
You want me to read it? Or
Yeah,
not?
read
Go
it.
fast.
Read it. No, read it.
Says my friend, a kindergarten teacher in Florida, ranted to me about how she has to take diversity gender classes, that her kids don't need this info. Only for later that day, she yelled, "I hate the don't say gay bill." And I'm like, bruh, LOL. But that's how powerful the messaging
It's
about
a
the don't say gay bill
contradiction,
is. Yeah.
fucking right there. All right, I'll be back.
That's a great story. People, they don't understand or realize what's happening, what's being advocated for here. But GSB 1005 for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I remember liking Jon Oliver when his show first came out. I wonder if he's always been this bad and I was just too deep in the bubble, or if this is a subject he's particularly misinformed, lazy, bad faith, not sure which. Yeah, see, that is what's troubling too. So, and this came up when we were talking about Jon Stewart, is that I used to like Jon Oliver's show a lot because even when woke shit was going on, for the most part, I'm sure you can find evidence where he did, but for the most part, he didn't seem to be wading into wokeness. He didn't seem to be wading into culture war stuff. He seemed to be picking weird topics and issues like payday loans or things like that no one was really talking about. And he would kind of shed a light and say, look, there's this big problem that's going on in our society. No one's talking about it. So I'm going to do a show on it. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. But then this is like the exact opposite of it. This is, we need to talk about CRT. Everyone's talking about CRT. And then he does it in the worst possible way ever. And then it makes you lose faith because you say, okay, if Jon Oliver's show on CRT is such a disaster and it's so uninformed and it's so lazy and bad faith, how can I trust all the past things that he's done?
Oh, yeah.
Have any of those shows been good or not? And it's, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
They've all been garbage. He got lucky once or twice.
I hope not.
I was not giving varying viewpoints to my students, and that the language in the article was inappropriate for high school students. Fast forward to the Derek Chauvin trial. One of my students in the class, in response to one of my questions, brought up white privilege. And I said, well, what is that? And so we started to research white privilege, and then we watched a poem by Kyla Janae Lacey Entitled.
The rest of this, well, we don't have to watch the rest of this guy talk, but he just basically talks about how he gets fired for being an idiot.
Yeah, but I'm savoring this, though. I want to.
Oh, okay.
I want
white privilege. And there is some language in that.
Is European history being taught as a...
Oh, does it go back to him?
I think so.
I want to hear him say, I got fired.
Okay.
Is this bad?
I like that he's like, we're looking up. It's not bad. I like how it's like, we're looking up for class, trying to figure out what white privilege is. And they're like, let's find this poem by this obviously unbiased individual.
Yeah.
Explain to us the concept of white privilege.
Here it is. I'm sure it's going to be great.
The major in African is an elective. It is learning about my people only 28 days, like I'm not black every second.
We discussed it, had a really...
Oh my... she's like complaining about Black History Month.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it should be Black History Year. I'm like...
Well, we shouldn't I mean, I'm not against...
It should be American history. Yeah, exactly.
Right. I'm not against having specific, focus on stuff like that, but...
Really good discussion about it. I think some parents heard about the lesson, they complained, and I was given dismissal papers on May the 5th.
Han says he was...
Sullivan County School Board. Where is that? What state is Sullivan County in? Do you know?
He's fired for being insubordinate and unprofessional, but was taken aback because he's been exploring social issues like these for nearly a decade.
We've discussed...
Oh, shit. He's like, hey, I've been doing this shit for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Just now I'm getting in trouble? Oh, interesting.
Things like COVID, Me Too, race in the United States, climate change.
Oh, look.
Tennessee.
Just a cavalcade of liberal issues. All liberal issues. Did you hear that list?
I did. This is from Knoxville, Tennessee, is where he taught.
Interesting. Yeah. They're not talking about cancel culture in the class, of course, because that's a myth. It doesn't exist.
Now, those are all hot button issues.
Right. Yeah.
Have you ever received complaints about any of the other issues?
No, never.
Can you understand, or do you understand, that white people, particularly white males...
Fuck you.
Uh-oh. You're going to like where this question goes.
Fuck you. Look at
This
that.
guy's
He's
such a
like
great voice.
He's like particularly white males.
Yeah.
We kind of got the females in line already.
I know. You're going to love where this question goes.
May feel as though the conversations are sort of putting them against the ropes. Mm-hmm. That the conversation has sort of changed, and now they suddenly feel like they're on the defensive. And every conversation we have around race pits white males particularly as the bad guys, the oppressor, the problem.
Yeah, I can understand that. But, the way that I frame that to my students is continuing to live here in the United States and not do anything about racial oppression is a contribution to it, and you can make that choice.
Oh my God, no.
What a bullshit non-answer, too.
Well, no, he's basically saying, well, but they are responsible. They should feel like up against the ropes.
I guess that, yeah. When I'm saying it's a choice to do not, I don't know. This is a fucking terrible answer.
I just want the guy to get up and go, oh, a lovely home you have here. Let's see what you have in the refrigerator. Oh, it's all soy milk. Look at this. An entire refrigerator full of soy milk. Interesting dietary choice you've got here, Mr. Wilson.
Now, since this is going to come back for later when we go back to Jon Oliver, so remember, Jon Oliver is complaining that Christopher Rufo is just cherry picking the worst CRT examples he can find. Now, Jon Oliver who drew a clip from this very interview, Jon Oliver will then cherry pick the worst anti-CRT people that he can find. Okay.
Right.
Look who's talked about. Look who they asked some questions to in this CBS interview that Jon Oliver could have played a clip from, but didn't play a clip of. See what familiar face is.
Oh shit! No,
look who it is.
No, John
Are
McWhorter.
inspired by its tenets.
One problem with
Our good friend John McWhorter.
Oh. Well, of course he couldn't play a John McWhorter quip because that would be like fair and balanced, and he hates Fox News.
Right. There you go. There you go. So let's hear what John McWhorter says, because John McWhorter always says, not always, but usually says great stuff.
Right.
CRT is that it reinforces racism in that it implies that black people are in a permanently down condition, or we're in a down condition that can only change with some revolution in the way people think that deep down we know is never actually going to happen. Also,
true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh my God, preach.
Waiting for everyone else to turn their brain on is going to be a long fucking wait. It's going to be, yeah. Yes, that's not going to happen. That's why I love John McWhorter, because he's like, no, we're misplacing our activism. We need to take the people with the most energy on this topic and actually focus them on doing something that's going to work.
Right.
Yes.
And there was, you sent me that video that was kind of interesting about, I forget the name, that the black professor who was essentially, he was put on leave at Harvard.
Mm-hmm.
Over trumped up, and Glenn Lowry was in that video. What was the professor's name? I'm totally blanking on it.
I'm not sure.
You sent me the video. Do you remember that?
I sent you a video? I mean, I've never done that before. So, I mean, it's not, it has to be the only video I ever sent you.
No. Maybe you didn't.
Did I not send it to you? It doesn't sound like something I said.
Send
that video to me. It sounds fascinating. I can't wait to see that video.
Harvard canceled its best black professor. Why?
Oh, really?
Roland Fryer. That's the guy's name.
Roland Fryer.
Roland Fryer. Yeah, it's an interesting video. He was this Harvard professor, and he was kind of, he grew up in a very, I think they said he was part of a gang or a drug dealer or something.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of grew up in a very lower income situation. Mm-hmm. He ends up becoming very into economics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's an economist, American economist.
He changes his life around, becomes this economist, and becomes this very big advocate for trying to help lower income black communities. However, his approach is sort of he wants what works, not what is woke, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
And he was studying this actually very interesting situation, which I wasn't familiar with, which is it was called like the Harlem Kids Project. And basically they tried to reform some very specific schools in Harlem to bring up the grade average of black students. And they actually not only brought up the grade average of black students in this area, but they actually went beyond the average of white students. They were higher. They had eclipsed the white students by going through this process of however their education was set up. Yeah, no, it's really great. And, he kind of goes through very briefly, and I have to look into it in the video. Like there's like all these elements that kind of they address to get the kids better on board with it. And a big part of it seemed to be kind of a very low tolerance for fucking around attitude and culture in these schools.
Yeah.
And
let me bring the list up. I think that's on the list as one of the white supremacy.
Yes. And Roland Fryer was kind of a big into this. And in the video, it's kind of despicable. They talk about how he's trying to do all this great work, but he has a very anti-woke approach. He has kind of the Glenn Lowry, John McWhorter approach of, don't have this bigotry of low expectations for black people thing. And he's kind of butting heads directly with two other black professors at Harvard who are, ultra woke. The way that we're going to bring up black people in America is by dismantling white supremacy, blah, 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 blah. And essentially Roland Fryer, and I'll put a link to this video in the chat because it's worth watching afterwards. Essentially Roland Fryer gets these trumped up, according to the video, these trumped up charges from an assistant about sexual assault.
Whoa.
Sexual harassment.
Oh man.
And when they look into them, it's basically
that's
just
right there. Fucking going after the black guy with sexual assault. Ooh.
And essentially at least the way the video portrays it, I haven't looked into any of those, is that it's just, he made crude comments that were, not even directed specifically at the individual who's claiming the harassment, and that the individual's just mad because they got fired, and this is kind of revenge for them. And it turned out, and after Harvard does their investigation, they basically say that they think that the only punishment he should serve from this allegation is like he has to go through some fucking sexual harassment training bullshit.
Wow.
But the group of people that determines his actual punishment is a board that contains the 2 black professors who hate this guy.
Oh my God.
Who are ultra woke.
Just
and basically what they do is they can't fire him because he has tenure, even though supposedly one of them asked for him to be fired, but the administration turns it down because they haven't fired a tenured teacher in like 100 years or something, it's saying like that. But they give him 2 years leave. Okay, they put him on leave for 2 years, and they shut down all of the projects that him and his graduate students and his employees are working on.
They forced his resignation.
Well, he's not he didn't resign, I think. He's just on 2 years leave.
Right. Okay.
So it's really despicable.
So he could come back.
Yeah, he'll come back, but it's just really gross.
It is despicable, obviously.
CRT has an implication that only so much can be expected of black people until this revolutionary change happens.
Jon McWhorter teaches linguistics at Columbia University and is a board member of FAIR. Surely, though, you agree.
Look at that. Look at all those people.
You see, look at all these evil people. Okay.
Uh-huh.
We got Megyn Kelly. You can see her name at the top. You got Glenn Lowry, Jon McWhorter, Douglas Murray. Ooh.
I know.
Steven Pinker. Oh. Michael Shermer. Oh.
Abigail Shrier.
Yep.
Andrew Sullivan.
Andrew
Weiss.
Sullivan and Barry Weiss.
Yeah.
I know look at all these evil people part of this organization.
It's so sad because all of these people I would not categorize as partisans in any way, shape, or form. But they've totally been, well, maybe Steven Pinker. Steven Pinker's definitely a fucking partisan. Did you see, he releases the cringiest video on the internet when Biden won the election of him and his wife dancing. Sometimes when I'm feeling
Pinker
down,
did that?
yeah. Sometimes when I'm feeling down, I'll look it up and I'll think, oh, well, at least my life isn't that bad.
Listen, I will give Pinker a pass. Okay, I know you were criticizing him in the conversation with Peterson, and I forget who the third person.
Oh
was,
yeah,
but he was based in that conversation, and you're a bad person.
You were high when that conversation took place.
Pinker is the #1 defender of liberalism, so he always has a place in my heart.
He's a little Pollyanna about shit, but let's be honest.
Okay, well, let's get back to Jon McWhorter. We'll finish up what Jon McWhorter says, then we'll get back to Jon Oliver.
Oh, I might have turned the volume down. I did.
Oh, of course, power relations are important, that a great many people get the short end of the stick in society and really can barely change it. We do need to seek justice. We are an imperfect nation in a great many ways. We always have been, and we will be for a long time. However, I contest the idea that these things are not taught already. Certainly, people need to learn about slavery, and not just a little. People need to learn what racism is, and that it's not just calling somebody the N-word or burning a cross on someone's lawn. All of that's very important, but that's not what the new CRT crowd want. What they think about most is don't be a racist, don't be a racist. But what they want is for battling power differentials to be the focus of everything. And I think most of us know we'd like to battle power differentials, but it's not going to be the main meal.
Based.
Yeah. Always based. Very practical. A pragmatist, which I like.
And a very good way of framing the entire conversation. Totally. And there was one other thing. I don't know if we'll watch. I'll just talk about it really quickly. This segment starts with this guy who's some rich, I assume gay, because he just has a very feminine way of speaking. Guy. I know, what a bigot I am. But it's important because there's like this rich, effeminate gay guy who was paying for his children to go to a private school that cost $60,000.
Wow, that's some cheddar.
Right. $60,000. And he gets like some worksheet back that's talking about like white privilege and all this other bullshit. And he's just aghast, you know, he's like, I don't want my children being taught to be racist. I want my children working towards a colorblind humanity. Yada 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 yada.
Where have I heard that before?
Where have you heard that before? I couldn't tell you. And the reason that this is important is that Jon Oliver, as you're about to see, he pulls from this CBS report. Okay. He just had that clip of that lady speaking. And someone on his staff saw this. They saw this guy who was explaining why he didn't like his child in this public school. And then he's got the clip of John McWhorter, saying what he's saying. And so they have good critiques against CRT to draw from, to not cherry pick from, using Jon Oliver's words. And yet you'll see what examples they go to, okay, which I feel is very dishonest. But so let's go back to our boy John. We were at 9 minutes and 32 seconds.
You keep impeccable notes. So good.
I try.
We got to invite Joe back to talk about capitalism. I think that's next.
Yeah. That was strange. It wasn't strange, but it was. I didn't get a definitive answer on that.
I think we need to set up a more debate format too, where it's like time talk. Obviously, we get in these open discussions, and we want to let people finish their arguments. We don't want to interrupt, but
right.
He was
sometimes
doing most of the
you
talking.
have to narrow the focus of things.
Yes.
Exactly. Teachers are human and can make mistakes. Frankly, I'm surprised they don't make more. They wake up insanely early and spend all day getting low-key roasted by teenagers for an amount of money best described as completely harrowing. The very fact any student in America knows what a covalent bond is a fucking miracle, and every adult involved deserves the Congressional Medal of Honor. And the fact is...
So, Adam, what's a covalent bond?
A covalent bond is a bond of atoms where they actually share electrons with one another.
How do you fucking know that? Do you actually remember that?
Genius. Sitch, you don't understand, okay?
I can't believe I really thought I was gonna get you. I thought I was gonna get him.
You can't this is A-Team, okay?
He remembers what a covalent bond was.
You can't get A-Team.
Jesus.
Can we get enough of this? Can we get back to the video? I have important things to watch.
Listen, I'm impressed. I didn't fucking remember what a covalent bond was. Holy shit.
How could you forget?
Because I didn't give a fuck.
Oh.
When they talked about this, I'm like, what? I don't care what a covalent bond is.
You kids today.
I'm playing Pokemons, okay? And Dragon Ball Z cards and Yu-Gi-Ohs. I'm not listening to covalent bonds.
I was fascinated by chemistry. Yeah.
Okay. Look, that's good.
I was totally fascinated by chemistry, yeah.
You can find examples of clumsy, shitty lessons. One school used a privilege bingo card, which sure seems like a glib way to handle a very serious subject. Another classic lesson over the years has been to teach...
Notice how he didn't really examine that privilege bingo card.
No. Well, yeah, go back. Go back to the privilege bingo
These are the bad examples, though. We brought this privilege bingo card up. I probably have it somewhere.
Did he just flash it? Okay,
he did, but I couldn't see it, and it looks too small for me.
We've got native English speaker. Both parents went to college, never worried about food. Get driven to school. Employed. Comfortable walking outside alone. White. Parents are married, born in the country of residence. No speech impediment. Heterosexual, Christian. Feels safe from police officers. Mentally happy. Military kid. How is that privilege?
Military. Oh. This is the one that, because I shared this meme. It's called Identifying Your Privilege. And they have white as a privilege on there. And then they also have never been racially profiled. When they literally just profiled every white person in the fucking chart. As privileged. I'm like, okay, that's hilarious. I guess I get a non-privilege point for being racially profiled in your fucking chart, you moron.
But how is Yeah, like I understand like the privilege associated with all this stuff, but except for the military kid one, I don't understand why is that? How does that privilege you?
Well, I think because they move around. Military
How is that?
brats
That's
are
usually
always
the
starting-
opposite of being privileged.
Right. But this is, are these privileges? I guess.
It says identifying.
Oh,
your
yeah,
privilege.
I guess you're right. Yeah, that would be the opposite, right? Maybe it's because when you get in trouble at school and then your family moves to a new military base, you're like, you leave your troubles behind. You get to establish a whole new life.
Yeah,
I'm mystified. I don't
Well,
know.
and what John doesn't focus on what was the point of the chart, because that's the real question here. Because yeah, like if you live, and this is what's so stupid about the privilege conversation. If you live in any society and you have some quality that the majority has, that's going to be a quote unquote privilege most of the time. Okay. And that you're not going to have to think about yourself differently. Because like that's even what Joe was talking about. A lot of what quote unquote white privilege is that white people, when they're in quote unquote white spaces, which if you're just going by the numbers would be most spaces, then you don't feel you're not conceptually aware of the fact that you're white.
Yeah.
And that's what they refer to as privilege, is that comfort. And I say from the individual rights perspective, the way to fix that is not to focus on that and have white people whip themselves in the back over this invisible privilege that they swim through, but is to say, how do we make it so that all people, including Black Americans, don't feel self-conscious about their race as they operate through the world? That should be the goal, right?
We want to extend that privilege to them.
Right. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. It should be about extending privileges to everyone, not destroying quote unquote white privileges. Maybe that's
Right.
the way to frame it.
Yeah. I want there to be another square right next to male for not having to enlist in the draft as being a privilege.
Well, that's what's hilarious too about the chart, is that like there's lots of privileges to being a woman depending on your situation.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's privileges to being not white. It's all very dependent on the situation
It
that you're
is,
specifically
yeah.
talking about.
Which is what's terrible about this stuff. It just reduces
Right.
everything to Jon Oliver levels of stupidity.
Right.
Privilege bingo card, which sure seems like a glib way to handle a very serious subject. And
See, because even he's not saying that,
He's saying it's bad, yeah.
but he's saying it's bad only because it's glib.
Mm-hmm.
He's not saying that like conceptually
Oh, that's a good
identifying
point.
your
Yeah.
your privilege is bad. He's just saying, oh, you have this kind of like
Right.
shallow bingo card
Right.
that's like silly.
Right. But he's fully signs off on everything on that privilege card.
That's what I'm wondering. That's what
Yeah.
I'm wondering.
You fucking racist piece of shit, Jon Oliver.
Listen, he's a proto-American. Okay, he doesn't have the red, white, and blue.
He is
as much in
he's
his
an
blood as we
American.
do.
I looked it up.
He's a proto-American.
He's a British American. He's immigrated. We actually
He
have
hasn't
to.
fully immigrated.
He's
to be-
voting. He probably
Caca.
voted. He's probably voting in the next election.
Send him back. Send him back. Get out of here, Jon Oliver. All these Brits
How
and
do
all
we
these
do?
foreigners coming to my country, my beautiful country, telling me what for. I won't stand for it.
How do we?
No,
how do
sirree.
we? Yeah. There should be expiration dates on those immigration cards.
It should say no. There should be a little thing that says, if you ever talk bad about America,
Oh yeah, that's a good
on the
idea.
spot.
That's a
On
good
the
idea.
spot.
Yeah.
Not that
That's
classic
free
left-
speech. We'll teach you how free speech works.
Listen.
Okay.
Listen. 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 We just talked about in-group, out-group. Okay?
I know.
The in-group is America.
I know.
And the out-group is everyone who says bad things about America.
I know. I agree. Different rules. You guys don't
Okay.
get freedom of speech.
That's right. You only get freedom of speech if you're pro-American.
Right.
Otherwise,
if your America card is up to
you're-
date.
yes. Otherwise, you get no free speech.
Yeah.
You get nothing.
Saw we.
There you go. And I, PSA Sitch, will be the sole dictator of what
Yeah.
constitutes pro-American and anti-American speech.
We are the arbiter of acceptable American speech.
lesson over the years has been to teach about prejudice metaphorically by dividing a classroom up by eye colour, with brown-eyed people, for instance, being the lowest tier and then being treated terribly. And if you do that in a diverse classroom and think for even a second about who is more likely to have brown eyes, you can probably immediately see just how badly that lesson could go. That actually happened in at least one school in the Chicago area, and the reason I know that is that this kid was in the class that day, and she's one of our writers now. Ali, what did you think of that lesson?
It was pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I bet it was. But the fact is...
So these are terrible examples.
Yeah.
Because if he's trying to pretend, okay, or not even attempt, to steel man the other side, you want to say, here are examples of CRT garbage that we disagree with. And you say like, oh, you know, we disagree with framing all, we disagree with using the term whiteness to frame everything wrong in society under that label. Okay. That would be like an example that Jon Oliver could bring. And that's actually the subject of one of these lawsuits. Is there's a book, and I think we put the picture up in a previous stream. There's a book that's like an anti-racist book for young kids, and that was assigned in class. And in the last page of the book, there's like a contract that's got like devil horns, and it's a hand coming out of it with money, and it's like the contract of whiteness.
Oh, fascinating.
And it's like, don't agree to the contract of whiteness, and it's, you know, all this trying to frame everything racist under this label of whiteness. And so if Jon could provide that, you'd say, okay, he understands my fears and criticisms of CRT. But he's not doing that. He brings up the chart, doesn't explain why he thinks it's bad. And then he brings up an example where I'm not even sure he thinks it's wrong to have like divide the class up by eye color in order to demonstrate racism. It just seemed like his problem was that they chose brown-eyed people to be on the receiving end as opposed to like blue-eyed people or something.
Right. Yeah. And also the black person felt that it was targeting them, that it was fucked up.
Right, but that changes. Like, okay, so are you only saying it's bad because it targeted a black person?
Yes, I agree.
Or is it the concept is bad?
Right. Yes.
Many educators are working very hard to find...
That is ironically part of the problem with CRT, because as we saw in the clip with McWhorter, he was saying, you know, the problem with CRT is that it's a bigotry of low expectations. That goes to exactly what the writer was saying. So inadvertently, they got it right there. She's saying this is totally fucked up, but it is fucked up. She's saying CRT is fucked up.
No, but she's not. She's saying what's fucked up is to have her as a black child be part of a class experiment where black people are like
grouped with other brown-eyed people.
Yeah, are made to be like the example of racism through eye color. Right. But that doesn't say that she necessarily has a problem with the concept of what was going on. Or really even that whole thing with the eye color thing, that really has nothing to do with CRT at all.
No.
And that was, you know, we've all probably heard about
CRT. Yeah.
Yeah, we've all probably read or heard about the book The Wave, where they did the eye color shit for schools. You know, that was a very common example that was brought up when I was in school. So, but that's really nothing to do with CRT at all.
Yeah. That exercise actually helped civil rights quite a bit. Because it showed people how evil kids could be.
Nighthawk Live for $20. Thank you, Nighthawk. Says, as React streamers, I can believe this is what you guys curated for us to watch. Also, stop pausing. Also, I'm going to request that we watch MasterChef next. Would you guys consider streaming your clips 24/7 on Twitch on loop? There you go. When are we going to watch MasterChef? Why are we watching like Jon Oliver and like political stuff?
MasterChef? I
let's
guess.
just watch MasterChef. Yeah.
Socialists? Do they have socialists on MasterChef? Why do all the socialists watch that? Well, I guess it's just Twitch streamers.
Because
They can
for
get
some
away with
reason,
it?
whoever owns the right to MasterChef is not cracking down on Twitch. That's
Oh,
the answer
okay,
to the
gotcha.
question. That's the only answer to the question.
Huh.
Alexi Time, I can never say it right. For $20 says, ask Joe about supply chains. I saw that chat and I was like, listen, do you want to have this to be like another 5-hour conversation about fucking supply chains?
Yeah.
Did you follow the supply chain drama?
No. What's going on with supply chains?
Demon Mama. I thought you did. Demon Mama and I believe Doe, the person that identifies as a deer, they came out like against FDA regulation.
Oh yeah, I do remember.
Of medicine.
Yeah. Bathtub insulin.
Yeah, bathtub insulin and bathtub hormones that like, local communities should all be brewing their own local medicine.
When are we gonna get Demon Mama on? She seems really smart and articulate.
No, God, no, Adam. No,
I wonder if she knows what a covalent bond is.
Oh no.
I mean, you
don't
you have to know to do bathtub insulin. I think you have to know what a covalent bond is. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's some chemistry involved.
So yeah, I'm trying to remember. I remember if Joe had some take on that was involved in that whole conversation. But
yeah.
Degenerate point 357 for $20 says, you know how pissed leftists would be if the right was trying to sneak ideas to children in the classroom, like whispering abortion is murder to the kids or Christianity topics. They'd be just as mad as the right is. Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought that up because I was going to bring that up. When Joe was talking about how like there was this sort of white nationalist subversion from the 80s that had echoes of today still. And then you brought up how that's what we're talking about now with CRT and Marxist stuff, is that we have this Marxist subversion that's been going on since the 70s or the 60s, really, that's come back with a vengeance today. And of course, the left would be rightfully, the left has every right, or every American, not left or right.
Yeah.
Every American has a right to be totally pissed if like there was fascistic undertones that were sneaking their way into public schools.
Yeah.
And so I don't see why people don't also have the right to be upset when you have Marxist undertones infiltrating schools under this guise of racial equality or equity specifically. But
how fucked up would it be if they just negotiated like, okay, we'll give you the white privilege, but we're going to teach abortion is murder. Like
I would not be on board with that.
Your kids would be so fucked up.
Right.
They went to basically leftist ideology class and then to neo-reactionary class right after that.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
God. It would not take long for them to realize this is bullshit. This is all fucking bullshit.
Well, John kind of gets into that, as we'll see, because he, on one hand, he's been castigating this legislation to not have CRT in public schools. And then on the other hand, he starts criticizing, private school vouchers. And so it's like, well, you're creating a no-win situation for people. You're saying they can't have the anti-CRT stuff in public school, but also they shouldn't have private school vouchers. So what are they supposed to do?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been totally won over to the school voucher system.
Well, and his
Sooner or
argument
later
is
it's going to be
really
implemented.
His argument against private school vouchers is really stupid. But
find age-appropriate ways to talk about race and racism in the classroom. And if you do it right, you don't stop at the civil rights movement. You tell the story all the way to the present day, which kids want and need. They have questions about what they can see with their own eyes.
Well, first of all, I'm sure everyone has this experience. When we had American history classes, you never, ever make it to modern day in your American history classes, ever.
Of course.
So, and also, I don't, unless you're taking some specific class, like why in public school, the majority of the classes you take English, history, science, math, and then you have your electives. So you have your 4 basic cores, and then you have your electives of like, PE,
theater,
computer, home ec shit,
Yeah, typing.
Typing in a computer, but let's sort of like, or you have
computers,
your various music, your music shit. I took guitar. I took guitar for 3 years in high school. Like, none of this had anything to do with fucking race. Why this shouldn't be a conversation that's taking place in public schools?
No,
if it's so important for parents, then they can talk to their own kids about this shit.
Indoctrination. We have to indoctrinate these kids.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that
Democrat voters, sis. We need Democrat voters.
Well, but that's why I find this so stupid, is that
the immigration thing isn't working out. Okay, the Latinos, they're voting conservative. we're in a deep hole here. Latinos are Catholic. Half of Mexico is Catholic.
They're waiting for that shoe to. The second that the Republicans become pro-immigration, I think the Democratic Party is totally fucked. But
it's true.
If that ever happens,
they're just going to open. They're going to be like, let them all in.
Let them all in. We need more Republican votes. That'll be interesting. You guys heard it here first. If the Republicans ever wake up to South Americans being more Republican minded or socially conservative minded, and they can kind of square that circle, there's going to be a complete 180 on immigration.
Oh, it's
and you'll realize
giant.
you'll see that like so much of political parties' positions are just bullshit.
They're catering to an electorate, which is how the system works. I mean, that's a feature, not a bug.
So there are people who are very primed through their moral foundations to want to have closed borders.
Yes.
But I think if those people felt like they were losing a culture war, and the solution to their culture war was to have people immigrate who agreed with their cultural positions.
Culture? Yeah.
Yeah.
They would change. They would totally
change. Yeah. I feel like there'd be a complete change in who's advocating for what. But.
Let them in.
And they deserve good answers. And it is, frankly, far better for them to have these discussions in a supportive, educational environment rather than the potential alternative during a screaming match at Thanksgiving. But
I completely disagree.
Yeah, that's
the best
such bullshit. Yeah.
If
the family interacting and being able to have contentious conversations is way more fitting than a classroom.
Well, and also, like, I don't know about you guys. If fucking family gatherings are boring as shit unless there's some heated conversation about some current events or political
It's true.
Otherwise, it's so boring.
I'm dying to argue with my folks.
Yes. And if you're going to teach something in a public school, it should be pretty not contentious.
Yeah. Well, they're not now because everybody's totally worried that they're going to get blasted on social media. So they're all completely silent.
Right. But that's what, like in my schooling, even in my current events class, even my psychology classes, there wasn't and in my history classes, nothing felt very politically presented or driven whatsoever.
Yeah.
Beyond the standard individual rights perspective that Americans generally operate under.
Yeah. I agree.
Over CRT threatens to shut those conversations down. And that is not all it is likely to do. Because some pushing this panic the hardest are actually using it to advance a much bigger agenda that they've wanted for a very long time. And that is school choice.
Oh my goodness. So it's the bad school choice thing? What is it? But I don't even remember him giving his argument why school choice is bad.
Oh, it's really dumb.
Okay.
Basically, letting parents take tax dollars afforded to the public schooling of their kid and use them at any school they like. Here is Chris Rufo again laying out that exact strategy.
Wouldn't that allow poor kids to go to the good school though? Across town instead of being stuck at their shitty school in their shitty neighborhood with no money?
What if the good school they go to, Adam, is like a Christian school? Okay.
Well, obviously that is going to be the good school because they're actually going to have like disciplinary measures. Everyone's going to be like, I would much rather go to the school where I can actually learn and the classroom isn't complete anarchy.
Mm-hmm.
All the good students are going to go to the Christian school. They're going to be like, I don't believe this.
Listen, I know I've heard of both good and bad Christian schools. I don't think you can make a blanket statement.
I went to a Christian school. It was good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't, obviously.
Wouldn't that be funny if your parents did?
It'd be super weird if my parents put me to a Christian school. But yeah.
I have had friends who are complete atheists say, I'm going to send my kid to the Christian school just because then I know. Then he's safe. He's safe from this stuff. Yeah, exactly. They treat it exactly like Santa Claus. They're like, when he's old enough, I'll tell him. I'll tell him Jesus isn't real.
That's awful.
Why?
Oh, man, that's awful.
Why? That's practical. That's not awful.
There you go.
That's practical. Can you imagine the talk?
Listen,
Daddy, what about Jesus? Well,
Daddy, my teacher said you're gonna go to hell for doing X. It's like, well, I think you're old enough now to know that's all bullshit. Hell doesn't exist. What? Yeah, no, it's just a lie. What? Why are you sending me to this school? Well,
Yeah. Listen.
They have good graduation rates, okay?
Did you graduate without questioning your gender? Okay, shut the fuck up.
There you go. It's a trade-off.
Exactly.
First, we have to just get it out of schools. We have to ban it and abolish it. But in the long term, what we need to do is give every parent in this country a right to exit failing institutions. No child should be trapped in a failing public school that violates his sense of conscience, that violates the values of the parents. Every parent should take those education dollars anywhere that they wish.
Right.
School choice will liberate people, it will empower people, and it will actually depolarize some of these national fights that we've seen.
Oh, so you're doing all of this to tone down partisan fights, are you, Chris? Very cool of you. You've probably noticed that general wave of calm, chill vibes sweeping the nation lately. If there is one word...
He's such a conflict entrepreneur here, it's so sickening. For him talking, so smugly about this.
Yeah, and it is frankly disgusting how this is framed with like, oh, it's just the right that is doing the culture war monitoring. It's like, no, they're literally reacting to this, neo-Marxian culture war subversion that's happening.
Yeah.
That's what they're responding
voted. Nobody voted for their kids to be taught white privilege.
Yes.
Nobody asked the parents, hey, how do you feel about this critical race theory, this white privilege paradigm? We're going to start teaching it in school. Nobody asked them. They're being it's being forced on them. Yeah.
Right. And it's so disingenuous. And then when you push back against that to say, oh, you're just causing division in our society.
Yeah, no shit. I don't understand, because people on the left have forever been saying, part of the reason why blacks are disproportionately less wealthy is because they're caught in these failing schools.
Right.
It's the same argument Rufo's making here. Allow the students to exit these failing schools. It works for both sides.
Right. Which would hopefully also create more competition too.
I said the unthinkable.
What?
Both sides.
Oh.
All sides. It works for everyone,
you
right?
can say both sides. It's okay.
I hate saying it. It's so bad. It's cringy.
Word I would use to describe every image coming out of a school board meeting these days. It is depolarized. Look, it is not just Rufo. Conservative organizations...
It's so disingenuous, because Rufo literally offered a solution to the picture that he showed.
That have long pushed for school choice, like the Heritage Foundation and Freedom Works, have poured money into this fight. And of course, no school choice push would be complete without lifelong rich person and occasional education secretary Betsy DeVos, who wrote an op-ed titled, Let's Liberate Kids from Race Indoctrination with School Choice. And you should know, this is just nothing new. There is a long history of responding to racial panic with a push for school choice. In fact, the roots of the school choice movement trace back to the Brown versus Board of Education decision when southern states adopted voucher programs to facilitate the creation of private schools called segregation academies. And some of those...
All this completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. Unless you're going to set up schools that discriminate on people based on race. This is such bullshit.
I know.
Can you imagine that? It's not, they can't do that.
This is all ad hom, basically. It's like, listen, I'm not going to attack the argument being made now. So I'm going to say that when people pushed for school choice in the past, it was because of racism.
Yeah.
So therefore, if they're pushing for it now, 50 years later, it's also because of racism.
But where is the causal link there? Is he suggesting that these schools that you're going to be able to use school choice to send your kid to are going to be segregated by race? I don't think so.
Well, yeah, and that doesn't even make sense because if you did have school choice, then that it should lead to less segregation, not more.
Yes.
Because black parents could send their children to whatever the schools was that they wanted to be.
Not only that, you would tackle the cultural gravity thing because you have these nerdy black kids all the time that complain. People say they're a traitor to their race, which is completely disgusting. Well, they go to the nerdy school. Problem solved, right?
Right.
They're swimming in nerdiness. All those people who are making fun of them for trying to be white because they're into academics, they're not there. They're not at that school. This could solve so many problems, and it's so demoralizing that we're going to say this is a bad idea just because the Republicans thought of it. This came from the right.
There actually was, and I'd be curious to look into it. The Roland Fryer guy I was talking about specifically did a study on that to see if the cultural gravity issue and was there were black students who were performing better in school losing popularity as a result of themselves performing better.
What was the result? Do you know?
Well, the video says the result said yes, but I would want to read this study because
to know.
I would assume, because basically what it does is it creates like a upside down check mark where your popularity actually increases up into when you get to the B range and then it drops down when you're in the A range. And I thought I feel like that's probably true of everyone, regardless of their race.
Yeah,
that's a
totally.
white flag thing.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious to see that study.
Jealousy starts kicking in as soon as you rise above.
I think part of it is jealousy and part of it is just because the way the study was done was it was name your 3 best friends and then they would create some mathematical algorithm of figuring out your popularity based on how many people named you as your best friends.
Fascinating.
But I would think just intuitively okay, people that are getting straight A's or higher GPAs are more focused on school and less focused on social maintenance.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And so that seems just to be obvious to me that would be the way it would kind of break down. But
the academic student is I have no friends.
Yeah, exactly. About? Right. So that doesn't really surprise me. But so I'd have to read the study to see more specifically what it said. And it'd be interesting if he did a control group with white students and it was a completely different result. Then I'd say, oh, okay. But I feel like it's probably not.
Those taking advantage of school choice today sure seem to be doing some heavy indoctrination of their own. Take Florida. It is one of the states that allows public money to go to voucher schools. And a few years back, an investigation into some of them found commonly used textbooks that downplayed the horrors of slavery. One of them is this one, America, Land I Love, which has all the kind of bullshit that you would expect, that the Civil War was fought for states' rights. But it also states that during the antebellum period, the slave who knew Christ had more freedom than a free person who did not know the Saviour. Which is not just offensive, it is profoundly stupid. Any kid reading that absolute trombone slide of a sentence would instantly drop 2 full grades. It sounds less like something you'd find in a textbook and more like something you'd find crocheted on a throw pillow in Paula Dean's living room. So, if you want to talk about...
Okay, I don't remember if that's the only example he brings. So I looked into this...
Oh my God.
American Land That I Love.
How many schools is it in? 5?
Well, first of all, the report is obviously, it's created by a biased organization.
Right.
For racial equity. But putting that aside, and they claim that this book is used in like a lot of schools. I don't remember... It said thousands. It said like thousands, but it wasn't just Florida. It was across the whole country. I don't know how that translates to. But this is very easily solvable because I did look at the examples they brought, and the examples were pretty dog shit. That this is a very dog shit book. And I'm trying to remember because I had the link open, but I think I closed it. It had much more crazy examples than the one that Jon Oliver.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there were worse examples in the book than that. However, to me, it's like, okay, well, the solution to that, and it annoys me when people have this like baby in the bathwater approach to things. It's like, well, the solution is if a school is going to be viable to accept public voucher money, then they just have to have a certain criteria that they follow.
Right, yeah.
And so you look at the book and you say, this book is insane and stupid and garbage, and it doesn't follow the criteria, so fuck you. Like, there's a simple solution to this problem.
Yeah.
And this harkens back to exactly what I said in the beginning, which is Jon Oliver is criticizing Christopher Rufo for picking extreme hyperbolic bad examples.
Oh, yeah.
And what does Jon Oliver do? He picks the most extreme hyperbolic bad example of a private school using, really ridiculous textbooks.
Yeah.
So, no. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't have private school vouchers or that you shouldn't have private schools just because you have one bad example of from a textbook.
If you make the funding contingent on certain curricula, though, you're still going to run into the same problem because they're going to say, Biden's going to say you have to teach critical race theory, otherwise you don't get the federal dollars.
Well, there obviously has to be some difference between what the criteria for public school and private schools would be.
Well, you're basically making all schools private schools, though, in the voucher system.
Right. I guess you are making every school public school then, but
or private. I mean,
no, because
weird.
a school could just say it's not going to take,
you're right. Yeah, you're right.
The public school vouchers, and they
money.
can teach whatever crazy shit they want. I mean, I guess there's still probably some criteria in order to have the diploma recognized, but
yeah, he just doesn't want people to be taught about Jesus because he hates Jesus. Why do you hate Jesus? What's the matter with Jesus, Oliver? Why is he a Jesus hater? You've met Jesus.
I have.
Yeah.
You don't like when I talk about my story where I met Jesus. You
met him.
Did
you meet him at your bar mitzvah?
Yeah. Whenever I talk about how I met Jesus at my bar mitzvah, Adam gets very uncomfortable. I'm surprised you bring this up.
I don't get uncomfortable. What are you talking about?
You get very uncomfortable. Yeah.
Well, everyone's going to just target you. It's the one thing. As soon as we get big, as soon as we become rich and famous, all the Jesus clips are going to come together. It's going to be like a montage.
A montage of me talking about how I personally crucified Jesus for my bar mitzvah.
Talking about his participation in the act of injustice.
I know.
Racial indoctrination.
Don't get yourself in trouble.
Of school kids, this might be a better place to start. But the thing is,
I'm so triggered, man. I fucking hate Jon Oliver.
Well, it's like, why does it have to be an either or?
Why are we indoctrinating kids, you moron?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't want bullshit indoctrination from the left or the right for my children. Like, I want my children to just fucking learn education in a non-culture, non-religious biased, non-woke biased way. It's like, fucking just remove all this shit from schooling. If the parents want to talk about it, then they can fucking talk about it.
Yeah.
It's simple.
But Adam, what about this indoctrination? What about it?
I know. Yeah. What about this indoctrination?
Fuck you.
Even a manufactured panic is a panic. Those parents at school board meetings are genuinely angry. And as any little league coach knows, once you reach a critical mass of angry white parents, there will be...
Racist piece of shit. He is totally... I mean, he's playing into the stereotypes here. I guess black parents don't get angry, Sitch. I guess Asian parents, they don't get angry. It's only angry white parents.
Well, there's this like very gross thing that this is what triggers a lot of white people, is that it's like this dismissive attitude that if you're white and you're upset about something, you shouldn't be because you have quote unquote white privilege.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. He's fucking with my subconscious.
And it's a total, it's like, it's so funny because it's basically the same as, you know, when you're talking to a woman who's upset and you're like, oh, you're just on your period. Okay. Because you're saying I'm dismissing your emotions and your concerns on the basis of some biological fact about you.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. It's saying I'm dismissing your concerns and your anger as a white person because of some biological fact.
Yeah. Oh,
and then it double
repulsive.
It is repulsive. And then it's like a double fuck you to white people who are not well off. Because basically the attitude, the attitude that the woke brigade puts forward is like, oh, you know, this society is built all around white privilege. It's built all around catering to white people. And so I'm sitting here, and if you're like, you know, not a well-off white person, you're like, oh, are you saying I'm a failure? That this entire society is catering to me because I'm white, and yet I still haven't, you know, reached some economic level of success that other white people have?
Yeah.
Which is, and it's obviously bullshit.
Yeah.
Right, but that's the thing. It's obviously bullshit. There's lots of problems in our society that of society and our government and our system and our culture fucking over lots of people, and to just frame it purely from this race perspective is to blind yourself to, I would argue, the majority of the picture of what's going on.
Yeah. Well, he just did the white people thing. White people.
Oh, here you go. I found it. Here's the one that will trigger you.
No.
So that book, The American Land That I Love book, supposedly, it says Satan did not want people worshiping God.
True.
So in the late 1800s, Satan hatched the ideas of evolution, socialism,
well, got one
progressive education.
Well, there's two.
And modern psychology.
Oh, okay.
To counter America's increased religiosity.
Huh. Interesting. I don't know if I buy that. I buy part of it.
So,
look, Satan, you don't think Satan came up with communism? Come on, Sitch. You're the believer here. If anyone came up with communism, it had to be Satan.
So it's like, so yeah, I don't want a textbook that's telling kids that Satan is creating the ideas of evolution or even socialism or psychology. Okay. That's obviously bullshit. And no school that teaches that should receive any funding. I would argue from anyone, let alone the government.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem that dangerous, but.
You don't think that's dangerous?
I mean,
to teach kids that evolution and psychology derive from Satan?
It's not good. I'm not going that far.
If you remove evolution from the equation, you don't understand like 99% of what the fuck's happening in the world.
But I would rather my kid have that book than some gender critical class where
but it's not a rather. It's not if we can have both. Okay. We for majority
we can get rid of all this is what you're saying.
Yes. When I went to fucking school not that long ago, I had neither Satan was teaching evolution and I didn't have woke bullshit in my history book either. Okay. We had neither of this stuff. I went to a large high school in a left-leaning area of the country.
I might have said something to one of my biology teachers just to be just to be edgy about God doesn't like evolution. in I don't, it might have been junior high or high school. I think it was high school actually.
Okay.
So I mean, they pretty much rebuffed me immediately. Like, okay, kid, we're going to teach evolution in this class, and you're going to shut up and take it.
So, according to this article, I'm trying to see like how many schools, as you said, like use this textbook. It says out of all the private schools, according to this article, who knows if it's true, it says 11% of private schools in Florida use that textbook.
11%. Wow, that's
Yeah.
They're making some headway there.
Now, see, this is crazy because this article claims that 46% of private schools in Montana use that textbook. Which I don't know what the fuck's going on in Montana. They're talking about using the fucking Satan created evolution and psychology textbooks. Then I'm like, whoa, what's going on here?
That's so funny because there's probably so many archaeologists and in Montana like searching for things.
That's where all the dinosaurs are.
Yeah, in the evolutionary tree.
So why is John Oliver ragging on Florida? Look at Montana. What the fuck's going on in Montana?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Probably 50% in Great Britain teach that book.
Which is Alabama, 30%.
Oh, okay.
Consequences. In Texas, this high school principal was forced out of his job after being accused at a school board meeting of promoting CRT by someone who wasn't even a parent at his school.
Oh my God.
Good.
Wait. CT says she had this book.
No way. I was homeschooled. Wait, CT for 5 Canadians says, stop super chatting, CT. I was homeschooled. I had that book. School is called Abeka Academy. I might still have it. Well, for
that's what it's
sakes,
called. CT had the book.
break
She
it
had the
out.
book.
Give
It's
us
amazing.
some. Give us some juicy quotes.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
CT is this. So that's where you learned that evolution was from Satan. I was always wondering.
And in Tennessee, this current affairs teacher was fired for not giving...
Hey, it's that guy.
It's that guy.
It's the soy milk refrigerator guy.
varying points of view after he gave students a Ta-Nehisi Coates article and showed them Kyla Janae Lacey's poem, White Privilege. And he actually had a pretty decent response to that criticism.
Yeah, terrible.
Yeah, his response was dog shit. Jon Oliver.
It was dog garbage. Yes.
To me, the varying viewpoint is Kyla Janae Lacey. And
so do you think this guy is just anti-Republican because he's gay? Do you think he's like, this is one of the don't say gay people?
First of all, I don't know if this guy's gay. Mm-hmm. You bigot.
Well, I'm just curious.
Okay.
Well, let's just hypothesize that he
You
might
can't
be
say
gay.
every bald white guy with glasses and a V-neck overshirt is gay. Okay?
I don't see a
just like
wife in the-
50% of them.
I don't see a wife in the picture.
Just like 50%.
I don't know.
Okay.
Is his name up? Can we look at his Twitter? Do you think he has a Twitter? Come on, we can find out about the Don't Say Gay bill. Let's do a little digging here.
See if I don't think they have to say his name.
me,
Matt Hahn. So
Oh, is that his name? Oh, it is. Matt Hahn, high school teacher. Let's find out. Let's find out about the Don't Say Gay bill. Come on, don't say. Look, detective.
They're so bad. No one cares if he's gay or not, Adam.
Detective Sitch and Adam are on the
you
case.
homophobe. Okay. I did see that apparently he says in the interview that his like sister or something put up a GoFundMe for him when he got fired or something.
Oh, really?
Kind of funny.
You saw the whole interview?
Yeah, I did.
His sister?
It's not very interesting though.
The varying viewpoint is Kyla Janae Lacey and is Ta-Nehisi Coates. Those are perspectives that my student...
Oh my goodness.
This is such a
He's
bad
not saying
argument.
that they vary between each other. Is he saying this is the full spectrum? Like the privilege poem versus...
No. his argument he's making is really, really dumb, and Jon Oliver is really dumb for thinking it's a good argument.
Right.
So, Jon Oliver is saying, "Oh, he's fired for finger quote not teaching both sides of the issue," and Matt Hahn's response to that is, "Well, the mainstream opinion is the evil racist view, and." So he's teaching the Ta-Nehisi Coates and whatever the other lady's name is view. And so he's teaching the both sides. He's teaching the alternative. He's saying that like the broader culture teaches the other side.
Yeah, I disagree on that.
Yeah, this is really stupid for two reasons. First of all, I don't think it's even true. I think right now the broader culture is captured by wokeness completely. So I don't think that's fair to say. And then number two, even if it was true, okay, even if the broader culture is anti-woke and he's teaching the woke perspective, that's not an argument. Just because something is an alternative view of something doesn't mean it should be taught in school. Because you could just say, well, listen, Matt, why don't you teach Nazism? That's an alternative perspective. Why don't you teach the alternative perspective, the Holocaust, Matt? That's not taught,
Is that Holocaust denialism that you're talking about?
Right. Matt, why are you not teaching Holocaust denialism?
Why not teach intelligent design in the biology class?
There you go. Why? Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people think, why not teach that Satan invented communism in politics class, right? Teach the controversy.
Right. So just saying like, well, I'm teaching the opposite of the mainstream view, that's not an excuse for anything. That doesn't explain shit. It's like, okay, so what?
Yeah. Dog shit. Get this out of my face.
Aren't exposed to on a daily basis because, we live in that white, dominant, evangelical environment.
He is in Tennessee. He is in Tennessee.
I guess that's true. He's an old man in Tennessee. Okay, right. He doesn't know about TikTok.
He's the last gay man left in Tennessee.
Right. He doesn't know about TikTok.
They've all moved to San Francisco.
Or Twitch politics or any of these other spaces that are totally dominated by children for children in terms of woke politics. So
right.
He's totally out of the loop here.
He's got to have a TikTok. Come on, let's not go crazy here. He does. Did you look it up?
I didn't look up if he has a TikTok. I don't think Matt Hahn has a TikTok.
Did he have a Twitter?
I didn't look. I'll check.
Look it up. Come on, we got to know.
I don't like this. I don't like
everyone wants to know.
Or not. This seems really bad.
Everyone wants to know.
Who cares?
Well, we at least want to know what he thinks about the Don't Say Gay bill.
Okay.
Let's see if he's in the bubble. Did you find him?
Is this it?
Of course. Sitch is on the case, guys. Here,
I did find his Twitter. Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Let's see.
Throw a retweet so I can take a look.
How competitive will our Tennessee students be with students from states without this type of legislation? It's an article. High schools could lose AP classes if they ban required topics from being taught. That's weird because I could have swore there was some. Was it in New York? I could have swore there's some thing that they're trying to pass in some state where they were trying to get rid of gifted and AP classes because they were racist, because there wasn't enough, minority students in these classes. I could have swore that just happened. So I don't know.
So what's the Don't Say Gay? When was his last tweet?
Let's see. I don't think he talked about it at all.
Oh, okay.
No, he doesn't tweet very much.
Okay, good.
He retweets whenever anyone tweets out that Jon Oliver thing that he's in, but obviously.
So he probably only got the Twitter because he's like, Jon Oliver's using me as
he's happy
pawn. He's happy to be used as a pawn in a race war, in a race culture war. I don't think that's a good idea.
He was on some podcast called Black Appalachia. They talk where they interview him about him being fired. And no, he has very few tweets. So no, he doesn't talk about it. Then I've done the unthinkable. I've reached the end of his timeline.
That never happens.
He joined. His first tweet is from December 31st of last year.
Okay.
So
he's like, I gotta get I gotta get on the social media now that I'm a celebrity.
Oh, maybe he deleted it because maybe he deleted his old tweets.
Oh,
because someone says, well, maybe because the first thing he has is a reply, but replying to his own tweet that is now deleted. And the person says, hey, I saw your story on CBS. Just want to say I'm hoping you're well and you stand on the right side of history. Keep the faith and happy holiday to you and yours.
Right side of history. Very suspicious. Might be a white supremacist.
So maybe after the CBS thing, he got a bunch of people attacking him, and then he...
Oh, yeah, he probably did.
Deleted all his tweets or something.
He probably did. They probably hit him with the, what do you got in your refrigerator? Soy milk?
Right.
Yeah. Guys, be nice.
Why are you responding to Dishonest Always while we're streaming? Don't do that.
Me?
You.
I didn't respond. What are you talking about? Did I?
I hit notifications, I see.
What?
1 hour ago.
What happened?
Oh, you're responding to Jangles, who was responding to Dishonest Always. Oh, okay.
Yeah, those guys, it's like a huge circle jerk.
I see.
Dishonesty Always and Jangles, a science denier.
I got you.
Is it Jangles a science denier a great nickname for Jangles?
That is.
Because he is a science denier.
What is Jangles denying science? I have already forgotten.
He denies all science.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Equally.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There you go. There you go, Jangles. You're a science denier. Take that.
Jangles, the science denier, says they're big fans of James Lindsay. I unfollowed James Lindsay. Don't tell anyone, okay?
I like James Lindsay as long as he's narrowly focused on interpreting neo-Marxian academic papers.
I still see a lot of his tweets because I've discovered you don't have to follow people. You just follow other people and they retweet people a lot. So you get
I've retweeted James Lindsay pretty often when he talks about things that I like.
Yeah.
When he uses that lens to interpret broader things, I think
it's bad. Gets into trouble.
Yeah, I think he gets
into trouble. Not good. Yeah. Terrible.
Right. When you live in a mostly white environment, the voices of black people can be the varying point of view. And not just on current events, either on lots of things that white people might...
Well, it just because... Well, again, like...
Oh yeah. We're not making
Nazism is the varying point of view.
Yeah. Okay. For racists.
For racists. Yeah, I mean, you can have a black...
When you live in an anti-racist society, obviously most people aren't racist. So the opposite point of view.
Right. Was, remember Black Hitler? Quasimodo, whatever his name was? If Quasimodo's coming around, he has a very alternative point of view, and he's black. That doesn't mean it should be taught in fucking public schools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Give an actual argument, Jon Oliver. Holy crap.
He can't do it.
Otherwise assume even trivial ones, like it's okay to go out in a blizzard in shorts, and if I argue with this cop, I can probably get out of a ticket, and time travel would be a fun and stress-free activity.
Has anyone thought that they can argue their way out of a ticket with a police officer?
No, I've never tried. I don't argue, but I do try to be nice, thinking,
right?
Please, oh please, let it be a warning. Please, oh please, oh please.
That's like I've seen people argue with cops.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do that. I try to operate the same way you do, or like trying to be as nice as possible.
Yeah.
Who thinks I could be wrong? I could be out of touch here. So let me know, chat. Who goes into an interaction with a police officer and thinks I could argue myself out of a ticket? I think by pissing off this police officer, I can not get a ticket. How does that thought occur to a human being?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it does. I'm skeptical.
Ooh, the 30s, I can't wait to look around.
This time travel joke is terrible.
It is. I like Kava in the chat says, arguing no, crying yes.
Oh, really?
There you go. There you go.
I mean, if the cop walked up to the window and I was crying, I think it would be different than a woman crying. Somehow I think I'm more likely to get a ticket if
you're a guy crying.
I'm bawling my head off, yeah. I guess I could try that. I could say something like my wife just left me, or maybe I'll try that. But I mean, I drive like such an old lady now. I'm never going to get pulled over.
Oh, okay.
Not in a million years.
That's good.
I'm too safe.
Unfortunately, though, those situations are now only likely to become more common. Since January of last year, 37 states have introduced bills or taken other steps that would restrict teaching critical race theory or limit how teachers can discuss racism. And the justification for these has often been more than a little flimsy. Here is one Tennessee lawmaker explaining why he was pushing for his state's bill.
Listen to the following quotes from an email forwarded to me concerning a 7-year-old girl in Williamson County. The little girl told her mother, "I'm ashamed that I'm white." The daughter then asked her mother, "Is there something wrong with me? Why am I hated so much?"
Okay, I hear that, I really do. But the thing to do in that situation isn't to pass a law limiting the discussion of race in the classroom. It's to ask literally one follow-up question like, what was happening to make you think the other kids hate you? Or did any adult step in when you felt this way? Or do you even exist?
See, this is so low.
It is
so low because you know all those questions were asked. Obviously, one of his constituents is reaching out to him. So,
well, I mean,
do you think he needs to?
Possibly made the fucking story, but I don't know.
Sure, someone could have. Listen, someone could have made something up and reached out to him. I mean, it's hard for me to imagine that any congressman can't cherry pick from any constituent.
Yeah, well, and that's why whenever a congressperson brings up a constituent anyway, or story, it's like I guess this works on people, but I'm an autistic robot, and I go, oh, this is fucking dumb. I don't care what some random person's anecdotal story is. It doesn't tell me anything about the bigger picture.
But notice how he's doing it to cast the Republican lawmaker as a liar,
right?
Someone who made this up. This person doesn't exist.
Well, I will say, I tried to look into this.
No, Sitch. This is hilarious.
What do you mean, no? Of course.
You tried to find the, and I found the little girl.
Well, no, I didn't find the little girl. Okay. The little girl and the parent's name has been shrouded in mystery. Okay. But I did find something that's a little suspect.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Which is that there's a lady who runs some organization or some parent movement where this is happening. And I'm trying to remember if they have a clip of her in the Jon Oliver thing, or she might actually pop up in the CBS fucking thing. I saw her video of her somewhere. And she is running a GoFundMe. Well, she has an organization that's like about trying to keep CRT out of school, and I'm on board with that. But she had, and I think it either failed or got taken down, because if you go there, you have to use the Wayback Machine to find it. She was managing a GoFundMe that was raise $5,000 for this little girl to go to psychotherapy because she doesn't want to be white and was like depressed and wanted to kill herself or something.
So that
and I don't know. I saw that. I'm like, that seems a little fucking bullshit to me. I don't know. It seems a little fake to me.
Like she's just trying to milk $5,000 out of her Twitter followers.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know about that one.
CRT ruined my little girl.
Yeah, give me $5,000. Yeah, I don't know.
It is a little suspect. Okay,
it's a little suspect.
Not gonna lie, that's a little sus.
Right. But again, this is, remember, Jon Oliver says cherry picking hyperbolic cases is bad. Now, excuse me while I cherry pick hyperbolic cases.
Yes, yeah, totally.
He could have. As I said, the example I brought up, in which we had the picture of at some point in the stream, with the contract of whiteness, and it says, "Don't sign the contract of whiteness." That's being legislated over right now. There's a lawsuit about that being taught in school. You could have brought that example up, John, but no, he reaches for the lowest hanging bottom of the barrel fruit he can find to make his argument.
Sad. The sad little man.
You should know, when reporters looked into this, they found no parent had come forward to that school's principal, teachers, or district officials with that complaint, and administrators there weren't able to pinpoint any student who might be upset or lessons that could have been upsetting. And if that is how we are arguing things now, I should probably mention that I too just so happen to have an email forward from a different little white.
It's funny because I think he brings up later a report that is not much better. For his argument, that's not much better than the random girl says.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He does the same thing. That's his argument.
Right.
Girl, way cuter than the first one, by the way, who said that first girl story is complete bullshit. And the thing is, by Tennessee law, it seems I simply have to believe her. But that lawmaker actually illustrates the problem facing legislators currently trying to outlaw something that they cannot define. Because what are you then going to do? Pass a law saying kids can't feel bad? Well, it turns out yes, because that is exactly what Tennessee did. They passed a law prohibiting
I heard that.
Let him finish.
any teaching that would cause discomfort, guilt, anguish, or distress solely because of the individual's race or sex, which is very broad. And you know what? You're not going to believe this, but
So, this is. But it's so annoying because it's just the constant denial. It's just constant lying.
I know. They're lying pieces of shit.
Because if you bring up the bill, which I did, it says the teacher can't advocate for you to feel that way on the basis of your race.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean a student can't feel that way.
Yeah.
That's all it means.
Yeah, you should feel terrible because you're from a long line of racists.
Right.
Yeah.
The law says promoting that an individual, feel bad it says a prohibition on teaching that an individual should feel discomfort, guilt, or anguish, or any form of psychological distress solely on the basis of their race or sex. Okay. Who disagrees with that fact?
Yeah.
No one.
Yeah.
But they have to twist it and be like, oh, but what if a white kid is watching Roots and they think, why is Geordie LaForge being whipped? This makes me upset to be white. Oh, we can't watch Roots anymore, which is not at all what the law says.
That man whipping him looks just like my dad. Ouch. Turn it off. Papa, no. I'm sorry. I can't. I can only handle this by making jokes about it because it's so cynical. Jon Oliver also, his jokes suck. What happened? Wokeness ruins comedy. Come on. He couldn't make any of these jokes. None of these totally hilarious jokes are within his ability to make now.
True.
He can only make fun of white people.
He can only make bad jokes at white people's expense. That's true. Chaotic Entertainment for $20. Thank you so much. Says CRT feels antagonistic in the way it approaches racial subjects. Even if it was right, it is a poor way to approach things. From the S-Class member of A-Team. There you go. From the S-Class member of A-Team. I agree with that sentiment about it. Even if it was right, it is framing things in a very antagonistic way, but I'd argue that's because it's not right, and that's the entire. To me, I think CRT is designed to foment revolution, and that's why it's antagonistically framed. It's designed to want to try to get people to overthrow the current liberal order and the current government.
It's designed to make you feel it's unfair.
Also, it says, P.S. Adam, how long should I practice drawing each day to improve?
Oh, really? 10 to 12 hours, I think, is a good measure. No, I'm being, obviously I'm kidding, but it's as much as you can. I mean, drawing is a weird thing because I'm trying to do like 4 10-hour days in a row. And after the first day, like I want to continue to draw. Like I just want to draw more and more. So if you were drawing like a couple hours a day, I mean, that would be good, but I guess you got to kind of tune into what your schedule is, what's going to work for you. But I do feel this weird switch in my brain when I go to I'm fully locked into visual, and almost sometimes I worry about doing the Sunday show because I haven't talked for like any length of time for 4 days. So I don't know. Is that helpful? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm always an advocate of trying things and kind of being willing to test things out to see what works for you. So if you have a couple hours a day, that would be great. Yeah. And if you tried the don't break the chain thing and did like a couple hours a day, 7 days a week for as long as you could do it, you kind of gamify drawing. So if you make a tick mark on the calendar every day you draw for a couple hours, you're like more motivated as you get more tick marks. I did that for a long time.
Angry Bellsprout for $20 says, why do racists pretend that dress codes that ban mohawks and mullets because of long hair exist only to ban ethnic hair? Same clowns pretend intentionally picking names not a part of the local language isn't segregation. Yeah, that argument, and I don't understand what the point is of conflating that argument that Joe was making, saying, okay, well, we can have, you can change requirements that, allow quote unquote ethnic hairstyles, right? That don't require black people to shave their heads or use hair relaxant or, any of that other stuff. But you can separate that out from like general dress code stuff. Like why it doesn't have to be an all or nothing situation.
Yeah.
I don't know what the point of framing it that way is. And it was the same thing about the names, but we didn't really get into that because we kind of moved on.
Yeah.
Just like, well, I mean, why? I understand if someone's coming from another country and from another language, they're going to have a name that maybe is harder for people in an English-speaking country to pronounce. But to me, it's indicative of a problem if you're American and English-speaking and you're choosing to have a name that's outside of, quote, the norms of the mainstream culture. Like, why? What are you signaling to the world by doing that? And just, I don't think that's a good approach to have.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people like to do it because it's like an individual thing,
Right.
It's like show your creativity in your kid's name. But then
I think that's stupid.
Oh, I agree. And I also think it's selfish because it's like, let me show my creativity, even though the kid is the one that's going to have to live with the name their entire life. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you, EX, for join. Not only did he join the channel, but he joined outside the simulation.
No way. Oh my, someone made it out. Holy
Someone made it
shit.
out. Someone joined the highest tier of the channel and has made it outside the simulation.
Holy shit.
Very impressive. Thank you so much. That's very generous.
Do they get free super chats or something? Let us know what it's like outside the simulation.
Well, we can add
welcome to outside the
we
simulation.
can add like
that's so badass. Someone screen cap that.
We should do this. There are like you can add extra things to other tiers to make them cooler. So I don't know. We should add some extra perks to the higher tiers.
I love that Sitch. I mean, I just went through and did it like as fast as I can, but I love that now that it's set up, Sitch is like, let's do more emotes. Let's add things to the tiers. Let's make it cooler. Yes, I totally agree. We should do that.
So, well, okay. Remind me. We got to talk about something about our ad. YouTube is yelling at me for our ad suitability. So we're gonna have to deal with that after the stream.
Right now? What do you mean?
Like, there's a thing where if you don't, when you put up YouTube videos, and since I'm not putting up the clips, I don't know who's doing this. Where it gives you like you have to rate how your video is supposed to be and whether you're talking about contentious things or not. And if you do a good job, and there's ways you can kind of like say that your stuff might be controversial, but still you can get it to be green checkmark friendly.
Yeah, we failed.
But if you don't do it good enough, YouTube will start yelling at you, and they don't trust your assessment of videos, and they'll start hitting you with the monetization far harder and more often.
Well, they hit us. Well, I guess they don't really hit us with that hard anyway.
So they're saying that our last, handful of videos, whoever was doing that, they have issue with.
That was me, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
For shame, Matt. For shame.
Well, I just tell them. I mean.
Well, do you actually do the little chart, or do you just hit no, it's fine for everything?
I hit no, it's fine.
Okay, see, that's the
I hit no, it's fine. But that's
the problem.
That's
the
CT's
problem.
job. CT's supposed to make sure it's fine.
No. But you still have to, when the video is on the thing, you have to click on the little talking about sensitive issues.
We hired CT to blame for this stuff.
I thought you said you were doing this.
Well, yeah, but CT makes the video, so there should be.
No. But I'm not talking about the content in the video.
Okay. Well, yes, you are talking about the content.
No, because
of the video.
you can. Okay, for those of you who don't know, I didn't want to talk about this because it might be boring. Let me talk about it very quickly.
Let's move on.
Wait, when you on YouTube, in order to have your video be monetized.
Oh, it was the N-word.
No, listen.
Someone in the chat said it was the N-word.
It wasn't from today. It wasn't from today.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't from today. Okay.
Okay.
In order for your video to be monetized, it gives you a bunch of different categories, and there's 3 options in each category. And if you choose the mildest of the option, you can choose mild in all the different categories of whether you talk about race issues or
yeah, I do. I pick mild all the time.
Okay, but you actually click mild. You don't just click nothing. Because if you click nothing, you get in trouble. If you click mild for all of them, then you usually can skate by.
I click mild for everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
I always click.
Do you believe
mild.
that, chat? He's kind of changing his story.
What do you mean?
know.
I clicked the first one on the first one. We'll talk about it afterwards, but I'm sure I do it incorrectly.
Okay.
I just received another email this second from a third Tennessee white girl who says, "What fucking idiots are writing these laws? And how many fictitious children are they going to make up to justify them? P.S. I honestly preferred the new Zazu." And wow, what a nice thing to say from a definitely real child. And look, the thing is,
that gets a standing
we have
ovation.
talked before on this show about the multiple problems with teaching kids a sanitized version of US history and how, as far back as a century ago, groups like the United Daughters of the Confederacy were reshaping textbooks to downplay its horrors. And it seems, here we go again, I guess.
Yeah, but see, this is why it's such bullshit. It's as John McWhorter was saying, it's there are probably schools where there's shitty textbooks, and they're shitty from a right-wing or religious or downplaying of slavery or racism slant. The solution to that is not to wokeify or Marxistify all the fucking textbooks. And if you have a real argument, then make it. Don't just keep looking at these laws where the language is very clear and very okay in terms of being anti-racist and saying, oh, this law is going to somehow magically lead to not being allowed to talk about slavery. And this conspiratorial nonsense. Make an actual argument.
Not going to happen. This is propaganda. There is no argument to make. All these bills are completely innocuous. There's zero argument to make. These bills look like they might have been written by fucking liberals.
Well, that's what's so crazy. All these bills, you go back to the civil rights movement, everyone's like, oh, these bills are great. These bills are fine.
Yeah.
But now, and as you said exactly it, it's because back then the fear was black stereotyping. And so if you have bills that say stereotyping bad, then everyone goes, oh, that's great. We're fighting black stereotyping. But since now the concern is white stereotyping.
Right.
Okay. If you have a bill that says stereotyping bad, it's like, oh, well, these, do we really need these bills? And you're like, well, wait a minute. What's going on here exactly?
We like our white stereotypes. I'm using them in these jokes here, these funny jokes.
Right.
For my show. Haven't you heard about the white parents? I know, it's so frustrating.
Because lawmakers are trying to micromanage school curriculums, sometimes pretty ineptly. A bill proposed in Virginia contains a section listing some of the founding documents that is okay to teach, a list that includes the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the first debate between Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, which I hope you know is not a thing that happened. The Lincoln-Douglas debates were, of course, between Senator Stephen Douglas and his opponent, a 2020 Lincoln Navigator. So, read your history, everyone. Facts matter here.
So this is very dishonest because I looked this up. In the first article that comes up about this story is a Slate article.
Oh, yeah, they're terrible.
But they're terrible, and even they fact check this. Okay. And so apparently, yes, in the bill, it did say Frederick Douglass instead of Stephen Douglas. Because of who Lincoln debated in 1858.
Yeah.
However, according to the Slate article, it says the error was a drafting error that came not from the person that created the bill, but from the Virginian Division of Legislative Services, which is a nonpartisan government agency that formats and edits drafts of legislation.
Wow.
And apparently they claim responsibility, saying the error was inserted at the drafting level following receipt of historical accurate requests from the office of the guy who wrote the bill. Okay. So
they made a typo.
Right. It was a typo by someone who is part of a nonpartisan organization that's supposed to format and edit fucking legislation. So come on, Stephen or John, whatever the fuck your name is.
Stephen A. Douglas. It's Stephen A. Douglas, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but come on, Jon Oliver. Like, I don't believe for a second that whoever wrote that joke for you didn't Google this and find out that information.
Yeah. Woke writing staff. We met him.
Well, no, we met Jon Oliver's. I mean, Jon Stewart's.
Con Stewart's.
Con Stewart.
Con Stewart is, but they're moonlighting here for Jon Oliver too.
There you go.
Definitely.
CT says call him Gon Stewart. There you go.
Gon Stewart is good, yeah.
Gon Stewart.
Because he's gone. He's totally gone.
He's totally gone.
Lame brain.
But maybe the most insulting distortion of history is in the quote that every single anti-CRT activist seems to love to invoke.
You think about what MLK stood for. He said he didn't want people judged on the color of their skin, but on the content of their character.
You know, I believe it was Martin Luther King that said, you know, when he was talking about his children, that
he didn't want his children to be judged
on the color of their skin,
but by the content of their character.
So, is CRT like a psyop to get Republicans to not be racist or something? Like,
I wonder.
like,
it's working great if it is.
Yeah, like we're criticizing that a bunch of people who are on the right, who Jon Oliver thinks are racist, are quoting MLK as anti-racist prescription.
About not being racist, yeah.
About not being racist. And this is portrayed as a bad thing.
Yeah. Makes absolutely no sense. I'm completely confused. I'm confused and demoralized.
What topsy-turvy clown world, Mr. Oliver, are you trying to force us to live in?
Yeah.
And he doesn't even he doesn't even explain, I don't remember. I don't think he explains why this is bad or wrong.
Look at
the
this.
character, not by the color of
Obama mocks GOP for critical race theory concerns. Really? What? Obama's mocking people now?
There you go.
Bad move.
their skin.
Content of our character, not the color of our skin.
And the immortal words of Dr. Martin Luther King ring in our ears that we must judge others not by the
color of their skin,
but by the content of their character.
The left wants us to constantly focus on skin color. It's destructive. Martin Luther King Jr. is rolling over in his grave.
Yeah, you know what? I bet he is, actually. In fact, I'm pretty sure every time someone uses his words that way, Dr. King's illustrious remains spin fast enough to power the eastern fucking seaboard. Here is the thing, though. That dream speech was clearly an aspirational goal, not a description of things as they stood. And in fact, King himself later...
Yeah, but have we reached that aspiration? That's the question.
No, but he frames this so dishonestly. He says that was an aspirational goal, not saying what we have achieved or what we are.
Yeah.
All the clips of people are talking about it as an aspirational fucking goal.
Yes.
They're all saying, why are we moving towards this CRT bullshit, which is all about judging people.
Aspiration.
Yes. It's saying, why are we moving towards this CRT fucking bullshit, which is all about judging people on the content of their skin color and not their character, or on the basis of their skin color, not the content of their character. When this is, and they're criticizing this, saying, listen, the left for the last 60 years has been using this liberal framework for civil rights and racial equality, and now you're telling me the exact fucking opposite. You're telling me we have to throw that in the trash. We have to pick up this CRT garbage.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what all the evil Republicans that he quoted are saying.
Yeah, but to him, he perceives it as Martin Luther King spinning in his grave because a bunch of white racists are saying the words that he said.
Yeah. Well, him and Jon Stewart are operating off of this old framework. They still think that they're in the early 2000s and the 1990s, where they think that Republicans are making this argument to say, we don't want to spend money on social programs for black people.
Right.
And he thinks that's why they're invoking these words. When that's has nothing to do with the conversation. The conversation is about, should CRT be taught in school or advocated for in the broader mainstream culture?
Yeah. Christopher Rufo is definitely advocating for school choice, which I would categorize as a social program.
Right.
To put a pretty major asterisk on it.
I must confess.
Oh, wait, let me go back. This is very dishonest, what you're about to say.
Was clearly an aspirational goal, not a description of things as they stood. And in fact, King himself later put a pretty major asterisk on it.
I must confess that that dream that I had that day has at many points turned into a nightmare. And I've come to see that we have many more difficult days ahead, and some of the old optimism was a little superficial, and now it must be tempered with a solid realism.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And in a book published that same year, he wrote that
I saw a
the
lot of cuts
majority
in there.
of white Americans consider themselves sincerely committed to justice for the Negro, and they believe that American society is essentially hospitable to fair play and to steady growth toward a middle-class utopia embodying racial harmony. Unfortunately, this is a fantasy of self-deception and comfortable vanity. So while it is clearly...
Okay. Let me write down we're at 21:15 because we're about to switch videos here. Okay. This is a very, very dishonest framing. So he played a clip of Martin Luther King Jr. saying, sometimes it feels like, my dream has become a nightmare. Okay.
We're going to play that actual clip?
Oh, we're going to play that actual clip.
Nice.
What do you think the question was that he was responding to?
Oh, I'm not sure, but I know that it has to be completely different than the way that Jon Oliver is framing it.
Well, I'll give you a hint, okay? When people dishonestly talk about Martin Luther King Jr. And the way he was perceived publicly, what is the one thing they always focus on?
That he was a socialist?
Well, sort of, but what is the one issue that they always conflate as being like, this is why people didn't like... Well, okay, whatever. It's just too hard to ask this question. I'll just play it.
And in a very real sense, these three are tied inextricably together, and we aren't going to get rid of one without getting rid of the other.
Okay, here's the question that Jon Oliver cut out that Martin Luther King Jr. was responding to.
Oh, God,
okay.
This is great.
When he says the dream is a nightmare line. Because the implication to us is he's talking something about race relations in the country, right?
Yeah, obviously.
What else would he be talking
about?
Well,
the dream that he spoke in the speech was about the aspirations of colorblind society, right? Content of the character, color of the skin. Right. Yeah.
Right. Okay, let's see what the question was.
When you stood on the Lincoln Memorial that day in August '63, and you said, I had a dream, did that dream envision that you could see a war in Asia?
Oh my God, no!
preventing the federal government doing for the Negroes, preventing the society doing for the Negroes that which you think had to be done?
So
no.
Oh my God.
No. So he asked him about the Vietnam War.
Yes. The question is in response to the fucking Vietnam War. And you'll see when you listen to his answer, they cut it off right before he begins to mention the Vietnam War.
Right. What? How fucking dishonest. What a bunch of hacks. I wonder if Martin Luther King is spinning in his grave the way you're using him like a fucking puppet, like a little hand puppet to make your argument.
And he's not the only one. I've seen so many people use that clip. I think Cody Johnston used that clip. I've seen so many people use this fucking clip.
Oh my God.
And they all remove the context of the clip that this was about the Vietnam War.
And specifically about spending. He's basically saying, hey, you wanted these social programs. You talk about UBI. Now we don't have any money because we're spending it all in Vietnam. How do you feel about that?
Right.
He's like, nightmare.
And he actually, I think this is where he says it. I don't know if it's in the book or if it's there. He actually gives a pretty interesting, I think a good answer about how once countries go to war, it sort of galvanizes the focus in that direction away from
social issues. Yeah.
Social issues that are happening domestically.
This is one of the reasons why, and I think they're a bit justified in the people on the right wanting to minimize the Ukraine thing because they're worried about, they're like, we have our own problems here we have to deal with. They're worried about being galvanized in that direction.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Which I completely
I think that's
relate
a justifiable
to.
concern. Yeah.
I would like them to make that argument. Yeah.
Right.
No, I didn't envision that then. I must confess that that period was a great period of hope for me. And I'm sure for many others all across the nation, many of the Negroes who had about lost hope, saw a solid decade of progress in the South. And in 1954, which was, 64, 1963, 9 years after the Supreme Court's decision to be in the March on Washington, meant a great deal. It was a high moment, a great watershed moment. But I must confess that that dream that I had that day has at many points turned into a nightmare. Now, I'm not one to lose hope. I keep on hoping. I still have faith in the future. But I've had to analyze many things.
Did they cut that part out in the Jon Oliver one?
Yeah, they cut a lot of this out.
They cut him out saying that he had faith and hope in the future?
No, of course they cut it out.
Okay.
Yeah. Obviously. Come on.
Okay. Because I'm like, I don't remember him saying that, the Jon Oliver version.
They can't have Martin Luther King showing any kind of hope. Their whole narrative is that, nah, you got Martin Luther King wrong. He was black-pilled to the core. He had no optimism whatsoever.
Right.
Over the last few years, and I would say over the last few months, I've gone through a lot of soul-searching and agonizing moments. And I've come to see that we have many more difficult days ahead, and some of the old optimism was a little superficial.
That's
and now
in there.
it must be tempered with a solid realism.
That's
and
in
I
there.
think the realistic fact is that we still have a long, long way to go, and that we are involved in a war on Asian
they
soil.
cut that out. Yeah,
That's right where they ended it.
They totally
They ended
cut
it right
out.
where he says they ended it right where he says we have a long way to go.
Long way to go, and that we.
Isn't that right where they ended it?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, let me.
No, finish. I want to see the rest.
Oh yeah, I know. I just played it in the other window. Yeah, they ended it right there,
Yeah.
and then he continues.
We are involved in a war on Asian soil, which, if not checked and stopped, can poison the very soul of our nation.
Can poison the soul of our nation.
Right.
Vietnam can. Not white privilege, okay? He's not talking about white privilege here, guys. He's not saying whitey's going to come poison the soul of the nation.
Right.
He's not saying the legacy of slavery or redlining. No, he's not talking about any of that shit.
Yep.
Dr. King, even if there had not been a war in Asia.
Okay, and then it's more about the war.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's why this is so dishonest. They cut out the entire context of the question.
Yeah.
And make it seem like he's talking about something completely different.
So dishonest. Dishonesty always, I think, is going to be Jon Oliver's new name.
And we'll listen, and it gets even worse.
Oh, really?
Because this is what he says earlier, okay?
Which all of us wanted.
Because this is an interesting question.
It can't get worse, Sitch. I don't believe you.
Oh, no, it gets worse.
This is terrible.
And degrading.
Apart from wanting to live better, which all of us want to do, to raise one's children in a better way, to be better, does the Negro in America know what he wants to be?
I'm convinced that almost every Negro in this country, other than those who have been so scarred by the system that they've become pathological in the process, and we all have to battle with pathology. Nobody really knows what it means to be a Negro unless one can really experience it. And I know we all have to battle with this constant drain of a feeling of nobodiness. But in spite of this, I think the vast majority of Negroes in this country know that they want to be people, they want to be men, they want equality, period. It just boils down to that. And we haven't been able to be people. We haven't been men because of all of the conditions that we've lived with and the syndrome of deprivation surrounding conditions, whether it's in housing, in the economic area, or in schools, or in the vicious credit practices that we face in the ghetto, and all of the problems of closed doors and constant defeats. But in spite of all this, I think we all know, basically, that we want to be men. We want to be persons judged not on the basis of the color of our skin, but on the basis of the content of our
He
character.
literally says the same fucking thing in the speech. John, you're so dishonest, Jon Oliver. You're so dishonest.
Oh my God.
This is systemic dishonesty. Jon Oliver doesn't know that he's completely lying to the public. He can't know this.
Well, whoever's putting together the package
Is
writing the
a
script
lying
is-
piece of shit.
Yes.
The
He
fucking
says-
editor on this is a lying piece of shit.
Jon Oliver has the gall to have a bunch of right-wingers, evil right-wingers, saying, the content of your character, not the color of your skin. And he says, oh, MLK is spinning over in his grave. And here's him, talking about, why he'd be spinning over in his grave. And they play an out-of-context answer about the Vietnam War, and they neglect the beginning just a few minutes earlier where he literally repeats the same affirmation.
Yeah. Yes.
And this is and this is why Jon Oliver and Jon Stewart and all these fucking assholes are so lost in this conversation.
Yeah.
MLK was in favor of liberal reforms. He believed in individual rights.
Yes.
And what he's advocating for was that, listen, I alike and agree with the individual rights and the liberal principles put forward in the founding of our country.
Yeah.
Okay. That, all men should be treated equal.
Yeah.
And there should be equality under the law, and you should be able to pursue, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and all that good stuff. And all I want is for those things to apply to Black people too.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to expound and expand the rights of, put forward in the Constitution to all people. That's what is being advocated for here. Treat me as a man, okay, not as the color of my skin.
Right.
And the current conversation with CRT is the fucking opposite.
Totally.
And this is what Jon Stewart and Jon Oliver have their heads up their ass. They don't understand. These CRT people are not advocating for expanding these rights to encompass all people. They're saying individual rights, the concept of individual rights, is a lie and is garbage. And it doesn't work We tried to do that in the 70s. It didn't, or the 60s. It didn't bring about the changes we want. So now we need to throw that away. And we need to throw away the system that our entire legal system is based upon. And we need to come up with some new thing, which, by the way, will probably be some weird form of Marxism.
Where is that good old-fashioned MLK optimism? I miss it. I really do. I really do. I'm an optimist at heart. I felt like we were going in the right direction. What the hell happened?
I did too. And I mean, it's part of why I get so triggered when you have liars like Vosh and other people who are like, MLK was a radical Marxist who wanted to, revolt.
MLK was a radical optimist. And that's that is what is so hard for them to stomach. It really is. Everyone out there, they're getting rich selling black pills to people. Oh, doom and gloom everywhere. People are getting rich off of that. And your mental health is what's suffering from all that nonsense. It really is.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's, I'm glad that Joe brought that example of, the converting of slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that is like the perfect story to analogize what's happening here from both the liberal and the leftist perspective. Because MLK was the guy saying he was taking my position and your position. He's saying we need to expand the in-group to encompass everyone. And so he's out here like, we need to convert the slaves to be Christians.
Yeah.
And that's what MLK is doing. He's like, we need to expand the in-group.
Yeah.
And then the CRT people are like, no, fuck your in-group. We need separate in-groups and separate out-groups.
Yeah.
Because we don't understand the psychology. We don't understand the morality that's at play here.
The sad thing is I do think they understand the psychology of it. They just want to use it for selfish electoral purposes.
Well, I think obviously the politicians just do that. I think the
rank and file Republicans.
I think the rank and file regurgitators don't understand what they're advocating for. And I think the academics, the Kimberly Crenshaws and the Gary Pellers, who are writing this garbage, I think basically the analogy I would use is that they're writing blueprints on how to build bombs. Bombs that will blow up and destroy aspects of our society.
Institutional bombs, rhetorical bombs.
Yes. And what's happening is a bunch of stupid people are getting these blueprints and they don't understand that they're building a bomb.
Right.
Or that the blueprint's about a bomb. And they go and they construct this bomb and they don't know what it is and they press the fucking button. And it blows up. Or it's going to blow up when these bombs are all constructed. And that's who Jon Oliver and Jon Stewart are. They're useful idiots that have the blueprints to build bombs, and they're building these dumb fuck bombs to destroy our society, and they have no clue what they're doing, and they don't know what that button is going to do once they press it.
They're IED manufacturers, basically.
Right. But I do think, but Kimberly Crenshaw and Gary Peller, they know what's going on here.
Oh yeah,
they're trying to weaken society instability in order to bring about their bizarro, weirdo Marxist revolution that they want.
She's just being nice at the party, Sitch. She's just being cool.
Is CRT Marxist? Joy, CRT's about all this other stuff. I'm not going to answer your question.
Exactly.
God, that is Joy, so unreal.
Come on, I thought we were friends.
That is so unreal. Kimberly Crenshaw couldn't answer whether CRT was Marxist directly.
I saved that clip just in case it disappears from the internet one day.
Good.
Yeah.
It probably already has disappeared. So
I'm
glad you saved it.
Yeah.
Look at this face.
Yeah.
That's the face of smug idiot, stupidity, smug idiocracy right there.
Yeah. Looking down his nose at how wrong you are, Sitch, when he's completely wrong.
Let me cut Martin Luther King out of context while I accuse other people of cutting Martin Luther King Jr. out of context. Yeah. Jesus. Come on, John.
A-hole.
Jon Oliver, I respect you more than this. You're better than this shit. Okay? You've actually produced good segments in the past.
You're going to give him the do better.
He can do. His show has
incapable of
produced
it.
good segments
No, he's a
about
piece of shit.
non-woke race bullshit.
He's dead to me.
What about
Jon
Christian
Oliver.
forgiveness,
No,
Adam?
can't do it.
No, you're skewing
It's
your
not
Christian
happening.
forgiveness. Okay.
Not with this bastard. He cut Martin Luther King, my
true.
optimist God, out of fucking context.
There you go.
No forgiveness here.
There you go.
Exactly. And in a book published
Look, he
that
even
same
agrees.
year, he wrote that while the majority of white Americans consider themselves sincerely committed to justice.
Oh, we heard this part already.
Yeah. He tries
And
to
also,
quote line
this-
from the book.
Well, and also the book, which I looked up, he's not even framing that either too, because again, he's sort of dishonestly saying that the Republicans are bringing forward this. He thinks that the Republicans and the people on the right and the Dave Rubins and all these people are quoting MLK in order to justify inaction, when it's like, no, they're bringing it forward to say we don't want this CRT dog shit in our classrooms, which is obviously not the contention. It has nothing to do with what MLK was talking about back then.
No, fake moral panics that you don't know. These Republicans are liars. They're just doing it because they want. They're doing it to stoke a moral panic, to drive people to the polls.
And so, okay, if it's a fake moral, if you actually literally believe that, and it's a fake moral panic, then just say, okay, I'm fine with the law. And
I know
move
that
on.
would be such. Oh God, it would be such an elect. Well, I don't know how many people. We're on the other side of this, so I don't know how many people are in the bubble that are voting based on CRT. I mean, they're floundering for an issue right now. I constantly hear the NPC talking point is, voting rights. That's not going to move people.
That's not going to move people.
I mean, you look at every single poll, for what people are worried about. It's like inflation, the economy. Nobody cares about voters' rights. Yeah.
It's funny. Well, it's just stupid because I believe, and I could be totally wrong on this, I would believe that parents and voters will come out to vote in local elections against CRT.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think for a fucking second any Democrat voter or moderate or independent voter is going to come out and vote in favor of CRT.
I completely agree. Yeah.
This is from a purely cynical perspective, which I think you kind of have to view politics through a cynical perspective, which I agree with Joe on that, at least, is that it's a losing strategy for the Democrats to say, oh, we're just going to beat the Republicans over the head with their racism stick. I don't think they're going to win elections that way.
I don't think so either. I don't think people are going to show up for voter rights either.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I don't either. If they are talking about inflation.
Completely unmotivating.
If they are talking about healthcare.
Right.
Things
talking
that
about
affect
funding for schools. Sure.
Funding for schools. Talking about things that actually people can see happening.
And matter. Yeah.
And I think this is a problem because this is actually completely the media's fault. The media has created almost a no-win situation for the Democrats, which is interesting because we perceive, and I think it is true, that the mainstream media is so pro-left. I don't know if they're pro-Democrat.
No, they're definitely pro-Democrat, but they're stupid. So
they kind of vacillate. But because when people think about the issues that affect them, a lot of that is judging by what they see being discussed by news pundits and what they see being discussed on Twitter and Facebook and all this shit, almost more so than what they experience in their daily life. Like I think a lot of people have almost detached national politics from their daily life to a large extent. And because of that, we have this weird situation where the mainstream media has decided to focus so much on race. And so the Democrats feel like they have to also focus so much on race because that's what they're hearing about constantly in the news. And so they're like, well, that's what people are talking about. It's this race shit. But that's a losing argument for Democrats because no one's going to fucking come out and vote in favor of CRT. No one's going to come out and vote in favor of whatever weird race shit that they want to push. But the Republicans will come out in droves to vote against CRT.
Yeah. Who's going to come out and vote for trans rights? Who's going to come out and vote for
no one
for trans women in sports?
No one.
It's going to be a banner year. It's going to be amazing turnout for that one.
It's so it's idiotic that the mainstream media has basically is dooming, and it will continue to doom, I think, the Democratic Party as long as they focus on this culture war bullshit or this woke culture war bullshit.
Yeah. It's a losing issue.
It's not going to play.
I think they could lose a lot if they focus on trans women in sports. They could lose a lot of their female voter base.
Yeah, you're right. And that's almost why, if in 2024, if DeSantis becomes president, it's going to be super weird because the media, the mainstream media will they'll just cry endlessly about
they're
DeSantis.
trumping him ahead of time.
They'll cry endlessly about DeSantis trying to push his anti-woke, anti-CRT, legislation.
Yeah.
But since DeSantis isn't Trump and he's not going out there saying crazy shit 24/7, people aren't going to focus on DeSantis because when DeSantis talks, he's very boring. So they won't focus on him. They won't see it. And then they'll get really bored with the fact that the mainstream media is just whining about this thing they can't grab onto.
Yeah, I thought more about your boring DeSantis argument. And I actually think, if you think of it in the context of why people voted for Biden, it could actually be a bonus. Because I think a lot of people did vote for Biden because he was boring. They're like, okay, too much. This Trump thing is too much. Politics is, people are losing their minds. It's in my face, too much. But DeSantis is kind of boring.
I think you're right. If there was some weird world where Moxie, I don't know. But the problem is that it's different because after 4 years of Biden,
you think they're going to want excitement back? They're like, okay, this is way too boring.
the Republicans, I think, en masse are going to want Trump back, or they would prefer Trump over DeSantis. They prefer the excitement over boring DeSantis. And I think DeSantis would do far better as president than Donald Trump would in terms of both passing the kind of legislation that the Republicans want to pass, because he could do it quieter. He could do it without drawing so much attention. And also, I think since he's a politician where Trump isn't, he probably knows how to maneuver the levers of power in Washington far better than Trump ever figured out.
Right.
But I'm saying is that if there's a debate between Donald Trump and DeSantis, I think Trump will bury him, and I don't see DeSantis winning that confrontation.
Man, I want to see that debate.
Well, we'll see. I still think he's not going to run, but we'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
To create a version of history where MLK was a kind figure who existed solely to help white people win arguments. The truth is...
What a piece of shit, man.
Well, and he's doing the same. He's doing the thing he's accusing them of doing.
Oh,
They're trying to use MLK to win arguments.
The irony is off the charts here.
Right.
Well, at least the Fox News contributors didn't cut him out of context to win any arguments. A-hole, asshole, right?
Right.
He later reflected on his own message and challenged white people to look more deeply at themselves. And that is something the kids...
None of that was in there. He was talking about the Vietnam War. I went through all the things that weren't in there. Oh, Jon Oliver, man. This is a new low. This is horrible.
Should absolutely be learning about in school. But the problem is they won't if these laws continue. A white parent could plausibly claim that reading MLK's writing made their child feel discomfort on the basis of their race.
Why would they? Why the super optimism MLK? Why would they feel? Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter. Even if a kid even if some parent is super duper racist, okay, even if Richard Spencer, I don't know if he's a kid, if Richard Spencer adopts a kid just to do a test case, okay,
Like, is that even, that can't happen?
and he's like, my child, they were reading MLK's I Have a Dream speech, and it made my child feel bad about being white. Okay. It doesn't matter because that's not what the law says. The law says the teacher is not allowed to teach that the child should feel discomfort or or badness about their race.
Yeah.
Should, John, not whether they do or not, should feel that way.
Yeah. No one is going to feel bad listening to Martin Luther King. It's impossible.
Well, I'm sure there's some people out there somewhere. But.
No, they don't exist.
And some of these laws seem designed to bend schools' curriculums to the sensibilities of the most conservative, alarmed parents. In Florida, Ron DeSantis is pushing a Stop Woke Act. That was him unveiling it just a minute ago, with Chris Rufo, by the way, right behind him.
Oh, got him.
And that would give parents private right of action.
It's so dumb. They should actually be happy about this because, like, if all the legislation they had was not copying Chris Rufo's template, you'd get probably way shittier legislation in a lot of states.
You would. Yeah.
There was one state we covered, which was one of the only states that their anti-CRT bill was pretty awful. And it was because it was not copying the Chris Rufo template.
Action to sue. I think their kids are being taught CRT. And all of these laws.
Okay, and that's oh my God, everything's removed from context. Okay. So what the law says is that it says that schools
This is a
have
Stop Woke Act, right?
Right. It says schools have to create a system where if a parent feels that their child is learning something that violates the law relating to racial discrimination, okay, so this affects both white and black people, by the way, that the schools have to create a system where the parents can tell the school administration their concerns. The school administration will conduct some kind of investigation, and then they have to get back to the parents within, I forget, like some 2 weeks to a month, time period or something.
Interesting.
And it's if the school doesn't do that, then the parents can sue the school for not, following this proper
breaking
procedure.
the law. Yeah.
Right.
They sue him for monetary damages.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of lawsuits. I can feel it.
I don't think so.
Well, there are those people that are like professional suers.
Right.
Lawsuit people.
Right of action to sue if they think their kids are being taught CRT. And all of these laws are already having chilling effects. Book bans are on the rise around the country. And one Oklahoma school district has even told teachers simply to avoid using terms like diversity and white privilege.
Yay! Good. This is the whole thing. Like, yeah, that's right. We're taking your religion out of public schools.
I know.
Bravo.
I know.
And look, here's the thing. You can ban all
They can't talk about Jesus or Mary in public schools. Or intelligent design. Oh, no. It's so bizarre to me.
The books you want. You can try and legislate it away. But as any black woman on The Bachelor can tell you, talking about race is unavoidable. And it is not just unavoidable, it's essential, especially
it's not.
Yeah.
In public school, this shouldn't be a conversation that's happening in like 99% of fucking classrooms. It's irrelevant to almost everything.
Yeah, it should be irrelevant. I can't believe you used The Bachelor as an example. Like, obviously, if you're planning on having an interracial marriage, you're going to have to talk about race sooner or later, right? I mean, it's ridiculous. A classroom is not an interracial marriage, okay?
Yeah. I mean,
you're meeting there to learn something.
Beyond history, beyond the American history, when you're talking about slavery and civil rights, and beyond, if you have some current events class, when is this being talked about
Yeah.
in school? And
Yeah,
even
why?
then, in those two subjects, it should not be taught through the fucking CRT neo-Marxian conflict theory perspective.
Yeah. They want to shoehorn this into biology class. They want to shoehorn this into fucking typing. They want this in every class. Yeah. No. It's so horrible.
In the places where people are most panicked about CRT. And this actually brings us all the way back to where this story began in Loudoun County, Virginia, where that school board meeting got so very far out of hand. Here is one of the leaders of the anti-CRT push.
How did it get out of hand?
Yeah. It's a lie.
How did it get out of hand?
It's another lie.
Was there a fight? Did somebody punch someone? Did someone bring a gun and shoot someone? Just, I don't know. Tell me, John. That's your job, isn't it?
Democracy and protesting is out of hand now, Sid.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. It's funny. I'm curious to go back and see what his BLM protest coverage was.
Oh, it's crazy. It's
Just-
totally crazy.
Those Loudoun County people who were anti-CRT, those got out of hand. But,
Yeah.
the riots,
Yeah.
that was mostly peaceful protesting.
He probably has clips from that crazy PBS author who was made a case for rioting.
Yeah,
A case for shoplifting and shit.
Right,
You remember
right.
that?
I do remember that, yeah.
Okay, John. Thanks for your unbiased coverage here.
Explaining just why she is so fiercely opposed to it being taught.
In Loudoun County, this is the wealthiest county in the country. There's not a lot of racism. There are silly people that say stupid things, but if you talk about it less, you're gonna notice that division less. I don't look at the person based on their skin color. I look at them.
See, they already drew clips from the CBS thing. They don't have the clip of John McWhorter talking. They don't have the clip of the other guy who, took his kid out of $60,000 private school. They don't have any of these people talking. They have to cut to a woman who maybe says things in a somewhat inarticulate way.
Yeah, of course.
But listen, cherry picking is bad.
Right? Yeah. No.
Remember that.
This is a hatchet job.
Based on their character.
Okay, so there's a lot of obvious red flags there, from confidently asserting there's not a lot of racism here to the I don't see skin color to the you won't notice division so much if you just don't talk about it. And hey, if the problem with
so there's no, she didn't say, I don't think she said focus on it.
racism there from
That not
push there, explaining
There are silly people that say stupid things, but if you talk about it less, you're going to notice that division less. I don't look at the person.
So not the most articulate way to say the point.
Yeah.
I would say that if you hyperfixate on racial division, you're going to create more racial division. If you associate people's race with characteristics or cultural traits, you're going to make more people racist.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think that's what she's implying when she talks. I think that's what she's trying to get at.
Person based on their skin color. I look at them based on their character.
Okay, so there's a lot of obvious red flags there, from confidently asserting there's not a lot of racism here to the I don't see skin color to the you won't notice division so much if you just don't talk about it. And hey, if the problem with racism in America was only it's bumming Patty Mendes out, then yeah, shutting up about it would probably solve the whole issue. But guess how long it takes for that conversation to take a real turn?
Uh-oh.
I think there are probably plenty of people that would agree with exactly that. But just to be fair on the other side, there are people, especially young black men, for example, who would say, I would love to not be judged on the color of my skin.
Do you think it's more on the color of their skin or their actions? How they're dressed, how they perceive, how they respect others? If you have a kid that's...
Do you like the music they added to this?
Oh my God, it's so bad. Did
Like,
they
was it
add
high-
this to the thing? To just
I'm assuming this was in the Showtime version.
right.
It's like it's high noon between racist white lady and lady who used to be on MSNBC, whose name escapes me.
Right. Who is probably identifies as a woman of color, but still.
Pulled over by a cop? Does it really matter what color they are, or is it the respect that they give to that police officer?
Wow. When you respond to someone mentioning young black men would like to be treated better by automatically envisioning them dressed terribly and acting disrespectfully while being arrested by the police, you are telling on yourself, Patty. You are snitching on your very soul.
She didn't. She didn't even say that. She didn't say. She didn't envision all black people as engaging in some behavior. She speculated and said, "Are black individuals who are being harassed by cops, is it because they're black, as you're suggesting, or is it because
behavior?
There's some behavioral thing that's happening here?"
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And not only that, the question that she asked is, she said that black people are being treated differently.
Right.
So her response assumes that black people who are being treated differently based on their behavior, not the color of their skin.
Right.
Right.
It's amazing to me, and this is what I guess the only thing that I really understood that Joe was saying that I just vehemently disagreed with is just this casting of like that America is no different from literal slavery and lynching to today.
Oh, I know. That was hard. That was harsh.
Where, back in those, 60, 70, 80 years ago, someone would be racist on TV by saying, I think all black people are criminals, or, we can't live with them and they should be lynched, blah, 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 blah. Someone gives some like weird racist tirade. And now things are so different that it's like someone saying, I don't think a black person was racially profiled. That's like as bad as someone 70 years ago saying, I think, XYZ about black people and they should be lynched or whatever.
Yeah.
That's insane. To me, that's such a concrete sign. That's such clear evidence of the progress that our country has made.
Yeah.
That I cannot even conceive of how people like Jon Oliver or even Joe will just dismiss this.
Yeah. Even the inarticulate lady made a non-race essentialist argument. She didn't come out and say, oh, we know about, these stereotypes. Like she's very, very carefully navigating this.
Yes.
Saying that it's based on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Yeah.
It reminds me, I got really triggered. There was like a story that was like everywhere for a couple of days. I don't know if you remember. I think it was in Georgia, I think, where the police tried to pull over some young black guy who was in the military.
Mm-hmm.
And he took a long time or too long for the police to pull over. Mm-hmm. And he ended up driving for, I think, a mile or something, and he pulls over in a gas station.
Mm-hmm.
And the police officer, for whatever reason, overreacts to this, and he pulls his gun out.
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember this? And he tells the kid to get out of the car with his hands drawn.
Mm-hmm.
And the kid becomes super obstinate to the police officer and doesn't want to comply at all, even as they're pointing guns at him.
That's so scary.
Do you remember this?
I don't know.
And it was like, to me, it was so fucking insane, because I was like, okay, you can criticize the cop for overreacting originally, because they did. I don't know why they reacted the way they did. I don't even know if they could. And it's funny because everyone's assuming it's racism. Like it was at night, and before the kid pulls into a gas station, I don't even know how they could fucking perceive that the race of the driver if the cop's behind you at night.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason they pulled him over was because he didn't have a license plate.
No fucking license plate.
Well, I think he had like a temporary paper one, and it fell off or wasn't visible, or there's something about that. And then like the cops come over and like the cops de-escalate the situation because they come over and they kind of realize that the guy, you know, doesn't appear to have a weapon. And, you know, they're like, get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the car. And he refuses to comply. And the cop tries to open the door and he's holding the door closed so they can't open the door.
Oh my.
And so the cops end up tasing him and arresting him. And everyone's like, oh, you know, racist cops, racist cops, racist cops. I'm like, what the, like, this kid was setting himself up to be shot, basically.
Yeah.
And he wasn't.
Yeah. This is exactly what she's saying. It's a behavior.
Right.
But wokeness creates this behavior.
Yes.
Because if I'm terrified I'm going to be shot by the cops, I'm less likely, I'm going to be terrified to comply. And just on average, more people with that belief pattern are going to create worse outcomes.
And also it's, and Joe Rogan talked about this. I think and John McWhorter and Glenn Lowry have talked about this. It's like, you don't want to create chips on people's shoulders to automatically assume. And, you know, Joe Rogan brought up this point. He's like, you know, I get pulled over by a cop. I did nothing wrong. And the cop's an asshole to me. And I think this cop is either an asshole or has a bad day. But if Joe's like, but if I was black, I would just assume that the cop was racist.
I know. Yeah. Because of wokeness.
Right.
But it's better off, even if the cop is racist, to assume that he's just having a bad day.
Well, it's better off for society
and the individual. How is it not?
Yeah, for society and the individual to try. But this is where I get into such frustration with sort of the woke arguments. Is like, it's so much better for society to be pushing aspirationally towards the colorblind society. That's it. There's no way around that.
Yeah. Weak.
And as for her claim there that there is not a lot of racism in Loudoun County, you probably already assumed that was bullshit, but you should know. An assessment...
Why should you assume? I don't know anything about Loudoun County.
I don't either, but Jon Oliver is ready to throw the entire county under the bus as a bunch of racists. And he wonders why people are worried about this fucking whites are racist stereotype.
Right. Yeah, but he keeps priming his audience. You instinctively know that's not true. You already assume that there's a lot of racism going on. It's like, why should we assume this?
Yeah. Because you're fucking idiots.
A public school found that it was shocking the extent to which students report the use of the N-word. And I think as a society, we've now agreed.
So guess what?
You looked into it, and they are huge fans of rap music at Loudoun County, and they're all
well,
using...
two things. But you're close.
I figured. I mean, this is so
close.
Obvious.
Right. So first of all, this report is created by an organization
that hates rap music.
Well, no, whose job it is to provide equity and diversity training.
Oh, wow. Okay.
To people.
Right.
So obviously they're going to say, oh, of course there's a big influx of racism in your schools. You better hire us so that we can train your staff to, you know, monitor racism properly.
Yeah.
So
as
it's a little suspicious. But then secondly, they give some examples in the report of students using the N-word. Because the way they compiled this is they basically just asked teachers and minority students, supposedly, in some sample group, that, you know, what their experiences was. And if you're writing this report, you would assume, okay, they're going to put the most extreme examples in the report, right?
Yeah.
That's what they're going to weigh heavily on. So this is the most extreme examples in the report they could come up with.
Okay.
A group of white kids at my school used the N-word and then denied it.
That's
no context.
As much of the context? Okay.
Yeah. So were they calling someone the N-word? Were they saying it in a rap lyric? Were they just being edgy? What's happening? I don't know.
And I mean, if they denied it, I mean, maybe they didn't. Maybe someone misheard. Maybe they didn't.
Or maybe
actually
you
say
misheard it. Maybe they didn't say it.
Yeah.
Here's the second one. White kids will use the N-word as a joke or because they think they can say it because you're friends. Then they treat the word like a joke and they think it's funny.
Okay. Sounds like standard high school.
Right. So we haven't got to, because when you see this, when Jon Oliver frames this, shocking extent of which students report the use of the N-word, you think in your mind they're saying, oh, white students are calling black students the N-word. That's what you think, right?
But it's white students calling other white students the N-word.
But now it's like, oh, they're using it as a joke, or they're saying it. They're trying to say it in some friendly way, the way like black people can say it. Here's the third example: a kid who said something dumb said it was okay because he had the N-word pass.
No way. This is comedy. How come Jon Oliver's not using this?
This is shocking, the extent to which students report the use of the N-word. Okay. This is very serious, Adam. I don't know why you're laughing.
No, this is hilarious. What are you talking about? Well, sorry, teacher. I thought I had the N-word pass. Can I get it out of your desk?
The fourth example just says the N-word gets used all the time with no context.
Mm-hmm.
The fifth says you can't say it is disturbing. Then they'll laugh in your face, or they will stop, and all their friends will start and make up a song of it.
Oh shit!
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Oh, this is comedy gold.
The next example says maybe they should pay attention to how kids' parents behave. I've had racist remarks made to me by another kid's parents. I guess that was coming from a teacher said that. I don't take it as a joke. I take it personally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, that's
what is this?
These are the examples of N-word usage.
Is it like a bullet? These aren't even full sentences.
No, these are the examples in the report they provide of the shocking amount of the N-word.
They're not even using proper grammar.
Well, because they're literally just copy pasting like what a person said or wrote in their survey response.
Report. Okay, I got you.
Right. No, that's not okay. I don't like the N-word from anyone, which doesn't say whether someone used it or not.
That doesn't what? They read the form wrong.
Yeah, I guess.
Why
and
would
then
you
finally,
include that in the report?
I don't know. It's baffling to me. It's baffling to me. And so the last one is the only one where someone actually claims to have been called the N-word.
Okay.
All the other ones so far have just been white kids saying the N-word,
joking around,
and joking around, or saying "What's up, my N-word" or something,
Mm-hmm.
Kids, well, let me know if you think I'm going to poison the well here a little bit. Let me know if you think this is real. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
This is me poisoning the well. Kids are always getting on me about my skin color and my hair. They call me out. They call me out my name and they call me the N-word. And the teacher just turns the other cheek because they are uncomfortable. But if I say the B word or any other word, then I get in trouble. Now listen.
The B word, like bitch?
Maybe I am just a cynical, jaded sitch.
Uh-huh.
But I don't believe in the year 2019, when this report was constructed, that a student, a white student, could call a black student the N-word,
mm-hmm.
and that a teacher wouldn't care.
Mm-hmm.
But then if that black student called that white student a bitch, that the teacher would jump on them. I have a hard time believing that actually happened.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I think
it does seem a bit odd.
It seems a little odd.
But is he calling
like,
the teacher a bitch first and then comes the N-word?
Well, no, they're saying a student. They're saying a student called them the N-word,
right?
And they called another student a bitch. Okay.
Right.
And so I have a hard time believing that in the year 2019, where it would be very common for students to film their teachers doing things that would try to get them fired or canceled for, that if a student called another student the fucking N-word,
yeah,
okay, that the teacher wouldn't respond to that seriously.
She would just turn the other cheek.
Right, and would be afraid if they didn't, they would get fired for it. I don't believe that's...
This is hysterical.
Okay. That's just me.
She just turned the other cheek.
She just
But
turned
when
the
I
other
call
cheek.
someone the B word. Who wrote this? Was this a third grade class?
I don't know who wrote it.
I can't believe this report.
So there you go. That was your examples of shocking the extent of which students report the use of the N-word.
I'm trying to remember back, 1,000 years ago when I went to school.
Mm-hmm.
The N-word was so uncommon in any. Yeah, but now I can imagine it being like hearing it every day if I was in school now, because any word that kids could say, I mean, fuck was way overused because it was considered, the worst thing that you could say, obviously. But now if the N-word is the worst thing you can say, I could see that being used as much as the F word, more than the F word, obviously.
No, you're completely right.
Yeah.
Because I have seen kids younger than me use the N-word in ways that which I never saw in my schools at all.
Yeah.
And I think it's two things. I think it's one is exactly what you're saying. It's because it's so taboo.
Yeah.
Because of the woke scolds. Of course kids are going to do what they're not supposed to do.
Yes.
They're going to be rebellious
for fun.
But the second part of it, which wasn't really applicable to when I went to school either, is that since music right now and youth culture right now is so dominated by rap and black musicians, where the N-word is thrown around a fuck ton.
Yeah.
And if you see a lot of black TikToks, lots of N-word usage, going around, a lot of memes
to the extent it's used.
Right. a lot of memes featuring black individuals, they use the N-word quite often. And so, of course, if you have a situation where for young kids, it's cool to say the N-word because it's rebellious and all the content they're consuming from black artists and creators are saying the N-word, guess what you're going to get?
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of N-words.
Yes.
It's going to be N-word density.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is the
Seems
problem with just looking at outcomes instead of looking why things occur.
Yeah, you got to look at the context. Okay. Yeah, he's in Jon Oliver's mind, it's like Mississippi burning. Like all the N-word use is basically just targeting black people. In reality, they don't even have a black kid in the whole school. That's why that's why nobody cares.
Yes, Jon Oliver is conceptualizing that there's Ruby, what's her name? Ruby Ford. Her name. There's a little black girl who's walking down the school, hallway, and all the white kids turn and they say, "Look at that N-word." That's what Jon Oliver is conceptualizing. In reality, it's a bunch of white kids saying, "What up, my N-word?" to their other white friends.
I know. And then one like social justice advocate getting all bent out of shape about it.
It's like, oh my god.
And then
they say, don't hate the player, hate the game. Nip, and they call them the N-word.
You're right.
Only with the B's because that's more acceptable.
Right. But then the feminist teachers, as soon as they pull out the bitch, like you're going,
then they get
that's
in trouble.
it. Principal office.
Yep. I know it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah.
But so
the reality.
That's the reality situation. At least from what I've
Boomer Oliver can't figure it out though. Look at this. He has no idea what's going on. Square.
White people should not be using the N-word a shocking number of times, unless, that is, they have a lucrative podcast deal with Spotify. But that is...
Like that
Joe Rogan joke.
Joe Rogan dig.
Yeah. Jealousy right there.
That is
absolutely it. And all of this brings us to the main point here. That for all the laws being passed to prevent discomfort or anguish on account of an individual's race, whose discomfort exactly are we prioritising here? Because kids of colour can tell you they don't...
Everybody's. Oh, wait. Everybody's comfort.
don't get a choice to not talk about race and have it go away, like this graduate of Loudoun County Schools.
I do understand that many parents don't want their children learning about race at such a young age, but I beg to differ in that sense. We learn about race every day when we're the only colored kid in our classrooms, or when we're learning about slavery and all the heads turn to us. So one way or another, one group of students will learn about race before another.
That's so sad. That's so sad because they talk about standpoint theory all the time. Oh, we have to listen to black voices. Why the fuck do you think every head is turning to you, guy? It's wokeness. Wokeness is why. Oh, wait, we have a black person in here. Let's see what he says. Wouldn't it be better if we got rid of that shit?
It would be better.
Yeah.
It would be better.
Fuck.
So we believe that it would be equitable if all students learned about race in the same context, so we can work together on it to improve our future.
Yeah. Children of colour learn about race from a very young age. From realising you celebrate different holidays or get different safety talks, or the first time you go to a white friend's house.
Celebrate different holidays is a weird one. I don't know what
Yeah.
Do you think all black people celebrate Kwanzaa or something?
I guess so.
What's he talking about? I don't think most black people celebrate different holidays.
White people, well, black people don't like Christmas. I mean, all my black friends always celebrated Christmas.
I mean,
so
I celebrate different holidays, but that's because I'm, part of the master people. But
yeah.
House and your casserole. You realise very quickly in that moment we are different people with different cultures. So look, by this point it should be pretty clear. The debate around critical race theory is both very loud and very, very dumb. But unfortunately, it is important to engage with it.
Well, thank you for contributing to the utter stupidity that is the conversation.
Yeah.
Jon Oliver.
Thank you, not thank you.
Thank you.
Because if we don't, the endpoint that we are heading toward is that honest discussions of race will be shut out of public schools, even as some parents fuck off to voucher academies where their kids can learn a version of history that's basically antebellum fan fiction. And I am not saying that discussions on race will always be comfortable for everyone in a classroom, but think about it like this. When was learning and growing as a person ever really comfortable? The thing to do...
It has nothing to do with comfort, you dumb idiot. It has to do with the fact that this ideology is being smuggled into mainstream thought right under your fucking nose. This radical ideology smuggled right in, and you're too stupid. You have your head too far up your ass in terms of tribal identity to understand it. And all you're saying is Republican bad, Republican bad.
Yeah. He doesn't realize that they're literally smuggling it in his beehole.
Yes, he is.
He's the fucking mule.
Yes, Jon Oliver is Morty. Okay, and he's shoving the CRT way up your ass, Morty. Okay, right up in there to smuggle it across the security guard of liberalism and individual rights.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll read this sentence. Single sentence. This is from the second page of the introduction. I know introductions don't mean anything. Okay, apparently. But this introduction from the CRT book, right off the bat, the literal top of the page, says, the aspect of our work, CRT, which most markedly distinguishes it from conventional liberal and conservative legal scholarship about race and inequality is a deep dissatisfaction with traditional civil rights discourse. Okay.
Wow.
So obviously, this is a new idea, Jon, that they're trying to smuggle in. So why the fuck are you pretending like that's not a new idea and that this is just teaching about history?
Just teaching traditional civil rights discourse. Oh, wait.
Right. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. White privilege.
Here isn't to run from those discussions or pass laws banning them. It is to learn how to have them better. Because for generation after generation, we've told school kids fairy tales about race in this country. And maybe it's time we stop doing that. Because
that's such bullshit. I hate that too. The fairy tale. What? Name that fairy tale. Name it.
Right.
It's in the one book thing. You got like 2 lines. That's not a narrative.
Yep.
All it's done so far is get us to the point that we're at right now, with full-grown adults insisting America can't be racist because we elected Obama twice, that racism will go away.
Dude, before Obama was elected, people were saying to me that Obama can never get elected because he's black. People were saying if he's elected, he's going to be assassinated. Like, there's so much of people's perception of America completely changed. There was not even an assassination attempt on Obama. Yeah.
I know. I heard the same thing too.
To deny that.
Same thing too.
To deny that is just crazy. It's crazy.
There was one, but there was a couple, but they were really half-assed, remember?
Assassination attempts?
Yeah, someone like...
Oh, when they ran at the wall or...
Yeah, they drove up to the wall and they shot randomly into the White House from like the street or something. Yeah.
I don't know if you can even count that. I mean, those happen like 3 times a week.
That's true.
Don't they? Some maniac.
Yeah.
Wasn't there one with Trump where the guy was in like a golf cart or something, or
yes, something like that,
or some guy had a plane that he tried to fly? Do you remember that?
It was. Oh, you're right. Was it? There's some single-seater plane that tried to land in the front lawn, or it was like a mini jetpack or something. I don't know, some like weird Trump, device. Yeah. Maybe that was Trump. I don't remember who it was. We went over them on stream once, all the presidential assassination attempts. I don't remember.
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, wow. I have no recollection of it, but...
Just don't mention it, and that Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech wasn't an aspiration we have yet to fulfill, but some kind of magic spell that ended prejudice then and there. That is our
that's a fucking huge straw, man.
Joe, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Good night.
Fuck off.
So according to Wikipedia, Obama had 6 assassination attempts, and Bill Clinton had 6 assassination attempts.
Oh,
so
really?
There you go.
How many blowjobs did Obama have?
Surprisingly, Bush only had 2.
2 blowjobs?
2 assassination attempts.
Oh, okay. So, Bush only had 2?
I would have thought more, but yeah.
Probably because of 9/11. Like, all the people who were like, I'm going to get killed before I ever get close to him.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You're probably right, yeah.
Yeah, they upped the security considerably. You couldn't even get close to him.
One of the assassination attempts against Obama, this is like from this is when Obama was in Turkey by some like crazy Turkish guy. Okay. Interesting.
Hey, what about the shoe? Are they counting that? The Bush
shoe? They count the shoe as a security incident, but not an assassination attempt. Okay.
That's when I was like, is W a fucking ninja? I can't tell. Like he dodged that shoe so fast.
He did. If you guys don't remember, W was speaking in was in Baghdad, right? He was in Iraq. He was speaking at a press conference, and some journalist took his shoe off and he throws it at Bush's head, and Bush like dodged that shit like he was in the Matrix.
He did. Yeah.
It's funny because I seem to recall like when he dodged it, he's smiling, isn't he? Like he's got this goofy smile on his face, like he's like, "This is ridiculous. I'm dodging. Someone's throwing shoes at me."
I know, he smiles.
He smiles when he's dodging it. So, and I think it's like the Iraqi prime minister or whoever it is there with him is like trying to like defend him from the shoe. He's like putting his hands. The whole thing is so preposterous, but I think there's a whole article on it. The Bush shoeing incident.
Read some super chats. I'm spent. I'm totally spent.
Afro Fry Cook for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I've been doing some reading on Nazi ideology, and the similarities with CRT was more apparent than you think. Hitler's views on the Jews and CRT's views on whites is incredibly similar. Oh yeah. It's crazy. It's hilarious how similar communism and fascism is. It's hilarious and dark how similar they are.
Yes. Yeah.
So that doesn't surprise me at all.
Oh, I brought it up. You got here. You go. Ready?
Oh, the shoe.
It's only 11.
Oh, we got it. Okay, hit it.
Well, I guess it's a minute and 11 seconds. We'll see.
Hit it.
We'll speed it up.
نقترب كثيرا من هذه.
Here he is.
Whoa!
Another one. A second one.
That first one, that's
Look at
pretty good.
He dodged it like a ninja.
Yeah, that first shoe came pretty fast.
Look at there.
نقترب كثيرا من.
See if I can pause it.
I don't know if I would have done that. He was quick.
Oh yeah,
That's
look
pretty
at
impressive.
that.
Look at the
that.
other guy. The other guy's like fucking slow to the take here. He's just got this like.
He's got like one eye closed. He's like, "What? A shoe's coming?" Oh shit!
Bush is all like on top. You know, Bush rolled the 20 on initiative, and he's fucking dodging that shoe. That guy's going last, and he's just like, "What's happening here?"
All right, let's see if we can get the second one here. Look, he pops up spot. He's chewing gum. Bush is fucking chewing gum.
Let me get to it. It's kind of blurry.
He doesn't even spit his gum out. Okay, here comes the second one.
Yeah, he's kind of smirking. He's hilarious. You're right. He is like chewing.
Oh, he tried to catch the second one. Did you catch that?
He just tried to deflect it.
Oh, they already tackled him.
See, he puts his hand.
The other guy's trying to block.
Yeah, trying to block him.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That is
oh my
pretty
goodness.
Oh, that even that other
Good
reporter was
times.
like trying to smack him.
Good
Is that the-
times.
Is there anything else? Let me see.
What do you want to see? You want to see the
Is it just
tackle?
him being dragged out? Yeah, it's just the guy being dragged out.
Look at
that.
Oh, he's so loving this.
That's hilarious. That's a good attitude.
Oh my god!
I don't like W. But that's a good
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's cool. I'm okay.
attitude.
I'm okay.
Okay, that's good.
Look, he's telling jokes to the other guy about it. Oh man, we've lost some comedy here.
Oh my god, Hex on Twitter sent us this GIF. It's hilarious. It's like a guy. It's like a Middle Eastern guy in like full Saudi Arabian gear. And he's like throwing shoes at like a shooting target. And he's like dodge rolling and throwing shoes at like another target. It's pretty funny.
Those are commando rolls.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
What a great meme.
Lemon Drop, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Wow.
Michael Powell, thank you for $20. Do you think it's possible to completely get over racism if we have a word that can only be used by people of a certain race? No, I don't.
Yeah.
And I do think that black people using the N-word, which, I mean, I think when it started, it was obviously an attempt to take it back. I think that has failed. I think that has failed.
Well, at least the good students of Loudoun County are fighting against that.
There
right?
you go. There you go. Those white students of Loudoun County are fighting back. They're universalizing it. No, but yeah, I think either everyone has to be allowed to say it in certain contexts, or black entertainers and artists should just stop using the word. Just let it go. I think you just gotta let it go.
Yeah.
We'll never get over it otherwise. Because you can't have certain words that only certain groups of people can say.
Yeah.
It's not gonna doesn't work, doesn't function. Anyways.
That's it? Oh.
Is there anything else you want to talk about before we end the stream?
No. Tuesday we'll talk. Good talk with Joe. Thanks for coming on,
Yeah.
Joe, obviously. And maybe we can do more talks in the future. So
Yeah, on Tuesday we will read the rest of the remaining super chats, and I don't know if we have anything. Do we have anything planned for Tuesday?
I'm not sure. Dave the Distributus.
He never
threatening-
confirmed.
Was threatening to come on.
So I offered. We offered on Twitter to talk to Distributus on Tuesday. He said he wanted to
Responded.
talk, but he never responded I'll check my email. I don't. Did he email you? He never responded.
No.
I said specifically last week. I said he could talk on this Tuesday, and he never answered.
Well, CT has got a bunch of people that want to talk to us anyway. So, and I think the first talk with Mecca was actually was interesting. So, I mean, you seem to like it more than I thought you would. So,
like what?
The talk about anarcho-capitalism, anarcho-communism. No.
Yeah. So there was someone else that wanted to talk to us about anarcho something.
Yeah.
And so I'll say
someone
he
wants
hasn't
to talk-
responded. So if we'll talk to someone else about something on Tuesday. So there you go.
Investigator One Quim for $20 says, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, is the Distributus Dave coming on the Tuesday show?"
I don't know.
That's what we're
never
talking
responded.
about.
He never responded.
Yeah.
So he was offered. He was offered, but
tell him that we will probably call him a racist. So just so he can be emotionally prepare himself for that. Because when he says racist shit, I'm going to call it out. I mean, listen, people come on the show and they say racist shit. I call it out. Right? I mean, I was talking with Joe today about negative stereotypes, for heaven's sakes. I think I made a pretty cogent argument about why they're bad. Yeah.
Right.
So
he just wants to whine about literally the most boring esoteric thing that no one fucking cares about.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
Okay. He wants to argue. He wants to literally do Sitch's law and argue about the definitions of what it means to have, for society to have joint meaning or joint values. And it's so dumb. Like, it's like, oh my God, no one cares, Distributors. No one cares. Put forward a positive vision. Okay. I'll pull the Sargon card. The Sargon pulled this on Quackademic Agent. Give me your positive vision beyond just segregation or separatism or whatever fucking shit you want. That's why I thought it was funny that it seemed like Joe was kind of advocating for the same thing. I was kind of confused. I don't think he was, at least towards the end, but at first that's what it's kind of felt like he was advocating for. So I don't know. Maybe Joe and Distributors can talk and they'll all agree that they can have their communes where people can do whatever the fuck they want on it. Okay. Have your hippy dippy communes and leave me the fuck alone.
Do you think you'd be successful?
Here, let's play this one. In honor.
Oh, you want to play this? You want to play this clip? I didn't really, but it's kind of funny.
I mean, we're talking about it anyway.
I don't really want to play this clip.
You don't want to play it? Okay.
Not really.
We'll play it on Tuesday.
We'll play it on Tuesday.
I was planning on playing it on Tuesday anyway, so.
Okay.
Oh, right. Enough is enough. Investigator One, Quim, you have any more super chats you would like to super chat? I feel like we have to request your permission. Can we end the show now? What's going on? Reach out.
The show.
Speak up.
We can end the show now. Yes, we can end the show now. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all. Investigator Winquim says Academic Agent does have a video called The Positive Vision of the Right, and it's totally crazy. You're right. I did see that video, and it is totally fucking crazy. Anyway, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Joe, for coming and talking to us. And hopefully we'll have fruitful conversations in the future. Maybe we'll even get to argue about stuff. And thank you all for coming with us on this journey of watching Jon Oliver totally suck when he talks about CRT. And in a very triggering way, to Adam especially, dare to cut our Lord and Savior Martin Luther King Jr. out of context. Anyway, and we hope to see you Tuesday.
Bye-bye!
Do you think you'd be a successful politician?
Shut up for a fucking second!